You shameless woman. Of all the decent men you could have chosen, why did you have to go after someone else's husband? You've already brought trouble to the whole village, and now you're lying here pretending to be sick. Gu Yingying felt her head spinning, dark spots flickering before her eyes as the harsh words pierced her ears. Furious, she raised her fist to strike the woman shouting at her, but before she could land the woman grabbed her wrist with a grip like iron. A sharp pain shot through her entire body. She jolted awake from the nightmare. The very same woman from her dream, Jia, was now standing by her bed, clutching her wrist tightly. Her grip was so strong it felt like a pair of pliers. Gu Yingying, too weak to fight back, could only glare at her. Jia's cheekbones were sharp, her eyes full of malice, and several other fierce-looking women stood behind her. She's lying here pretending to be sick just to avoid work, and now she dares to raise her hand against me? She must be tired of living. Before Gu Yingying could respond, Jia stuffed a filthy rag into her mouth. The sour stench made her gag, but she couldn't spit it out. She tried to kick Jia, but the other women pinned her down, leaving her completely helpless. They tied her up with ropes and threw her into an ox cart covered with black cloth. The cart jolted along the road, making her dizziness worse, but she forced herself to stay awake. She had no idea where they were taking her, and she couldn't afford to lose consciousness. After all, she had somehow traveled back in time to the past, only to fall into the hands of her enemy, Jia. Being sold off at any moment was a real possibility. She felt bitter. In her original life, she had been a skilled surgeon. Now she had become a woman with the same name as her, Gu Yingying, but with a terrible reputation. She had no family by her side, and her enemy was already targeting her. The contrast was too much to accept, yet she had no choice. Suddenly, the ox cart stopped. Jia and the others dragged her out and took her to a vast rice field. The field stretched along the Lan River, covering thousands of acres, all belonging to the royal estate. Groups of villagers in coarse clothing were working hard in the fields. Gu Yingying, dressed in a pale pink long dress, had her legs cut and scratched by the sharp rice leaves until they bled. Her clothes were completely unsuited for harvesting, but with the overseers cracking their whips nearby, she had no choice but to pick up a sickle and start working. She rolled her sleeves high, bent over, and lowered her head as she cut the rice. The strong men carrying baskets full of grain moved back and forth in the fields, but all kept their distance from her. Even the children who followed the adults to pick up leftover grains were carefully watched by their parents, who would not allow them to go near her. Xingya, stay away from that troublemaker, or you'll get yourself into trouble. Look at her. If she hadn't gone after someone else's fiancé, would she have been thrown into the Lan River and come out with her head swollen like that? Madame Jia stood with her hands on her hips, scolding a young girl who was still 2 meters away from Gu Yingying. Not far away came bursts of laughter and the gossiping voices of several women. Gu always acted like a pampered lady at home, never touching housework. Whoever works with her in the fields is really unlucky. Sister Luo, you're far too kind. Madame Jia's husband's family name was Luo, so Sister Luo referred to her. Xingya, your aunt is right. Listen to her. If you follow behind Gu, do you think you'll get any grain? She's lazy and only knows how to cause trouble. Now her reputation is ruined, and she almost lost her life. What decent family would dare marry her? Gu Yingying was so angry she nearly coughed up blood, but she also knew that in this time and place, there was no such thing as fairness. The officers would allow Madame Jia to humiliate her, but they would never allow her to fight back. Still, life was long. As long as she survived, she believed she would one day rise above and make others look at her with respect. She had always been weak, and before she came here, she had never done farm work. The original owner of this body had also never worked in the fields. Even though she tried to copy the villagers, working hard until her back ached and her arms and legs were covered in cuts from the rice leaves, she still didn't harvest much. Madame Jia pointed at her half-empty basket, then picked up a stone and threw it at Gu Yingying's forehead. Seeing something flying toward her, Gu Yingying quickly dodged. In their group of 3, She and her second sister-in-law had never slacked off. Only Madame Jia stood aside like a supervisor, never lifting a hand. What right did she have to complain? Taking advantage of the officer's inattention, Gu Yingying tossed the stone back, landing it at Madame Jia's feet as a warning. Fighting among themselves would only harm everyone. Madame Jia's eyebrows shot up in anger. She raised her sickle and waved it wildly in the air, as if she really wanted to strike Gu Yingying, shouting furiously, "You shameless girl! You had the strength to chase after someone else's fiancé in an ox cart, but now you act weak here. Now that it's time to harvest the rice, you act as if you're half dead. Who are you pretending to be so delicate for? Hoping to attract some unmarried man to help you?" Gu Yingying sternly reminded Jia, "Watch your words." But Jia's scolding didn't stop. "You worthless girl, it would be better if you were gone. If your brother hadn't dragged the villagers into seeking revenge for you, they wouldn't have been hurt, and we wouldn't have had to spend money hiring people from the next village." Gu Yingying's head buzzed, and she nearly fainted from anger. And Jia's mocking words about her weren't entirely baseless. The original Gu Yingying had admired her second brother's classmate, Fu Xian, the most talented scholar in Jiangnan. When she confessed her feelings, not only was she rejected, but Fu Xian's future mother-in-law even kicked her into the Lan River. She couldn't swim. Even though her parents pulled her out in time, she never woke up again. In her past life, Gu Yingying often had nightmares about these events. When she crossed over, she became the current Gu Yingying. Sweat seeped into the wound on her forehead. Afraid of infection, she only hoped to finish work before dark so she could go home and treat it with herbs. Her second sister-in-law, Zhu, quietly handed her something wrapped in a slightly dirty handkerchief. Gu Yingying knew it was a cold steamed bun. She quickly hid it in her clothes while the officers weren't looking. She planned to give it back to Zhu after work. Suddenly, Jia cried out, "Gu Yingying is stealing food." The officers immediately raised their whips to strike her. Zhu rushed forward without hesitation, using her frail body to shield Gu Yingying. Meanwhile, Jia put on a flattering smile, bowing so low her head nearly touched her feet, complaining to the officers and slandering Gu Yingying and Zhu as if they were worse than animals. Some women who had once been hurt by the original Gu Yingying also joined in, loudly accusing her of being the most disliked girl in the area, while praising Jia as virtuous, claiming she had been injured by Gu Yingying's stones when trying to help her. Zhu shook her head desperately at the officers, the only word she could manage being no. The officers' faces remained cold as they raised their whips. Gu Yingying immediately grabbed one end of the whip, her eyes showing no fear. By then, dusk had swallowed the last of the sunset glow, and the sky was growing darker. The birds searching for food had already disappeared. After a long day of labor, it was time for everyone to rest. Not far away, the light of lanterns from the bamboo houses slowly moved toward the fields. A tall man in a black robe, surrounded by attendants, walked to the edge of the field. Suddenly, he stopped and looked toward Gu Yingying and the others. Facing the magistrate, who was returning to the city and had stopped to supervise, as well as the kneeling villagers, Gu Yingying spoke calmly and firmly, "I am innocent and should not be punished. Gu, not only are you lazy, but you also dare to talk back to the official?" Jia quickly added, seizing the chance, "Sir, please punish her severely to set an example for others." "Stand up and speak," the magistrate said, raising his hand. As Jia stood, Gu Yingying swiftly swung her sickle and cut open the edge of Jia's trousers. Several rice balls, each the size of an egg, rolled to the ground. Jia hurried to pick them up. But Gu Yingying was faster. She grabbed them first, raised the sticky rice balls in her hand, and said to the magistrate, "Sir, we were ordered to harvest the rice and have been working with all our strength. But Jia has been lazy and dishonest, hiding food for herself." Chengcheng finally wrote a new book in the year of the tiger. Thanks to Qijian, thanks to the editor for patient guidance, and thanks to all the friends who have always been here. Chengcheng will keep working hard. Wishing everyone good fortune and happiness in the year of the tiger. Words from Chung Xia, February 28, 2022. Jia no longer dared to argue. She was whipped and cried out in pain. Sir, please. Please have mercy. I know I was wrong. Gu Ying saw Jia being punished but paid her no attention, knowing Jia had brought it upon herself. Around her, villagers whispered, Little Gu has never worked in the fields before, yet even while injured, she and her sister-in-law harvested half a basket of rice. Isn't that far better than Jia, who tried to cheat? Gu Ying felt secretly pleased. Without relying on her parents or her brother, she had managed to defeat Jia on her own. Today, little Gu finally showed her strength. Not only did she protect herself, but she also stood up for her sister-in-law. That's truly rare. Hearing someone praise her sister-in-law, Gu Ying soon heard her sister-in-law's gentle reply. My sister-in-law has always treated me well. Those words warmed Gu Ying's heart. After dozens of lashes, Jia struggled to her feet and bowed to the magistrate. The magistrate's cold gaze turned to Gu Ying. Gu, Jia stole food and has been punished. You've stirred up trouble, so you must give the villagers an explanation. Guards, take Madame Gu back inside for questioning. Gu Ying was held by two women and brought into a nearby bamboo house. The villagers, who had just finished their work, waited outside. As soon as Gu Ying entered, she smelled wine and roasted chicken. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. In the memories left by the original owner, the prefect of Jinxia was known as a rare, honest official. Each year when he came to supervise in Gu village, he always ate with the villagers. He had never held a private feast. So, why was there the smell of wine and meat in this room? While she was deep in thought, she heard Madame Jia's voice. We are all neighbors. Since Madame Gu's second brother pleaded, we couldn't refuse to come. But who knew that the people Madame Gu provoked would bring their whole village into a fight? Because of that, many innocent folks were hurt, and everyone had a harvest while injured. Madame Jia looked toward the people waiting outside and continued, The villagers can all testify to this. Gu Ying clenched her teeth in anger. Madame Jia had twisted and exaggerated the original owner's past actions to present them in the worst light before the prefect. When she looked up, she noticed the prefect staring at her hands. Under the lantern light, the blisters on her palms were clearly visible. Madame Jia's voice rang out again. Your Excellency, when Madame Gu's mother was expecting her, she once asked a fortune-teller for guidance. The fortune-teller said the child would bring misfortune. And indeed, it has come true. At these words, many curious eyes turned toward Gu Ying. Even though her head was wrapped in white cloth and her face was swollen, her eyes were bright and clear. How could she look like someone who brought disaster? Gu Ying's lips curved into a mocking smile. Would the prefect really believe such baseless talk? The prefect's face remained expressionless as he ordered the constables behind him, summon the headmen of Gu village and Shifeng village. His voice carried the crisp tone of the capital's official speech. The constables quickly went to bring the two headmen. The middle-aged man who entered first did not claim that the villagers' injuries were caused by Gu Ying. Gu Ying felt deep respect for this headman, Uncle Su. No wonder. Years ago, he had fought alongside her father on the battlefield, defending against the northern enemy. Even when questioned by the prefect, he answered with confidence and strength. The prefect glanced around the room, his stern gaze finally resting on Gu Ying's head as he said, You are a young woman. You should cherish your reputation and not stir up trouble. Gu Ying quickly replied, Your Excellency is right. I will remember your teachings and conduct myself properly. Though she said this aloud, in her heart she understood clearly. The prefect did not truly care about her reputation. What he cared about was that her entanglement with a scholar had caused injuries among the villagers, delayed the rice harvest, and made it difficult for him to deliver the tribute grain to the capital on time. That was her real fault. Madame Jia cast a sideways glance at Gu Ying and said to the prefect, Your Excellency, this Gu girl has always been unruly, and it's hard for her to change. Even if she says she will, who knows if she means it? In my humble opinion, it would be better if she showed some sincerity, perhaps prepare some food to comfort the villagers and apologize properly. We are all neighbors, after all, and should make peace. The tribute rice ripened about a month earlier than the villagers' own crops. In past years, the county magistrate would send the village headman to buy rice from the Gu family, since their land made up nearly half of the village's fields. For them, treating the villagers to a few meals was never a problem. But this year was different. Because of the trouble caused by the original Gu Ingying and her second brother, several villagers were still recovering from serious injuries in the pharmacies of Jinxia City. The medical bills, lost wages, and food expenses were already a heavy burden. Farmers had little to sell besides sesame and grain. As for tea or cloth, those were not easy to turn into money when urgent needs arose. Gu Ingying hated Madame Jia deeply, but she hid her feelings well. With a faint smile, she looked at the greedy woman and said, "Our country of Jingyu values harmony with its neighbors, trading and living peacefully side by side. Here in Jinxia Prefecture, the people have always respected proper conduct. Under the guidance of our officials, we live with thrift and diligence. Throughout history, many of the finest scholars and generals have come from our land of Jinxia." Her words left not only the two village headmen stunned, but also the county magistrate, who looked equally surprised. A flicker of doubt passed through the prefect's eyes. This young woman was clearly not without learning. Her speech was refined and persuasive. Madame Jia, still kneeling on the ground, was struck dumb. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, "Heavens above! This girl must be possessed. She never studied in school. Where could she have learned to speak such lofty words?" Gu Ingying gave Madame Jia a confident smile. As the saying goes, after 3 days apart, one should look at a person with new eyes. I may not have studied in school, but I have learned some characters from my elders, read a few books, and gained some understanding of principles. Madame Jia's scornful gaze pierced at Gu Ingying, and she let out a mocking laugh. Whether you've read books or not, I won't argue. But with your skill at getting close to men, you could write a book about it and teach your descendants, so your special talent won't be lost. The laughter of some women outside quickly drifted into the bamboo house with its open door. Gu Ingying held back her anger with great effort. The magistrate's attendant noticed the magistrate's cold expression. Suddenly, the magistrate stepped forward and slapped Madame Jia across the face. "How dare you speak so rudely?" Blood appeared at the corner of Madame Jia's mouth, mixing with her tears as she swallowed them down. Seizing the moment, Gu Ingying spoke up. "Like many villagers, I only wish to harvest the rice as soon as possible so that Your Excellency can deliver the tribute grain to the capital in time. Then, when the emperor hosts the banquet for visiting nobles and princes, they can taste the fresh tribute rice from our Jinxia prefecture." The magistrate nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. But harvesting rice is not something that can be done well by leadership and hard work alone. We must also use better tools to save time and effort. Fortunately, the weather has been kind, and the rice can be harvested and dried in time to complete this important task. Gu Ingying spoke with confidence. "Gu, stop talking nonsense. Haven't we always harvested this way in past years?" The county magistrate said impatiently. Gu Ingying bowed respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant. "Your Excellency, I am not being reckless. While working in the fields, I have also been thinking about how to save effort and speed up the process so that the tribute grain can reach the capital sooner. And I believe I have found a way." By saving effort, she did not mean hiring more people from other villages, nor asking the magistrate to lead the villagers in praying to the gods. It meant relying on their own abilities. The magistrate stroked his beard with interest. "What clever idea do you have?"
Speak.
Gu Ingying recalled how, before she came to this world, she once drove her family to an old town in the southwest for a trip. It happened to be harvest season then, as well. That old town lay deep in the mountains, surrounded by layers of terraced fields. The air was filled with the fragrance of ripening rice, and birds wandered freely among the paddies, never chased away by the farmers. When visitors came from afar, the villagers would warmly offer them homemade herbal tea. Beside the rice fields flowed a clear river. Standing on the bank, she could see the stones, fish, and shrimp at the bottom. She once thought that after a few more years, When she had finished paying off the mortgage for her apartment in the provincial capital, she would save money to buy a stilted wooden house in this hidden paradise. She imagined planting vegetables in a small garden, raising chickens, ducks, and geese, digging a pond for fish, keeping a few pigs and sheep, and bringing her grandmother's beloved dog, Laifu, to guard the home. Both she and her grandmother loved the farming village. During the 7-day holiday, they spent 3 days there, working alongside the villagers and experiencing a kind of happiness that city life could never provide. She still remembered how the villagers taught her to use a foot-operated harvester and a windmill. With confidence, Gu Yingying said, "My lord, I believe that no matter how hard the villagers work, they cannot separate the rice as quickly as with a foot-operated harvester." The crowd had never heard of such a thing. Someone repeated what Jia had said earlier. This woman must be speaking nonsense. The county magistrate gave Su Wannian a warning look. The new prefect was strict, and if Gu kept talking like this, she might end up in prison. Was this really the time to boast? Su Wannian was also at a loss. He gently tried to persuade her, "You must be tired after your injury. Come, let me take you home to rest." But someone from the neighboring village sneered, "Don't protect her, Su Wannian. If you do, then everyone's suffering was for nothing. Since it's still early, let her talk as much as she wants. With everyone here, we can all listen." The people outside whispered among themselves. When Gu Yingying saw their strange expressions, she knew they didn't believe her. But that didn't matter. If she dared to say it, she would make it happen. When the time came, she would show them the real thing and prove who was boasting and who was ignorant. Jia, who had been punished earlier, now laughed with a twisted expression, looking almost like a ghost from the underworld. She shouted loudly, "Yes, let's hear Gu talk. Better yet, make her sign a written promise, so she can't deny it later." This time, the prefect first asked the county magistrate, "What do you think?" The magistrate quickly replied, "I believe it is feasible." The prefect then looked at Gu Yingying. "You are still young, yet you can think so far ahead. That is not easy. But rules must be followed. A written pledge is necessary. I will give you the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn to think it over. If you regret it now, I can still forgive you." Madame Jia stared at Gu Yingying with a sharp, challenging look. Outside, some people whispered among themselves, saying that the Gu family girl must be crazy, and they were waiting to see how she would end up. Gu Yingying heard these words but paid no attention. Calmly, she said, "Sir, I am willing to write the pledge." The prefect pointed to a nearby table, where brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were all prepared. Understanding his meaning, Gu Yingying walked over, spread out the paper, dipped the brush in ink, and wrote the pledge as instructed. She promised that within 10 days, she would prepare improved tools for harvesting, and within 20 days, she would ensure that over 1,000 acres of rice would be harvested. If she failed, all her family's property and land would be confiscated, and her family would be sent away to live in hardship. If she succeeded, Madame Jia would kneel to apologize and return the 30 taels of silver she had falsely taken from her parents. After all, Madame Jia's husband only had minor injuries, nothing serious, so demanding such a large sum was unreasonable. The prefect personally checked the document. The handwriting was neat, and there were no mistakes. He nodded at Gu Yingying and handed the paper over. In front of everyone, both Gu Yingying and Madame Jia signed and pressed their seals. The pledge was taken away by the prefect and his officials. Gu Yingying, together with the villagers, escorted them to the riverbank before returning home. But as she reached the road near her house, she heard loud noises coming from her gate. Looking up, she saw a group of people blocking the entrance, shouting for her family to pay compensation. The loudest among them was still Madame Jia, who threw stones at the door while yelling, "Gu girl, come out here. Hiding inside proves nothing. If you don't come out, I'll set fire to your house." Gu Yingying stopped in her tracks, thinking of a plan. Gu Qingfeng had been keeping close to Gu Yingying, afraid she might stumble in the dark and fall. Seeing the situation, he whispered, "Inger, I'll go to the front door and talk to them. You slip around through the woodshed and enter the kitchen." Your second sister-in-law got up before dawn to light the fire and left some food for you. She hid it in a small wooden basin inside the kitchen. Before Gu Yingying could answer, another woman's angry voice rang out. Gu girl, come out. You may hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. If you make our lives hard, don't think you'll live in peace either. Come on, let's break the door open and settle this with her. Joshua urged. Another woman cried out bitterly. It's all your fault. You bullied us in the village, and now you even fight with the butcher's daughter over a man. My husband got dragged into your mess by your second brother and ended up badly hurt, while you act like nothing happened. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll end my life right here at your doorstep. Her sorrowful words were followed by loud weeping that reached Gu Yingying's ears. Joshua pretended to comfort her. Sister-in-law, don't do anything foolish. My younger uncle still needs your care, and your nieces can't lose their mother. Please don't think of such things. Quick, Inger, go back the other way. I'll stay here, Gu Qingfeng said, stepping in front of her to shield her from sight. It's just noisy right now. If I go talk to their family heads, they'll soon take them home. It'll be fine, he said, trying to sound calm. But Gu Yingying shook her head slightly. This wasn't a real solution. Thank you all for your patience and support. The story has officially signed today. I'm grateful for every vote, bookmark, and encouragement. Wishing everyone a joyful March. Chung Xia's note March 1st, 2022. Father, in the past I acted without thinking and caused a lot of trouble, suffering many hardships. But I also learned some lessons. I know now how to make peace with myself and with others. I'll go and apologize to them. After all, we're all from the same village. No one would really go so far as to do something unforgivable. Even if the mistakes were made by the original person, she had accepted that life and must take responsibility. A daughter makes mistakes, but it is not right for her parents to take the blame. Gu Qingfeng could not persuade her, so Gu Yingying had to go herself. She walked calmly to the gate of her home, catching several stones that Jia threw at her. Even when Jia shouted, "You shameless girl! How dare you come back? I'll smash you to death!" Gu Yingying did not argue with her. In front of everyone, she asked Jia, "Andy, you insulted me before, accused me wrongly, and even made a scene before the magistrate. Was that not enough? Now you've come to my home to cause more trouble? So what if I did?" Jia stomped her foot angrily.
I'm upset.
The magistrate told you to rest for 2 days and even let you find a craftsman to make some harvesting tool. But I'm also injured. Why can't I rest for a few days too? Gu Yingying raised her brows proudly and said, "If you want to rest, that's not hard. Just give some of your good wine and roast chicken to the officers and ask them to pass the word for you. Wouldn't that work?" It was Jia who had once dragged her out of her bedroom, thrown her into an ox cart, and sent her to the officer's bamboo hut. The smell of roast chicken she noticed there was the same as the one now coming from Jia's clothes. If Jia hadn't given the officers gifts, how could she have gotten away with being lazy in the fields? Everyone knew there were strict rules for harvesting rice. Each group had a set number of people, and each person had to harvest a certain amount. At the end of the day, if the weight was not enough, they had to pay a fine. That day, none of the 3 women met the quota, so none of them could escape punishment. The women who had followed Jia to make trouble all fell silent. Even Niu, Jia's younger sister-in-law, who had threatened to throw herself down in protest, lowered her head and dared not look at Gu Yingying. She gently touched her slightly rounded belly, tears falling from her eyes. In the past, the original Gu Yingying had often bullied Niu. Now, seeing Niu still afraid of her, Gu Yingying waited until the crowd dispersed, then hurried into the kitchen. She brought out 2 warm steamed buns and placed them in Niu's hands. But Jia quickly snatched them away and was about to eat them herself. Gu Yingying saw this, grabbed them back with force, and returned them to Niu. She knew Niu had already given birth to 2 daughters and was not treated well by her husband's family. She rarely had enough to eat. Now that she was pregnant again, she still had to work in the fields during the day and care for her injured husband at night. Life was truly hard for her. First, she told Madame Jia to leave. "You fought with a pregnant relative over food. How shameful. People say mistakes should not be repeated too many times, yet you've harmed others more than 3 times already. Throwing stones may seem small, but if you hurt someone badly, you could end up in prison. I hope you take this to heart. The people who came with Madame Jia all left, except for Madame Niu. Wiping her tears, Madame Niu tried to comfort Madame Jia. Sister-in-law, let's go back. Everyone else is left, and tomorrow we still need to harvest the fields. We shouldn't fall behind. After saying this, she turned and walked away. Madame Jia gained nothing from the quarrel. Though unwilling, she could only go home for now. That evening after dinner, Gu Yingying cooked some rice porridge with a little red bean and asked the village headman's wife to deliver it to Madame Niu. Although Madame Jia and Madame Niu were from the same family, Madame Niu was not a bad person, just too timid. At least when her husband was injured, she didn't come to demand large sums of money from them. That night, Gu Yingying stayed up to finish drawing the designs for a windmill and a reaping machine. She had barely slept half an hour when she heard a soft knock at the door. Opening it, she saw Su Wanyan and his wife standing outside. Su Wanyan said, "To be honest, I went to find every craftsman in town tonight, whether carpenter or blacksmith. But they all said that unless the great Master Liu Ban himself returned, no one could help you. So this matter." His wife added, "They refused because they lacked confidence. But Inger, you can go to Jinxia City. There are so many skilled craftsmen there, surely someone can do it." Gu Yingying had only mentioned the idea to the village headman the night before. She drew the designs after returning home. So she was already prepared for this answer. Fortunately, the magistrate had given her a few days and allowed her to go into the city. This was not a problem for her. She entered the city on an ox cart carrying grain for the officials. Once there, she went to a pharmacy to buy herbs like sanchi, ground them into powder, and treated her own injuries in a small side room. Soon, she heard a man's voice from the next room. "Mother, I'm old enough to start a family, but with this illness, I can hardly take care of myself. How could I burden Uncle Gu's daughter? After I finish my treatment and return home, please go to Gu village yourself and speak with Aunt Yun. Ask her to help me apologize to Uncle Gu's family. A useless man like me shouldn't delay a young lady's future." The man's voice was deep and warm, carrying a natural sense of kindness. Even though she didn't know who the man speaking was, after hearing his sincere words, Gu Yingying suddenly felt an urge to rush out and meet him. "But this marriage was something your Aunt Yun personally came to discuss with me just a few days ago. I thought that since marriage is such an important matter, parents could make the decision. But you, child, forget it." The woman's voice was filled with helplessness. Gu Yingying faintly felt that what the woman said might have something to do with her. But since this was ancient times and her body was still covered in injuries, she didn't dare to go out and investigate. After applying the medicine and picking up the prepared herbs from the pharmacy, Gu Yingying had just stepped outside when she couldn't help but glance back at the counter. Sure enough, she saw a man in a wheelchair being pushed forward by a woman. The man's features were sharp and handsome, his brows strong, his nose straight, and his eyes deep and bright. His whole presence carried a refined air. From his accent, which was the same as his mother's and the governor's, it was clear he spoke the official language of the capital. Perhaps finding the medicine too expensive, he politely declined his mother's offer to buy it for him. A trace of pity flashed in Gu Yingying's eyes. In her previous life, she had been a doctor. Whenever she saw someone suffering from illness, even a stranger, she always wanted to help. Leaving the pharmacy, Gu Yingying kept her veil on and followed Aunt Sue's directions toward the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was near the Lanjiang harbor. As soon as she reached the street corner, she saw the crowd outside the shop, people shoulder to shoulder, waiting to collect their iron tools. She couldn't help but wonder how she would manage. Before coming to Jinxia City, Gu Yingying had already prepared herself for difficulties. But the sheer number of people here was far beyond her expectations. No wonder the master blacksmith was said to be the best in the city. His business was thriving. Since ancient times, people had always valued proper manners. Having lived in a new world before, she disliked cutting in line even more. But thinking about the process ahead, waiting in line for a bamboo token, handing over her design to the master's apprentice, discussing whether it could be made, and then negotiating the price. She realized it would take days. If it couldn't be made, then all her effort would be wasted, and when she returned, she would face punishment. Worse, her family might also be affected. Gu Ying was extremely anxious. Just then, someone patted her on the shoulder. She turned around and saw a woman with a thick layer of powder on her face and lips painted an unnaturally bright red. The woman gave her a very enthusiastic smile. "Miss, you look quite badly hurt. Seeing such a delicate girl like you come alone to the city to find a master craftsman, your family must really trust you." As she spoke, the woman rubbed her fingers together and gave Gu Ying a sly smile. "I can't stand seeing others struggle. Why don't I take you to the master? That way you won't have to squeeze through the crowd." Gu Ying smiled faintly. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Since she had just arrived in this time and place, she wasn't familiar with the fees these middlemen charged, and she didn't want to act rashly. Her family didn't have much money to begin with, and after waking up to so many troubles, she dared not spend even a little extra. But then she remembered the sweet osmanthus cakes she had made in the kitchen before leaving. Her parents had praised them, and her second sister-in-law even said they were far better than the ones sold in the shops of Jinxia City. So she decided to take out 2 taels of silver, along with a package of the cakes wrapped in craft paper, and went around to the side window of the blacksmith shop. She told the senior apprentice that they were a gift. After tasting the cakes, the senior apprentice refused to take her silver. He only asked her to bring more cakes next time so that all the apprentices could try them. With his introduction, Gu Ying was able to meet the elderly master, whose face was covered with a black cloth and whose hair was already white. This man was the master craftsman. After looking over the drawings, the master became quite interested. For a young woman to come up with such an idea is truly rare. "Since you are so sincere and eager to learn, I will make an exception and arrange this for you ahead of time. 3 days, at most 3 days, and I will have a fine reaping machine ready." Gu Ying bowed in thanks. She accepted the tea the master personally poured for her, and they drank together while discussing some small details of the design. The master listened with narrowed eyes, never once interrupting her. In the end, he even invited her to stay for lunch at the shop. Not wanting to trouble him further, Gu Ying found an excuse to leave. At a small eatery, she bought 2 steaming buns to fill her stomach, then hurried off to find the carpenter. The carpenter was a man of few words. Whether he looked at the drawings or listened to her detailed requests, he only gave short replies. In the end, he finally gave a clear answer. "Come back in 4 days to pick it up. But this windmill you want is a rare thing, and it will take a lot of work. You'll need to pay at least 20 taels of silver." Gu Ying knew the process was complicated and didn't want to underpay the craftsman, so she agreed generously. "All right, master." By the riverbank of Lonjiang, in the most noticeable rice field, Gu Ying stood in the center, dressed in plain cloth, surrounded by curious villagers. In front of her stood a waist-high harvesting machine. It was the first time the villagers had ever seen such a thing. Everyone was curious and wanted to see if this large contraption could really be useful. Madame Jia was the first to object. "If this clumsy thing can harvest rice faster than me, then I'll admit defeat." Gu Ying didn't bother to argue. She simply held the stalks with both hands, planted her left foot firmly on the ground, and pressed the pedal with her right foot to drive the wheel. In no time, the rice grains were separated from the stalks. From the governor down to the common folk, everyone was stunned and full of admiration. Madame Jia was left speechless. "You've been working so hard beating the rice by hand, but isn't this machine faster and easier?" Madame Zhu, who always defended her sister-in-law, spoke up before Gu Ying could, pointing at Madame Jia. "Now, return the silver to us." The governor ordered his men to bring out the written agreement, demanding that Madame Jia return the money to Gu Ying. Madame Jia looked around at the villagers, her face burning red. But when she caught the governor's cold gaze, she had no choice but to bow her head and apologize. The silver she had only just gotten her hands on had to be returned to the Gu family. Some kind-hearted women stepped forward to help Gu Ying count the silver and even made sure Madame Jia kowtowed 3 times. I was wrong. Please forgive me. It won't happen again. Though she said the words, her eyes were full of unwillingness. Gu Ying smiled calmly. The more generous she appeared, the more it would upset that troublesome woman. Auntie, you're being too serious. We already made peace long ago. That troublemaker couldn't go a single day without stirring up drama. To believe her would be truly foolish. Gu Ying accepted the silver and handed it to her father, Gu Qingfeng, to keep for their living expenses. That very night, after she returned from the pharmacy, her second uncle arrived with his whole family, saying he had lost his teaching job at the academy because he had defended her second brother. Their household already had little food, yet they still tried to treat the second uncle's family well. Even so, her second aunt kept finding fault with everything. Gu Ying thought it might be better to give them some silver, so the 2 families could live separately. Little Gu girl is really capable, not just daydreaming. We've all learned something from her, someone said. Hearing this, Gu Ying looked at the man, who added, if we had known about such a good tool earlier, we wouldn't have had to work so hard. The village head then suggested, thanks to Miss Gu for solving our problem. When we get paid, each family should give 500 coins to thank her. We can't let her suffer a loss. But a man known for being stingy objected, only 500 coins? That's too little. Each family should at least give 1 tael of silver. The village head nodded quickly. Good, let's do that. Gu Ying shook her head. We're all neighbors. Talking about rewards makes it seem too distant. I don't want to take everyone's hard-earned money. A redwood chest was carried before her. The prefect said to the crowd, when you work, don't rely only on strength. You must also observe, think, and improve. Learn more from Miss Gu. As the saying goes, food is the people's first need, and farming is the foundation of the nation. You live in such a fertile land as Jinxia Prefecture, so you must treasure it. Thunderous applause followed. The officers opened the chest, revealing piles of shining silver ingots. Gu Ying estimated there were at least 80 taels. I will work hard to update regularly, usually before 9 o'clock. Wishing everyone the best in all things. Cheng Xia Siu. Gu Ying bowed and said, thank you, my lord. But I dare not keep this reward for myself. It should be shared with the villagers. Without everyone working together, even the best tools would be useless. After work is done, I will prepare food and drink at home and invite everyone to come. Making those 2 farming tools, not counting transport costs, had already cost her nearly 60 taels of silver. 60 taels of silver was equal to about 2 months' salary for a prefect. This was only true in a wealthy place like Jinxia Prefecture. In poorer regions, officials could not enjoy such pay. When Madame Jia saw the chest full of silver, her eyes stung, and she quickly shut them tight. At that moment, Gu Ying carried a basket of rice to a solid wooden machine, about 6 feet long, a little over a meter high and wide, standing on 4 legs. The prefect ordered Madame Jia, step closer and take a look. Madame Jia had no choice but to open her eyes. Under the scornful gazes of the crowd, she slowly walked to stand behind Gu Ying. What are you standing there for? The village head could not bear to watch any longer. He quickly had several baskets of rice brought over and placed beside Madame Jia, then ordered, go on, learn carefully from Ying. You've harvested the least rice these days and slowed everyone down. If you still can't learn, then don't bother coming to the harvest again. Madame Jia could not afford to lose her wages. Even if it meant lowering herself, she stepped forward to ask Gu Ying for guidance. Gu Ying did not waste words with her. She rolled up her sleeves, showing a bit of her fair wrist, and pointed to the winnowing machine as she explained to the villagers, this is the grain winnower I mentioned before. You can also call it a windmill. She poured a basket of rice into the hopper and turned the handle. The fan blade spun with a strong whoosh. As the rice fell through the opening, the airflow separated it. The full grains came out from the main outlet, the broken grains from another, and the husks and chaff were blown out through the vent. Madame Jia watched closely the whole time. breathing in dust until her face looked smudged like a cat's. Usually lazy, she was now forced under everyone's eyes to hand rice to Gu Yingying for nearly an hour, until her back ached. Gu Yingying's arms were sore from turning the handle, but to make Madame Jia taste some hardship, she calmly said, "It's fine. To me, it feels as easy as playing a game." Hearing this, Madame Jia dropped to her knees and bowed, pleading, "Please, young lady, take a rest now. I'll even wash your feet if you want. If you keep working like this, I'm afraid my back won't be able to take it." In the past few days, Jia had first been lazy just to avoid work, and later, because she was injured, she couldn't keep up with the others. Altogether, her poor performance made everyone unhappy. Now that Jia wanted to quit, who would still give her another chance? From the elders with white hair to the children missing their front teeth, everyone said Jia hadn't harvested much rice these days and should do her share of work. Since the windmill was a rare thing, some villagers, after watching it, wanted to try it themselves. So, as soon as Gu Yingying stepped away, someone else quickly took her place. Jia ended up collapsing from exhaustion in the rice field. After sending off the prefect and his group, Gu Yingying kept her promise and went home with Madame Zhu to prepare dinner, planning to invite the villagers to eat together. The original Gu Yingying had offended many people before. Even though everyone had been working hard at harvesting these days and didn't keep bringing up the past, some injured people still hadn't recovered and were taken to the jail for discipline. The main reason was a quarrel between two villages that turned into a fight, leaving many injured. Although no one died, so no lives had to be repaid, they still had to spend about 10 days in jail. For farmers, such delays could ruin the farming season. Gu Yingying invited the villagers to dinner partly to discuss how to help the families of the injured with their rice harvest. For example, everyone could lend a hand, and she would pay them some wages. She could also hire workers from other villages and pay them as well. After discussing with her family and the village head and his wife, she received their full support. When Gu Yingying and Madame Zhu returned home and were about to wash their hands to start cooking, they saw her second aunt, Shen Rui, and her cousin, Gu Yao. The mother and daughter were both dressed beautifully, with light makeup on their faces. Even standing in the simple mud brick house, it was clear they didn't belong to this place. They carried a natural air of distance, as if keeping others away. From the memories left by the original Gu Yingying, and from her own interactions with them, she had never once seen them smile at her. Not even a small smile. She placed the pastries she had made on the table and invited them to eat. But they only had her second uncle pass them over, refusing to say a single word to her. When she and her second sister-in-law returned to the house, their aunt and cousin threw out a pile of dirty clothes, forcing the second sister-in-law to wash them. Perhaps because the original owner and her second brother had gone too far in the past, they had indeed hurt their uncle's family deeply. No matter how much trouble the aunt caused, her parents never said anything about it. As soon as Shen Rui saw Zhu, she spoke in a bossy tone. "Hurry up, go collect the clothes that have dried in the sun, fold them neatly, and wash the ones we changed today." Just as Zhu was about to leave, Gu Yingying quickly grabbed her hand. Since their parents and uncle were not around, why should she give in to these two women, who were vain, lazy, and had never treated them kindly? Shen Rui noticed this and looked at Gu Yingying with a probing smile. "Inger, only you two came back. Where are your parents?" Gu Yingying answered honestly, "They went to buy straw. It's almost dark, and instead of coming back to cook for us, they went to buy straw. We didn't even have lunch, and I'm starving," Gu Yao complained, venting her anger on Gu Yingying. "Cousin, once the season passes, the weather will turn cold. If we don't buy straw to spread in the cowshed, how will the cattle stay warm? And if the cattle get sick, who will plow the fields for us next spring?" Gu Yingying didn't want to explain to her foolish cousin, but since her aunt was present, she had no choice. A cow is just an animal. Why should I care if it's warm or not? Gu Yao snapped, pointing her finger right at Gu Yingying's nose. "Tell me, what's more important, my family's lives or your animal shelter?" Gu Yingying quickly pushed her hand away. "I'm your elder cousin. Please show some respect." After all, her uncle was an educated man, and her aunt's father had once been a village teacher who had studied the classics. How could her cousin, raised in such a family, still lack basic manners.
Bah.
Gu Yao spat in disdain and sneered. Why don't you go be the cow's cousin instead? Buy it straw, make it a nice bed. Let's see if it will feed you or take care of you when you're old. Gu Yingying was about to snap back, but then she noticed her second sister-in-law, who was usually very patient with her cousin, glaring at her this time and asking, for someone from a family that values learning, how can you tell your cousin to go serve the ox? Then what does that make you? And what does that make the rest of us? You're like a hen that can't lay eggs, worthless, Gu Yao said with disdain, staring at Madame Zhu. Gu Yingying couldn't stand anyone bullying her second sister-in-law. Right in front of Shenrui, she slapped Gu Yao across the face and said, You eat the meals my second sister-in-law cooks. You wear the clothes she washes for you. Yet you repay her kindness by stabbing her in the heart. Has her conscience been eaten by wolves? From the memories left behind by the original owner, this cousin and second aunt had always looked down on her. Every time she went into town with her family, it was either to deliver vegetables and fruit to her second uncle's household by ox cart, or to bring them pork and mutton after slaughtering animals for the winter. But no matter what they delivered, the best they ever received in return from her second uncle's family was a few scraps of cloth from her second aunt. Those scraps were so small and useless that they could only be pieced together to make shoes, which took a lot of time and effort. The original owner never liked accepting them. Being straightforward, she once said right in front of her second aunt, We don't need this. My family has plenty of cloth. From then on, she never received even a single scrap again. As for Madame Zhu, after marrying into the family, she had gone into town with the original owner and her mother to visit the second brother studying at the academy, and had even stayed at the second uncle's house for a few nights. But she was either called over by her second aunt to clean rooms, or ordered by her cousin to cook late-night snacks. Madame Zhu's family was poor, and the only reason she was able to marry into the Gu family was because her father was a close friend of Gu Qingfeng. Their friendship was so strong that they arranged the marriage between her and the second brother. The original owner, being snobbish, looked down on Madame Zhu, believing she had only married into the family because of the Gu family's status. So when relatives gossiped about how Madame Zhu had been married for some time but still hadn't given the family a child, the original owner would sometimes join in the mockery. I really don't know why my second brother was so foolish, listening to our parents and marrying you. But Madame Zhu never minded, and still treated the original owner like her own younger sister. Well, the sun must be rising from the west today. You're actually standing up for your second sister-in-law. Then let's see who else dares to stand up for you. The moment Shenrui saw her daughter being hit, especially by Gu Yingying, a girl from the countryside, she immediately raised her hand to strike Gu Yingying's face. Luckily, Madame Zhu quickly pulled Shenrui back. Gu Yao was so angry that she stomped her feet, but she forced herself not to cry, as if shedding tears would mean she had lost. She glared coldly at Gu Yingying and the others and said, Your food is worse than animal feed. Do you think we care to eat it? No one invited you here. Madame Zhu snapped, furious. Even though her husband had made mistakes that caused her second uncle to lose his job, she and her in-laws had still treated them with kindness. Yet, instead of gratitude, they only received scorn. Why should she keep swallowing her anger and letting others push her around? But we won't leave, Gu Yao said, her eyes sharp as she looked at Madame Zhu, and especially at Gu Yingying. Not only will we stay, but we'll live and eat here for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, both Gu Yingying and Madame Zhu were enraged. Madame Zhu retorted without hesitation, Do you have no shame? Who is supposed to support you forever? Shenrui then added, If you don't let us stay here, fine. We'll go back to Jinxia City. But all our food, clothing, daily expenses, and social needs must still be covered by you. Gu Yingying gave her a mocking smile. Second aunt, we took you in out of family ties. But instead of being grateful, you treat us like servants, showing off and making us feel humiliated. This kind of behavior is unfair to everyone. After saying this, Gu Yingying pushed past Gu Yao, turned around, and went straight into the kitchen. After all, the villagers would soon arrive for the meal. If the fire wasn't lit and the food wasn't cooked, how could they host anyone? Shinrui and her daughter only caused trouble and delayed things. Madame Zhu quickly followed her in, took the matches, and crouched down to light the stove. In no time, she had the fire burning steadily. Gu Ying couldn't help but admire her. Even though she had humbly asked her second sister-in-law for advice before, she still couldn't manage these chores as skillfully. Cooking, however, was different. In her past life, she had been good at it, so this was no challenge for her. But just as she picked up the spatula to stir-fry the vegetables her second sister-in-law had chopped that morning, the spatula was taken from her hands. You've been busy all day, and you haven't even had a sip of water. On top of that, those two women upset you. Leave these small tasks to me. Gu Ying quickly snatched the spatula back, tossing the vegetables into the wok as she spoke to Madame Zhu. You just keep the fire going. Why are you always trying to take my spatula? I'm telling you, if you do this again, I'll be upset. Madame Zhu sighed helplessly and did as she was told. Rolling up her sleeves, Gu Ying stir-fried the vegetables, then used a small copper pot to cook some cured pork ribs with chunks of white radish and a few seasonings. The rich smell of meat soon filled the kitchen. Gu Ying took in a deep breath of the delicious aroma, then picked up a rib with her chopsticks and held it to Madame Zhu's lips. But Madame Zhu didn't open her mouth. She had broken that habit before marriage, and besides, she would never eat secretly in front of her younger sister-in-law. Just taste it and see if it's too salty or not salty enough, Gu Ying said quickly, giving her an excuse. Madame Zhu smiled faintly. Cured meat was never bland, but she understood her sister-in-law's kindness, so she accepted the bite. She also tried a piece of the egg pancake, fragrant with green onions, and found it truly delicious. She immediately gave her sister-in-law a thumbs up. This level of cooking, she could never match it, no matter how many years she practiced. Unable to hold back, she complained softly. Ever since they came, Father and Mother have been killing a chicken every day to nourish them. But still, they say our food isn't good enough. Exactly. Gu Ying's anger, which she had forced down earlier, flared up again at the thought of Gu Yao's words. She spoke her true feelings to Madame Zhu. She said that cows are just animals. But does she know how kind, loyal, patient, hardworking, and enduring they are? Cows have so many good qualities, yet she doesn't have a single one of them. Just as Gu Ying finished speaking, the wooden kitchen door was kicked open. She looked up and saw Gu Yao's face, twisted with rage. Behind her stood their mother, second aunt, and Madame Zhou, the wife of the village head, along with Zhou Yun. Some people not only eavesdrop, but also throw a tantrum in front of everyone. This was truly eye-opening. Elder sister-in-law Su, you both saw that, didn't you? Shinrui said in a low, heavy voice, her eyes complicated as she looked at Gu Ying. To anyone who didn't know the truth, it would seem as if she had suffered a great wrong. Taking advantage of her words, Gu Yao covered her face with both hands and burst into loud sobs. No matter how their mother and Madame Zhou tried to comfort her, she refused to listen. Crying, she said, Mother, you, grandfather, and father have all worked so hard to help uncle and my cousins, but in the end, all you received was their cold looks. Mother, this time I finally believe what people say. Some people just never change. Even after hearing what Gu Yao said, Gu Ying only focused on cooking. She neither explained nor admitted anything. Madame Zhou had come to help with the meal. Even though she was on good terms with the Gu family, she didn't want to get involved in their family matters. She simply gave Shinrui a polite smile, then went over to the stove to help. She saw Gu Ying neatly arrange the slices of radish, then quickly cut them into fine strips, thin, and even like noodles. Madame Zhou was both surprised and impressed. She turned to Qin Lingfeng, Ying's mother, and said, Inger's knife skills are truly amazing. I dare say, in our whole village, you won't find another young woman with such talent. Qin's eyes were full of joy, though she still answered modestly, Sister-in-law, you flatter her. Inger's cooking is fine for our family, but how could she compare with all the skilled women in the village? Madame Zhu, however, was not pleased with such modesty. Mother, little sister, deserves the praise. Why be so humble? You, as her sister-in-law, always know how to protect her, Qin said with a shy glance at Zhu, not knowing whether to scold or praise her daughter-in-law. Hearing her mother, her sister-in-law, and Madame Zhou chatting happily, Gu Yingying felt her heart grow much lighter. She thought to herself, if the original Yingying were still here, perhaps they would never have had the chance to see how good her cooking really is. Even her mother, while chatting with Madame Zhou, said with a smile, I only recently had the chance to taste Inger's cooking. To be honest, it's even better than mine. Her mother was wise. She encouraged her daughter without belittling her daughter-in-law. In this, Yingying truly admired her mother. No one paid attention to Gu Yao anymore. Shenrui, as a mother, couldn't let her daughter argue in the kitchen, so she pulled her away. Soon, a few more women came to the kitchen door and asked if they could lend a hand. Gu Yingying glanced at the dishes already set on the wooden table and smiled. Once I finish this fish hot pot, the food will be ready to serve. You've all been busy all day. Please go sit in the side room, rest a bit, and have some water. When only the family ate together, everyone would sit around the same table. But when guests came, the family would tidy up a side room so that the women could sit there. The men, on the other hand, would sit with the host, drinking tea and chatting. Dishes filled with delicious aromas were brought to the table. Gu Yingying sat in the side room next to the main hall, and she could clearly hear the voices from there. They were all praising her, just as Aunt Zhou had said, complimenting her cooking skills. Soon, she heard her father say, Everyone, please eat as you like. We may not have rare delicacies, but as long as we can gather together happily, it's no less than a feast. The sound of cups clinking followed. Not long after, Gu Yingying heard Gu Qingfeng talking with the village head about helping the villagers harvest their grain. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least they had finally gotten to the main topic. But the laughter from the other room kept going, making it harder for her to keep listening. Madame Zhu placed a chicken drumstick in Gu Yingying's bowl and gently reminded her, Eat while it's hot, or it'll get cold. You worked so hard to make all these dishes, but you're not eating properly. Gu Yingying looked at her gratefully and nodded. With so much on her mind, she didn't have much appetite, even with a table full of fragrant food. Still, she picked up her chopsticks and placed some stir-fried eggs with chives into Madame Zhu's bowl, urging her to eat too. Go serve the soup. Sitting across from her, Gu Yao pointed at the large porcelain bowl and spoke to Gu Yingying in a commanding tone. Madame Qin felt displeased, but she quickly stood up to take a bowl. Unexpectedly, Shenrui also stood up, forcing a faint smile as she said to Madame Qin, Sister-in-law, let me do it. Mother! Gu Yao quickly grabbed Shenrui's hand, stopping her. How could she let her mother serve these village women? Auntie, let me do it. Madame Zhu hurriedly stepped in before the two elders could leave the table. She quickly filled a bowl of pork rib and lotus root soup and placed it in front of Gu Yao. Seeing Gu Yao scoop soup again, first for herself and then for Shenrui, Gu Yingying couldn't help but feel puzzled. Both mother and daughter ate quite a lot, yet they were still slimmer than her. How was that possible? The bowl of soup placed across the table had not been touched by anyone. When Gu Yingying looked at Gu Yao, the women sitting around the table were also watching her. But she had little appetite and didn't notice that Madame Zhou and the others had been staring at her for quite a while. After the guests finished eating and drinking, they left. Gu Yingying and Madame Zhou gathered the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash them. Not long after, Madame Qin came in and shared some good news with Gu Yingying. Inge, your father just told me that today, in front of Uncle Su, the villagers all said they could handle the rice harvest themselves. Did this mean they didn't want money or help from them anymore? Gu Yingying shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't believe it, but she felt it wasn't very fair. Madame Qin understood her thoughts and said softly, maybe they couldn't manage to build the windmill properly, even after going to town to find a craftsman. Perhaps they just want to borrow our tools. Hearing this, Gu Yingying generously replied, then let's lend them out. We can take turns using them. She remembered Uncle Su once saying that the blacksmith who had made her tools was no longer taking outside work this year. As for the reason, Uncle Su hadn't explained. While working in the rice fields, She had overheard villagers whispering that the blacksmith was a skilled master who used to make weapons. In both the previous dynasty and the current one, there was a rule: weapons made by craftsmen had to be marked with their seal. If any problem arose, the craftsman would be punished. That master and his apprentices had never made mistakes. This was why the master dared to take commissions and, even when pressured by the magistrate, firmly said, "I made this according to the drawings given by the Gu family, not because of your instructions." In the end, the magistrate, unable to argue, rewarded her with silver. She only learned about this later, after the magistrate had gone to deliver grain to the capital, when Uncle Su told her. Standing in the kitchen, before Madame Qin went to rest, Gu Yingying discussed with her how they should repay the villagers' kindness in the coming days. They talked about which day to bring the reaper to whose field, whose crops to help harvest, and when to lend out the windmill. As for drying and storing the rice, they agreed to give priority to helping the elderly. If it weren't for the original owner and second brother not knowing how to handle things, the elders' children wouldn't have been locked up and they wouldn't be so tired now. After bathing, Gu Yingying returned to her room to rest. She had just lain down when she heard a soft knock at the door. When she opened it, she saw Madame Zhu standing outside. Gu Yingying pulled Madame Zhu inside to sit. She walked to the window and drew back the curtain. Moonlight streamed through the carved wooden window, shining on Madame Zhu's delicate face. It was nearly dawn, yet Madame Zhu still hadn't gone to rest. She saw Madame Zhu take 2 pieces of pastry from her sleeve and quickly reached out to accept them. Madame Zhu said softly, "Eat quickly. After that, drink some water and rest. I noticed you didn't eat much tonight, and I was worried you might go to bed hungry." Gu Yingying obediently began eating. The pastries were still warm, showing that her second sister-in-law had just made them. She left 1 piece and offered it to Madame Zhu. "You should eat some too." Madame Zhu shook her head slightly and sighed. Gu Yingying understood. Her second sister-in-law was worried about second brother. "I know you're still worried about him, afraid he's suffering inside. This is really my fault. I was young and foolish, and made mistakes I shouldn't have, which caused him trouble. But please don't worry, I won't do that again." "Don't think that way. We're family. Your second brother protects you, because he should. Even after you marry, this will still be your home, and we'll treat you just as well as before, maybe even better." Madame Zhu gently patted the back of Gu Yingying's hand. In the moonlight, Madame Zhu walked to the cabinet, lifted the teapot, and touched it. Feeling it was still warm, she poured a cup of tea and handed it to Gu Yingying. "To be honest, tonight I passed by father and mother's room and overheard a little. It was about you and also about Gu Yao and the others. I don't know if I should tell you." "Go ahead, it doesn't cost anything," Gu Yingying joked. "Mother said that what happened in the kitchen tonight, no matter whose fault it was, put second uncle in a difficult position. Father and mother also know you don't like second aunt and her daughters. But even so, they hope that in a few days, when mother goes to Master Shen's house to bring them back, you'll be willing to forgive them." Hearing this, Gu Yingying shook her head again and again at Madame Zhu. Tonight, it was second uncle who went to invite Master Shen to visit on behalf of father and mother. It was also Master Shen who asked second aunt and cousin to stay at their family home for a few days. They went there willingly, so why should mother have to fetch them back? What upset her even more was that once father and mother brought those 2 lazy people home, she would have to serve them again. That made her angrier than being scolded. Madame Zhu kindly advised her, "Yingying, I've watched you grow up, and I've always treated you like my own sister. To be honest, if you had been born into an official's family, you would surely have married a talented and refined gentleman who cherished you. But now..." Gu Yingying gave Madame Zhu a knowing look. Her own goals were different from the original girls, but she didn't bother to explain. She understood that in this time, an unmarried woman could not live alone. Father and mother allowed second uncle's family to stay and tolerated second aunt's behavior not only because of past mistakes made by the original girl and her brother, but also because they wanted the family to stay united. Besides, her reputation had already been damaged long ago. If second aunt stayed at her parents' home for just a few days, it was fine. But if she stayed too long, people with ill intentions might start spreading unpleasant rumors. She needed to earn more money, give some to second uncle's family, and let them rent a place in town to live on their own. The next morning, Gu Yingying got up early, washed, and went to the kitchen to cook porridge. She saw that Madame Zhu had already made some sweet cakes. No need to ask, father and mother must have gone to Master Shun's house to bring those troublesome people back. Gu Yingying quickly ate 2 pieces of cake, drank a little rice wine, then went to the cowshed to lead the ox out. She said to Madame Zhu, second sister-in-law, I'm going out to graze the ox. The ox has enough to eat. No need to take it out, Madame Zhu said gently, thinking she understood Yingying's feelings. Even if they come back, it just means cooking a little more food. Besides, you are the eldest daughter of the main branch. Who would dare to always make things hard for you? Gu Yingying laughed. Things were not as her sister-in-law imagined. My beauty pills are sold out, and the villagers have already placed new orders, some even paid in advance. I'm going to the bamboo forest to gather herbs, and I'll take the ox out for a walk at the same time. 2 tasks done at once. Why not? During the days of harvesting in the rice fields, even though everyone was busy, some kind-hearted women still showed concern for her injury. Her wound was on her forehead, leaving a small scar the size of a bean, dark purple in color. After she applied medicine, the swelling on her face slowly went down, and her skin became fair and smooth again. The women were curious to see if the scar on her forehead would also fade. 7 days later, she removed the white cloth wrapped around her forehead. While eating lunch by the fields, the women eagerly gathered to look at her. One of them said to Madame Zhou, Sister-in-law Su, I must say, the medicine that little Gu used really works. The scar on her forehead has become much lighter. 3 days later, another woman said to Madame Zhu, Your sister-in-law used to put on makeup every day and wouldn't step outside unless she was dressed up. In our countryside, that was quite annoying. But now, she eats and dresses just like us. Somehow, I find her much more pleasant to look at. Madame Zhu glared at the woman. What did that have to do with her sister-in-law? It was only that woman's own lack of manners. Gu Yingying was leading the ox toward the bamboo grove when she met Madame Zhou and her daughter on the road. Both were wearing new long skirts, their faces bright with warm smiles. Not far away, Su Xinlan also looked at her. Even though Yingying wore only plain cloth clothes, with her hair simply with a wooden hairpin and no makeup at all, she was still as beautiful as a fairy. Su Xinlan couldn't help but whisper, I almost didn't recognize her. Mother, I want to save some money too, so I can ask her to make me some beauty medicine. Silly girl, you're fine as you are. Why buy such things? Madame Zhou gave her daughter a sideways glance. Don't say such nonsense again. True beauty comes from the heart. Besides, your sister Yingying is naturally stunning. There's no doubt about that. Hearing this, Gu Yingying neither doubted their words nor thought that just because she had crossed into this world with a beautiful face, she had gained some advantage. She knew well that in her past life, she had worked so hard not only to live better herself, but also to bring her only family, her grandmother, to live with her and care for her. But after coming here, even though she constantly thought of her grandmother, she rarely even dreamed of her anymore. Mother, we were just reading when Sister Yingying arrived. Su Xinlan's cheerful voice broke Gu Yingying's thoughts. She looked up at Su Xinlan, who was walking toward her, and greeted her with a smile. Xinlan, you and Aunt Su are here too. Yes, my mother is waiting for a special guest. Su Xinlan gazed toward the road ahead with expectation in her eyes. That was the only path leading in and out of the village. She explained to Gu Yingying, if it weren't for the busy harvest days and the guards blocking the road into the village, we might have already met her. Thank you, friends, for your support and encouragement. Wishing everyone a happy weekend. The other night, Orange accidentally broke the washing machine while doing laundry. Since it's the weekend, there's finally time to buy a new one. Wishing you all good health and happiness with your families. Amazed face. Words from Qingxia. Gu Yingying only knew that Aunt Su's family lived near the capital. Because one of her relatives was a close friend of Uncle Sue, that was how the two families became connected. After marrying into the Sue family, Aunt Sue quickly learned the local dialect of Jinxia, so she rarely spoke the official language of the capital anymore. Perhaps the relative they were waiting for was someone from the capital side of the family. She remembered that after her second uncle's family returned, the Sue family often sent over chickens, ducks, and fish. At the village entrance, Gu Yingying only exchanged a few words with Aunt Sue before leading her cow back home. She planned to catch 2 geese and prepare some sticky rice to send to the Sue family so they could cook a few dishes for their guest. When she returned home and stood in the main hall, she overheard voices coming from the side room. "Second brother, your elder brother and I have already gone to invite them, but your sister-in-law still refuses to come back. Why don't you and your elder brother go to the Shin family again and bring them home?" "Sister-in-law, this matter. It's not so easy." Second uncle Gu Qingyu hesitated. "You're just going to bring your own wife and daughter home. What's so difficult about that?" Father asked anxiously. Gu Qingyu was silent for a while before saying, "If Yingying personally goes to apologize to her second aunt, I believe she would forgive her." Hearing this, Gu Yingying sneered inwardly. "Wishful thinking." Gu Qingfeng said, "Second brother, you spoil your wife too much, but we won't say anything about that. But you should also tell her that no matter what, she is still an elder, and she should show the dignity of one. Inger has indeed caused a lot of trouble in the past and dragged you all into it. But during this time, she has been trying hard to change. Why should we make things difficult for a child?" Gu Yingying smiled lightly. When it came to important matters, her father still had a clear sense of right and wrong. When she walked to the pond, she saw a group of geese happily swimming in the water. Seeing them so carefree, how could she bear to catch them and give them away? Back in the house, she gathered some glutinous rice and a little flour, packed them separately in cloth bags, and sent them to the Sue family. Usually, when the Sue family had guests, they would also invite her family to join them for a meal. By coincidence, both families had visitors today, but the Sue aunties didn't mention anything. When she arrived outside the Sue family's courtyard, she noticed the gate was wide open. She quietly walked over and placed the 2 bags of rice and flour at the entrance. As she turned to leave, the Sue family's big yellow dog wagged its tail at her, treating her as one of its own. Back home, no one mentioned that the Sue family had guests. She couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that the Sue family's visitors this time were people who weren't convenient to meet others? But it wasn't something she could ask about directly. Even when she went alone into the woods after lunch and met some villagers along the way, she only greeted them politely without saying much. By the light of a lantern, Gu Yingying sorted through herbs in the storage room. There were many hawthorn trees in the forest, their red fruits looking beautiful. She tasted 2 of them, sweet and sour, then picked some from several trees, filled her small basket, and carried them home. That night, she carefully selected the best fruits, went into the kitchen, found some ice and sesame, and began making candied hawthorn skewers. As for the dandelions she had dug up in the forest, she planned to spread them out in a basket to dry the next morning. Later, she could prepare some dandelion tea for her parents, which would be useful in the summer. Half an hour later, Gu Yingying carried the finished candied hawthorn skewers to the door of Gu Qingfeng's room. Even though the lamp inside was already out, she could still hear sighs. She faintly heard her mother's voice. Such a fine young man, someone so reliable, yet his life has been held back like this. Standing at the door, Gu Yingying thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out who her mother was talking about. I gently knocked on the door and soon heard Qin's voice. "Inger, are you still awake?" "Mother, I will go to bed soon," Gu Yingying replied with a smile. Soon, the room lit up, and Qin opened the door. When Qin saw the hawthorn fruits on the tray, each one was coated with syrup, shiny and translucent, looking like tiny red lanterns. They looked very festive. She couldn't help but pick up a small bunch and taste one. Gu Yingying carried a tray, placed a plate on the small wooden table for Qin and her family, then turned to leave and took a plate to Zhu. She found Zhu still awake, sitting by the bed making cloves, with an oil lamp lit inside. Gu Yingying's eyes showed pity. If the original owner hadn't caused trouble, her second sister-in-law wouldn't have to work so hard. During the day, she was busy with farm work and feeding the animals. She also prepared all 3 meals. After finally finishing her chores and having some rest, she still had to sew a long gown for her second brother. She planned to ask someone to bring it to him later, worried he might catch a cold. Zhu smiled apologetically at Gu Yingying and said, "I'll sew a little more, and it will be finished soon. You can put this down first. I'll eat later. I can already smell the delicious aroma, and it looks quite good." Gu Yingying followed her instructions. But before leaving the room, she couldn't help asking Zhu a question. "Second sister-in-law, if you and my second brother weren't engaged, and your father and my father didn't have much contact, just fellow villagers, if someone came to propose marriage for my second brother, would you agree?" Zhu blushed shyly and smiled. "As a girl, I don't have much say in choosing. If someone comes to propose, I'll listen to my parents' opinion. If they say yes, I will marry. As parents, they won't treat their children unfairly. Having a wife as kind and virtuous as you for my second brother is truly a blessing. It's also because our Gu family has done good deeds that we can become family with someone as wonderful as you," Gu Yingying sincerely said. Zhu suddenly felt a warm wave in her heart, which instantly washed away the sadness she had been holding for days, and she tearfully felt moved. At the moment Gu Yingying opened the door, Zhu looked at her, tears falling onto her fingertips, warm and touching. "Yingying, being able to become family with you is one of the happiest things in my life." Zhu finally managed to hold back her tears and sincerely wished Gu Yingying, "You will marry into a good family someday and live a better life." Gu Yingying nodded and said, "I will work hard to earn money so that our family can have a better life." After bathing and returning to her room, Gu Yingying kept thinking about Zhu crying and blessing her. She felt something was not quite right. She wondered if Zhu had heard something outside that involved her, which made her say those words. Or maybe Zhu already knew some things but hadn't told her. She thought about it for a long time but couldn't find a good answer. It wasn't until the next morning, after washing up and choosing some ice gourds to give to the Su family, that she heard Zhu say, "Sister, I won't hide from you. Before dinner yesterday, Aunt Su came to our house to see Mother. They talked in the side room for a while. I don't know what they discussed. Anyway, when Aunt Su left, I saw her eyes were red. In the memories left by the original owner, Aunt Su was gentle but rarely cried in front of others." Gu Yingying wanted to know the truth. She didn't ask Qin Shi or Aunt Su directly. Instead, after delivering the ice gourds to the Su family, she asked Su Xinlan to go pigweed gathering with her, indirectly trying to find out more. Su Xinlan kept pulling weeds and gathered a big handful, then put them into Gu Yingying's bamboo basket. When Gu Yingying asked her questions, Su Xinlan smiled and nodded occasionally, but didn't say much. Gu Yingying felt confused. In the memories left by the original owner, Su Xinlan was not such a quiet person. She was honest, straightforward, and brave in love and hate. When she saw the original owner bullying someone, she would step in to stop her and also point out what she did wrong. Of course, the original owner had some opinions about Su Xinlan in these aspects. But because the Gu and Su families had a good relationship, and everyone in the village knew that the Su family had a strong background, more powerful than most people could imagine. Otherwise, how could villagers from Gujia village go to the royal rice fields to harvest grain for free, eat and drink without paying, and still get paid? The village by the Longjing River was not the only one in the area. The original owner knew she couldn't afford to offend the Su family, so even if she felt uncomfortable inside, she didn't dare to do anything to Su Xinlan. However, Gu Yingying recalled that when she was driven into the rice fields by the Jia family and first met Su Xinlan, her mind was filled with all the good things about Su Xinlan. When Su Xinlan learned about the original owner's pursuit of Fu Xian, she told her directly to be more careful, saying that she and Fu Xian were not suitable, so she shouldn't force it. The original owner didn't listen and continued to cling to Fu Xian stubbornly. Su Xinlan couldn't stand it anymore and scolded her. "You are from a decent family, and you should think about your own reputation and also give some face to Uncle Gu and the others." There are many honest young men in the world. Why are you bothering a scholar who is engaged but not yet married? Humph, not yet married. I won't let her enter Fu's house. The original owner stubbornly refused to give up. Thinking back on these things, Gu Yingying vaguely guessed the reason. Most likely because of the things the original owner had done before, Su Xinlan didn't trust her much.
So she didn't say much.
She asked a few questions, but saw that Su Xinlan didn't reply, so she quickly picked some grass and put it into Su Xinlan's bamboo basket. In just a short while, both of them had filled each other's baskets. Su Xinlan reached out, took the few blades of grass from Gu Yingying's hair, tidied her hair, and tentatively asked, "Yingying's sister, could you lend me the medical books you've read? I want to learn." "Yes, I do have some medical books, but I need to find them first. Once I find them, I'll send them to you," Gu Yingying replied thoughtfully. The original owner couldn't read or write, so she didn't have much opportunity to study. However, she had treated her own injuries and also helped villagers with headaches and stomach pains, so her medical skills were well regarded. Even her enemies, like the Jia family, no longer dared to question her. But the villagers often asked her how she learned medicine and who taught her. She could only say that her parents taught her to read, and she learned to read on her own. She never expected that Sister Xinlan would come to borrow books to study medicine. Fortunately, on the day she went to the pharmacy to buy medicine, she also visited a few bookstores on West Street, bought some old medical books, and later brought them to Su Xinlan. When she took the medical books to Su's house, Gu Yingying wanted to ask Su Xinlan why she suddenly wanted to learn medicine, but she felt it was not appropriate to ask directly. So she decided to wait until Su Xinlan was willing to share. Su Xinlan unwrapped the light pink cloth that wrapped the medical books and found that the books had been sewn back together with new thread. The paper of the book has already turned yellow, indicating it is a collectible item. When opened, I saw that the third page was torn, with only a few words visible: heart,
Pulse.
qi, and the second line had the character heat. Between the third and fourth pages, there was a small rectangular note with elegant, flowing handwriting, which was pleasing to look at. It contained words like phlegm heat disturbing the heart, pulse slippery and strong, and qi stagnation lasting for a long time, likely describing symptoms.
Su Xinlan sincerely admit Gu Yingying.
She used to think that Yingying loved dressing up, was vain, and enjoyed pleasures. At home, her second sister-in-law treated her very well, but she didn't pay much attention to her. When they went out, she often bullied the villagers. Because of this, when Yingying was pushed into the Lan River and lost consciousness, some villagers hoped she would never wake up. Especially Jia Shi, who once openly said to neighbors, "It's good that the troublemaker from the Gu family is gone. Our village will be quieter without her." But she and Yingying had grown up together. Although they sometimes argued, she didn't want Yingying to suffer. She was hopeful that Yingying would wake up. After waking, Yingying seemed like a different person. She not only learned to read but also could prepare prescriptions and treat villagers' illnesses. She became much more diligent. Such a girl would surely find a good partner who treats her well. If Xiao Yi's son didn't have a strange illness, he might have been lucky enough to marry Yingying. Thinking of this, Su Xinlan couldn't help but feel sorry for Xiao Yi's son. Unconsciously, a pair of almond-shaped eyes showed a hint of sadness and helplessness. Gu Yingying noticed and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Xinlan?" The book was old, and she knew some pages were torn. But after reading, she tried to make notes and filled in the missing parts with her own ideas. No matter what, since she bought this old book, even if it was troublesome, she wanted to repair it as best as she could. In the future, if she could travel back to the new era and recall these memories, she would rewrite the contents of this book as a keepsake. Su Xinlan slowly closed her book, looking at Gu Yingying with a curious expression. She asked half jokingly, half seriously, "Yingying's sister, if there is a man who is extremely handsome, knowledgeable, skilled in music, good at calligraphy, filial to elders, and kind to others," at this point, Su Xinlan suddenly stopped. Gu Yingying was waiting to hear more but waited nearly 2 minutes without hearing anything. She gave Su Xinlan an awkward look and said, "You only tell half the story. Are you trying to make me anxious? Thinking that Xinlan is only a little over a year younger than her at this age, it's normal to start having feelings for someone. If she liked a boy, that would be a good thing. But seeing a hint of sadness in Xinlan's eyes, Gu Yingying guessed that the boy she was talking about might have some flaws. Xinlan seemed to have made a firm decision and asked, if such a nearly perfect young man had a hidden flaw, then… Lanner, aren't you supposed to make some tea for Yingying's sister? Look at you. You don't know how to be a good host, Zhou said, carrying a tray of pastries into the main hall. She had just overheard her daughter talking about her friend's family and quickly found an excuse to interrupt. Beautiful countryside, a sweet and charming medical girl. Today marks the first recommendation for this story. Thanks to KHD. Orange here, thanks Chidian website. Thanks to YW. Thanks to the patient guidance of the editor. Thanks to friends for their support and encouragement. Thanks to family for their support, and thanks to all friends and relatives. Wishing everyone a happy weekend and all the best. Orange Summer Little Words, March 6th, 2022 in my memory. Zhou Shi is a polite person who wouldn't usually interrupt others. Gu Yingying felt puzzled. Could it be that Xinlan's crush also knows about it? From Zhou Shi's words, it seemed she didn't want to support Xinlan and her friends. She took a piece of honey cake handed to her by Zhou Shi. She tasted it and found it soft and crispy, sweet but not greasy. It was indeed delicious. It tasted somewhat similar to Zhou Shi's usual pastries, but there were some differences. The main difference was that Zhou Shi's honey cake had more honey dates inside, making it a bit sweeter. Although she understood in her heart, she pretended to be confused and praised Zhou's family. Mother Sue's honey cake is still so delicious. Mrs. Zhou awkwardly smiled. Su Xinlan then told Gu Yingying, that's not true. The honey cake you ate wasn't made by my mother, but by her good friend, Aunt Xiao. Let me tell you, Aunt Xiao is amazing. There aren't many foods in the world she doesn't know how to make. And she's also good at embroidery. Taking advantage of Su Xinlan telling the truth, Gu Yingying suggested, really? Then let me see her someday. I want to learn how to make honey cake. You know, my mother sometimes coughs in autumn and winter. Honey cake can help stop coughs, soothe the lungs, and strengthen the stomach. If I learn, I can make it often for my mother to eat. As daughters, they naturally understood Gu Yingying's wish to be filial. Su Xinlan didn't think much and agreed. Okay, when my Aunt Xiao comes next time, I'll invite you to come over. She can teach you then. Mrs. Zhou felt helpless inside. This girl was straightforward and honest. Once she stopped her, it was hard to stop her a second time.
Just say it then.
But she told Gu Yingying the truth. Inger, if you want to learn how to make honey cake, why don't I teach you one day? That would be good. Gu Yingying wondered in her heart. Could it be that the person who came to the Su family yesterday was the Aunt Xiao that Xinlan's sister mentioned? Otherwise, why was Mrs. Su still hiding things? Who exactly was this Aunt Xiao? Mother, the cakes you make, Yingying and I have eaten for so many years, and Aunt Gu has also tasted them. Your cakes are delicious, but Aunt Xiao's cakes look even better and more special, Su Xinlan said carefully, with a gentle smile. Mrs. Zhou pretended to be displeased, saying, you girl, sneaking around and praising others. You've eaten my cakes for so many years, and now you praise Aunt Xiao's. It hurts my feelings. It's not like that. Xinlan probably just wants Aunt Xiao to come and visit, to keep Mrs. Su company. Gu Yingying secretly glanced at Su Xinlan and saw her nodding at her. Mrs. Zhou believed her a little, but then shook her head after thinking. I've known Xinlan's Aunt Xiao since we were young. We've been close for many years, like sisters. Even though I married far away to Jinxia Prefecture, she still stayed in her hometown. Whenever there are festivals or special days, she always sends someone to bring me gifts, and I often bring her small presents as well. We have never lost contact. It turns out she is a good sister. Gu Yingying smiled knowingly. It's easy to travel from the imperial city to Jinxia Prefecture. There is a canal, so you can take passenger boats or merchant ships. If you come by horse, it's a bit longer, but there are inns along the way, so staying overnight is convenient. She has been in Jinxia Prefecture for almost a month. Yesterday, Lanner and I were waiting at the crossroads for a guest, and it was her. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shi finally spoke. Actually, her good sister had visited her home, but She wasn't allowed to tell anyone in the family. The fewer people who knew, the better. She didn't want to mention it to outsiders because she was worried some people might gossip or spread rumors, which could cause trouble for the wrong people. She also didn't want to tell Gu Yingying, mainly because she felt a bit selfish. She was worried that the good match she hoped to help create would disappear without a trace. It was a little upsetting. Zhou Shi's caring gaze quickly flicked over Gu Yingying's face. This woman was truly beautiful, so stunning that it was no exaggeration to say she was breathtaking. Especially her pair of beautiful eyes, clear and pure, like a tranquil pool of water. Looking at her, one could see her innocent and kind heart. Her friend was also a kind-hearted person, with only one wish for her future daughter-in-law, to love her son well and build a happy family together. But she also thought that her nephew was extraordinary, handsome, well-educated, and full of talent. Surely, she should find a girl as beautiful and cultured as Jade for him. In the 10-mile radius of the village, no girl could compare to Inger's beauty. The key was that Inger's figure was perfect, just right, not too fat or too thin. If she gained a little weight, she'd seem fat. If she lost a bit, she'd look too thin. It was just right. When Inger quietly came to deliver rice and flour, her friend was actually watching from the window of the next room and saw it with her own eyes, then privately praised Inger. She also felt a bit regretful. It's a pity my Sunner isn't lucky. Zhou Shi didn't want to refuse the Gu family's request, but considering her friend's repeated insistence before leaving, to explain everything clearly and apologize to the Gu family, she finally decided to go. She said it was her nephew's idea. Reluctantly, she gathered her courage and went to talk to Qin Shi. She emphasized again and again that Inger didn't know about this, and it was better not to mention it to her at all. Qin Shi assured her confidently, "Elder sister Su, please rest assured. I kept these words in my heart and only told Qing Feng. I wouldn't share them with anyone else." I also comforted her, and she was so touched that tears fell like broken pearls. Gu Yingying saw Zhou Shi lost in thought, her eyes becoming sad. Since no one else was in the room, she asked directly, "Are you thinking about Sister Xiaoying?" Zhou Shi held back her tears and nodded. How could she not think about her? Her best friend and her nephew were here. She was the only friend or acquaintance they had. But when they faced difficulties, they came to her house, bringing gifts, but she wasn't allowed to help them. Zhou Shi felt heartbroken and sighed. Gu Yingying reached out and took Zhou Shi's hand, sincerely saying, "Madam Su, now that Sister Xiaoying is here, if she doesn't come, you can go see her. It's not far from Jinxia City." Both mother and daughter agreed. That night, while Gu Yingying was washing dishes in the kitchen, she heard Zhou Shi say, "Sister, I made a brocade robe and a pair of socks for your second brother. They might be delivered tonight." Haha. Uncle Su and his wife have already gone to the city by ox cart, leaving at noon. Gu Yingying nodded. That's good. Second brother will be able to wear them soon. She thought to herself, Madam Su must be going to the city to visit her good sister, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. Xianlong had told her privately that Sister Xiaoying came to Jinxia Prefecture to bring her son here to seek medical help for his illness. Gu Yingying wondered, normally, there are many good doctors in the imperial city. Why did Sister Xiaoying bring her son all this way to seek treatment? Could it be that she didn't want her acquaintances to know? In the following days, Gu Yingying went out secretly with a small basket, picking hawthorn berries, buying soap nuts from villagers, and digging up medicinal herbs in the forest. She wanted to make some soap nut shampoo before her family finished harvesting the rice. She planned to keep some at home and give some to others. Once people used it and liked it, they would naturally come to buy more. She could then earn some small fees and save for opening a shop in the future. The fresh hawthorn berries she picked were all used to make icy gourds. As long as her family liked something, she was happy to make more for them. After eating a string of ice gourds, Zhou Shi looked pleased and suggested to Gu Yingying, "Little sister, do you know? The ice gourds you made are even tastier than the ones our mother bought for us when we went to Jinxia City. Maybe we should also sell some." Jinxia City has a port, many inns, bookstores, and other shops, making it a busy place with many visitors. But how sweet are the ice gourds eaten in Jinxia City? Gu Yingying isn't very sure about that. From her limited memory, the original owner ate many ice gourds, and they all tasted the same, sweet and sour. She isn't sure if her second sister-in-law said that just to praise her. After eating a skewer, Qinshi also praised her and asked Gu Qingfeng, "How about we make more ice gourds tomorrow? When we harvest the grains and go to Jinxia City to sell food, we can take some to sell. No matter how much money we get, we will bring it back for Yingying." Sell food again? Gu Qingfeng looked surprised and quickly covered Qinshi's mouth, stopping her from speaking further. Earlier, the family sold a lot of grain to pay for the injured. Gu Yingying doesn't want to sell her grain this year. But from Gu Qingfeng's expression, it doesn't seem like he is stopping her because he doesn't want to sell. Gu Yingying was curious and waited until her mother and second sister-in-law went into the kitchen. When only she and her father were in the room, she asked indirectly. The answer was, "Just remember, you can't sell the grain, whether it's the harvested rice or the processed rice." Seeing that her father didn't want to explain more, she didn't ask further. 2 days later, while Gu Yingying was organizing herbs in the storeroom, she heard Zhu Shi say, "Little sister, Xinlan is here. Mother asked me to come find you. Okay, I'll go now." Gu Yingying put a handful of herbs into a basket without spreading them out and ran after Zhu Shi. When she arrived at the main hall, she saw Su Xinlan wearing a light purple long dress. The collar was embroidered with a lifelike crabapple blossom, very beautiful. The silk fabric was smooth and probably expensive. "Your new dress is really beautiful. It suits you very well," Gu Yingying said sincerely, full of admiration. "You're good-looking, so everything you wear looks good on you." Xinlan's younger sister has snow-white skin, clear eyes like a peaceful lake, curved eyebrows, lively almond-shaped eyes, and a scholarly aura everywhere. This famous talented woman truly lives up to her reputation. When she, who has also learned quite a bit in her past life, sees her, everyone naturally likes Sister Xinlan from the bottom of their hearts. Su Xinlan looks at Gu Yingying's beautiful face with a puzzled expression, unsure how to respond. Especially the last comment, which sounds more like a compliment to Yingying rather than to herself. If she is beautiful, then her Aunt Xiao, upon seeing Gu Yingying at her home, would say, "She looks like she stepped out of a painting, full of fairy-like grace." Most people can't reach that level. Having known Aunt Xiao for so many years, this is the first time she has heard her praise someone so highly, especially praising Yingying. "You are the real beauty," she says, even if wearing simple cloth clothes. Su Xinlan reaches out to return the medical book to Gu Yingying and says this. "I already told you, there's no rush. Keep it and look at it when you want," Gu Yingying replies, not wanting to answer the previous question. Seeing Su Xinlan return the book, she advises her. "I've looked through it already. I won't look again," Su Xinlan says regretfully. Some of the prescriptions she wanted to find are hard to locate in the book. Even though only she and Sister Yingying are in the main room, and Mrs. Zhu has gone out to do some chores, she still doesn't know how to ask Gu Yingying for help. She finds some pastries from her bag and places them on the tea table for Gu Yingying, then says, "My parents went to see my Aunt Xiao. They said the ice gourd you sent was very sweet, so they also took some to Aunt Xiao. She and her son really like them, and she asked me to thank you. These pastries were specially made for you by Aunt Xiao." Seeing these pastries, Su Xinlan suddenly remembers something her mother mentioned after returning from Aunt Xiao's house. "I only knew before that your brother Xuan was sick and needed rest, so he didn't go out much to sell paintings and calligraphy to earn money for the family. But I never expected that he would get such a strange illness. Not only does he have trouble eating and sleeping, but he also made your Aunt Xiao faint many times. Such a promising young man, with a bright future ahead, is now delayed like this. Aunt Xiao has spent years raising her brother Xuan alone, enduring hardships that are hard to imagine. She and her mother both hope that Aunt Xiao and her son will have a good life. When she heard that the famous doctor in Jinxia City was also helpless, she almost wanted to go to the city to ask that doctor how he treated patients over the years. Isn't he afraid of difficult and complicated illnesses? Why is it that once I reach Brother Sun, I can't go any further? Fortunately, Mother saw for herself that Brother Sun was able to relieve his headache after eating the ice candy made by Sister Yingying. These past 2 nights, he could rest for a little while. Aunt Xiao saw this, and suddenly felt a bit hopeful again. Su Xinlan was worried that if she stayed here too long and accidentally said something she shouldn't, Sister Yingying might misunderstand. Without saying goodbye to Gu Yingying, she turned and left. Gu Yingying made some more ice candies and went with Mrs. Zhu to the Su family to deliver them. This time, she brought quite a few, more than 30 sticks. When she arrived at the Su house, she heard Uncle Su talking to Aunt Su about not selling grain this year. This was the same as what her father had said. But Uncle Su didn't explain why they couldn't sell it. However, Uncle Su said, "Lanner's Aunt Xiao and the others have all come to Jinxia Prefecture. Just stay here peacefully. If they don't want to come live with us, we can send them some charcoal in a few days so they can stay warm this winter." Su Wanyan added, "As for food, the grain from last year and this year definitely can't be sold. Luckily, we still have some old grain. We can grind it into rice and send it to them. Sai, once we send it, they might not even want it," Zhou Shi said helplessly, looking at Su Wanyan. "You just do as I say. Whether they want it or not, that's not your concern." Su Wanyan's words made it clear that there was no room for refusal. Gu Yingying watched as they talked openly in front of her, and she felt happy inside. They didn't treat her like an outsider. She understood that she shouldn't ask about why they couldn't sell the grain, or inquire about Aunt Xiao's son's illness. Otherwise, a woman asking a stranger about his illness might seem unrefined in this time and place. Thank you all for your support through favorites, votes, and tips. I will do my best. Wishing everyone all the best. Orange summer little words, but those people didn't know that, in a doctor's eyes, healing the patient was the most important thing. Why would they care about the patient's gender? Second sister-in-law was happy to chat with Aunt Su, mainly because she had recently dreamed of second brother again. Unconsciously, she also mentioned Aunt Su's good friend. She really has a hard life. So young, she became a widow. She finally raised her son well and even taught him properly. Now he's about to succeed in exams, but she faces these frustrating problems. After hearing this, second sister-in-law couldn't help but sigh. That's true. Things seem to be getting better, but then something happens. Aunt Su also felt upset and started to cry when she mentioned this. Before, Sister Xinlan rarely spoke up voluntarily, but now she quietly added, "You haven't seen my Aunt Xiaoying's son. He's very handsome. I've only seen pictures of Pan and in books. But in my life, I've never seen anyone as handsome and kind as him. He's truly the most talented and good-hearted young man, and he's Aunt Xiaoying's son." Hearing this, Gu Yingying imagined a typical romantic story, which was quite melodramatic. It turned out that Sister Xinlan liked Aunt Xiaoying's son, so she borrowed books from me. She looked through all of them, but couldn't find out what illness he had. Or maybe she only knew that Aunt Xiaoying's son was sick, but not what specific illness he had. So she had no clear idea. She returned the books and didn't mention it again. But she still couldn't forget that handsome young man. That's why she suddenly spoke up during Aunt Su and second sister-in-law's conversation. Gu Yingying thought, if that's true, she should help Sister Xinlan. Although Sister Xinlan and that young man didn't grow up together and aren't childhood sweethearts, their families are on good terms. They probably know a little about each other. That's better than relying on a matchmaker to introduce a talented and handsome young man. It's not impossible to find such a person, but it's quite difficult. To help Xinlan the next day, Gu Yingying took some money and rode into town on Gu Qingfeng's horse. Our family originally had 2 horses, one for the father and one for the original owner. Although the second brother was studying at a school in Jinxia City, our parents didn't spoil him. They let him take a boat or a cart into town by himself. The school had a dormitory and a dining hall. Sometimes, when the second brother didn't want to spend money, he would go to uncle's house to eat. That was one reason why second aunt didn't like him. Second aunt, who didn't like to lose out, told uncle that she wanted to buy a horse. For this matter, second uncle once mentioned to the original owner about leaving the horse at their house for second aunt to ride for a few days. The original owner said no. Later, the original owner met Fu Exine. I don't know what exactly happened during that time, but the only thing I remember is that the horse was gone. I have no idea whether it was sold by the original owner or stolen by Fu Xian. Gu Ying also feels quite helpless about these events. When the Zhu family learned she was going to the city, they quickly found some clothes for her to bring to her second brother, saying they were worried he wouldn't eat well inside. But unfortunately, her father saw this and snatched the black cloth bag with the clothes, saying, "That lazy good-for-nothing. Whether he can eat well or stay warm doesn't matter. Let him suffer a bit inside, or else he might think our family's money just falls from the sky." Zhu's eyes welled with tears, and she said tremblingly. Gu Ying gave Zhu a look, meaning to say that even if the second sister-in-law didn't ask her to bring anything, once she entered the city, she would visit second brother. Her father already kept a strict watch over him, so a few harsh words were understandable. But don't take it seriously. Half an hour later, Gu Ying rode her horse to Jinxia City. Remembering how Aunt Sue had mentioned during her chat with Zhu that her good friend, Xiui, rented a house near West Street. West Street has many bookstores and stalls selling antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Xiui's son was good at painting landscapes. He finished a painting at home and could take it to West Street to sell, which was convenient. As soon as she arrived at West Street, Gu Ying first bought some danggui, angelica root, and Chinese yam from a pharmacy. She also indirectly inquired with the female doctor about the woman who had come in a wheelchair to buy medicine last time, whether she had come again recently. The female doctor still shook her head and didn't reveal anything. Gu Ying felt a bit annoyed. If she had followed the woman and her son a little earlier, she might have known where they went. Unfortunately, that woman and her son also spoke the official language of the imperial city. Just as she was about to leave the pharmacy, Gu Ying heard an unfamiliar female voice. You don't know. Her son can stay up all night causing trouble. One time, he kicked the table and chairs by himself and hurt his ankle. It was her who borrowed a four-wheeled cart for me to take him to see the doctor, but her son has been calmer lately. I wonder if he met some skilled person or was given some medicine. The woman speaking is dressed in a beautiful black outfit with light makeup and sharp eyes. She doesn't seem easy to approach. Gu Ying knows that the most famous doctors in Jinxia City can mostly be found on West Street. She heard this from her second sister-in-law when she bought medicine at the pharmacy that day. Especially the pharmacist who used to treat the late emperor's headache on a dragon boat. There were other imperial doctors on the boat too, but his medical skills were the best. She wonders who the expert was that helped that person get better. Gu Ying really wants to know the answer. The woman standing next to the woman in black asked, "Didn't you say she brought her son here?" Without asking, I can tell treated him. But the woman in black gave her a subtle look, as if to say it's not a good place to talk. The woman nodded slowly, seeming to suddenly understand something. After leaving the pharmacy, Gu Ying saw the two women chatting for a while. She overheard a few words. "It's not like that. She did bring her son to see. Said he was too busy and couldn't help much. But he still gave her some medicine to try. Her son has been taking it for days, but no improvement. Strange. Who once treated the late emperor is very skilled. Who would dare take on a difficult case if even he finds it tricky? Actually, it's odd. Her son hasn't been taking much medicine lately, but he loves eating ice gourds. Maybe after eating them, he started to feel better." Hearing this, Gu Ying found it hard to believe. To find out more, she quietly followed the woman in black. When she saw her get into a carriage, she followed at a quick walk. The carriage stopped after a while, and she also stopped. Thank you for reading. Happy Women's Day. Today, I'm happy to share that Xiao Ziyang recommended this. Thank you very much. Orange will try her best. Today, Orange also received a holiday gift. I originally bought clothes for my mom, but she also bought clothes and skincare products for me. I'm so touched. Two friends also sent gifts to Orange, and she asked her relatives to help deliver presents to them. Wishing my friends happiness and joy. Orange summer little words. The mansion in front of me looks old-fashioned and very spacious. Gu Ying stands across the tall wall, able to see the tall trees inside the yard and hear the birds singing in the branches. A gentle breeze blows, bringing a fresh scent. Guiying takes a deep breath and notices the smell of kumquat and osmanthus. She really wants to know, who could own such a large house in the busy West Street, where land is very expensive? Is it a royal family member? Or perhaps a high-ranking official? She looks up and sees the character, Han, on the sign at the gate. She suddenly realizes she was right. She guessed correctly. Anyone who owns a mansion in such a lively part of West Street must be an important person in the court. Even wealthy merchants, who could afford to buy such a place with thousands of gold coins, wouldn't be allowed to live here. Compared to the previous dynasty, merchants now have a higher status. But their homes are still separate from the officials' residences. There is a clear boundary. The large taverns near the port are run by the government. Further east, there are private tea houses and wine shops. Most merchants' homes are on the east side of the street. Looking at the Han character on the sign, Guiying's mind unexpectedly flashes with Fu Xian's image. That cold-hearted man once stopped in front of this luxurious mansion. The original owner came here to see Fu Xian more often and even followed him to this place. Jin Xia's land is full of talented people. Some scholars and elegant people come here to visit, and some hypocrites often come to show off their status. Guiying guesses Fu Xian, being a fake scholar, probably thought the same. She reaches out and rubs her forehead hard, trying to clear her mind of any other scenes that might distract her from finding Sister Xinlan's anti-showing. But even when her forehead hurts from rubbing, it doesn't help. She feels sick inside and wishes she could pull Fu Xian out of her mind, cut him into pieces, and feed him to the wolves in the wilderness, just to stop feeling so disgusted. But as soon as she has this thought, the tall figure of Fu Xian appears clearly in her mind, along with his contemptuous look when he looked at her. It's impossible to forget. Guiying couldn't help feeling annoyed inside. Someone as sly as Fu Xian had never truly regarded the original owner with respect. Why would the original owner be so obsessed or infatuated with him? As this thought arose, the scene in her mind changed. However, the place where Fu Xian was standing remained the same, under the big tree across from the Han residence on West Street. The original owner was riding a white horse, slowly approaching Fu Xian, with a look of obsession and love in her eyes. Seeing this, Fu Xian's usually handsome, fair face unexpectedly showed a gentle smile. The original owner's gaze toward Fu Xian became even more tender and infatuated. In that moment, she used her legs to jump down from the horse. Fu Xian walked over to the horse, reaching out to take the reins from her hand. Guiying felt that the original owner's horse was gone, probably related to Fu Xian. She needed to quickly remember how she lost the horse. But no matter how she tried to recall, she couldn't remember anything. Her memory suddenly went blank. Guiying felt very frustrated. She thought accepting the body of the original owner was really troublesome. She didn't think when she should and when she shouldn't. She kept trying hard. Now, she almost missed important matters because of this silly distraction. She was so annoyed she could scream. The red door of the opposite courtyard was gently opened. Two young women dressed in light pink elegant clothes came out, both bowing politely to the carriage and greeting, then helping a woman dressed in black down from the carriage. They all entered the courtyard. The carriage turned from the corridor to the backyard, and the sound of its wheels on the road gradually faded away. Guiying wanted to go around the corridor to the backyard to see if Sister Xinlan's aunt was living behind the yard, because such a grand house wouldn't rent to just anyone. There were guards along the path to the backyard, all young men with swords at their waists, watching carefully. How could she get past them? Guiying waited for nearly half an hour, but didn't see the guards leave. She had no choice but to step back and go to the nearest bookstore, buying a few old medical books. The contents of the books were almost familiar. Her grandfather in her previous life was a famous traditional doctor, and their family had many medical books. She bought them just to collect. She also planned to borrow books for people like Sister Xinlan. She took out a piece of mung bean cake and handed it to the wife of the bookstore owner, asking her to do her a favor and allow her to pass through their side door to visit her relatives living on the back street. Although West Street and the back MO alley are next to each other, There is no road for pedestrians to pass through. People can only go back to the intersection of West Street and take a detour. This causes unnecessary walking and wastes time. She could only ask someone for help. The bookstore owner's wife saw that the woman was polite and looked her over carefully. The woman's features were beautiful, and her eyes showed sincerity. She decided to help. The side door of the bookstore was normally not open to outsiders. But this time, they made an exception. "Follow me," said the wife of the owner, taking the cake from Gu Yingying. Even through the wrapping of brown paper, the aroma was clear, and she knew the cake must taste good. She not only opened the door for Gu Yingying but also personally saw her to the corner of the back street, warning her, "Miss, many people living in the back are outsiders coming to Jinxia City to find work. Some do not respect young women. Be careful. Some are here seeking medical help. There are all kinds of strange patients. Some cry and laugh, wanting to hug pretty young ladies. Others look normal but are dark-hearted, jealous of those who are better off. You should avoid them." Gu Yingying listened patiently and smiled understandingly at her, saying yes. The woman nodded and then turned to leave. Gu Yingying looked back and found the large Han family estate. She quickly located it and arrived at the entrance of a row of 3 houses. All 3 houses had wooden doors, but only the door of the left house was half open. Through the open door, Gu Yingying saw a woman in black holding a string of ice gourds, talking to a man in white across from her. "Try it, it's delicious." The woman's voice sounded familiar, like she had heard it somewhere before. But Gu Yingying couldn't remember where she had heard it. The man in white looked very pale, as if sick, and lowered his head, saying, "Mother, it's not that I am greedy or misbehaving. I just can't explain why the string of ice gourds you bought looks like something is missing. Is the little fruit less meaningful? Or is something else missing?" The deep male voice made Gu Yingying feel very familiar. It seemed like she was in a small room at the pharmacy, healing her wounds. Through a wall, she heard the voice of the person speaking. It was the same pharmacy on West Street. Gu Yingying even clearly remembered that when that man asked her mother to return a letter, he mentioned the words, "Uncle Gu." In the village, many people called her second uncle, Uncle Gu. Coincidentally, her second uncle's family also had a beautiful daughter. Years ago, her second uncle secretly admired her master's daughter, Shen Rui. He asked relatives to help find her several times, giving many gifts, but Shen's family refused. In the end, it was Uncle Su who saw through Shen's family's intentions. They just disliked that her second uncle didn't pursue official positions, which didn't meet Shen's family's standards for a son-in-law. As for Shen Rui's own attitude, the original owner's memory doesn't have much information about that, so she didn't know for now. But she knew that her second uncle could attend Jinxia Academy to teach because of his own ability, plus help from Uncle Su. Without Uncle Su's help, no matter how talented her second uncle was, it would be hard to get a good position at Jinxia Academy. And he wouldn't be able to marry Shen Rui's second aunt. After marrying her second uncle, the second aunt thought that living in the city made her superior. Whether she met classmates at the academy or relatives on the street, she mostly ignored them. Besides caring for her family, the second aunt only treated Uncle Su and his family well. Madame Su didn't introduce her to many people, but she and the second aunt kept in touch over the years. It's possible she mentioned marriage prospects for Gu Yao. Gu Yingying quietly looked outside, observing the pale-faced man and listening to his voice. She judged that he was weak, tired, had poor appetite, and probably didn't sleep well. She planned to go back and grind some medicinal powder to add to pastries, then give it to Su Xinlan. This way, she could help Xinlan's beloved get better, maybe even help bring them together. As for Gu Yao, that troublemaker, regardless of whether the Su family had helped the man before, she didn't support any honest person marrying Gu Yao. The woman is very lazy, selfish, and ruthless. She has experienced her harshness firsthand. Anyone who marries the harmful cousin from the second uncle's family will either be driven to anger or faint from frustration sooner or later. After returning home, Gu Yingying fed Gu Qingfeng's horse and kept it in the stable. She quickly ate some shredded meat noodles, then went to the storage room to grind medicinal powder. While eating, Gu Yingying overheard Mrs. Zhu say that Mother Su had gone to the city again this morning by ox cart. She knew that in the next few days, the Su family would likely visit Aunt Xiao again. She needed to prepare the nourishing and calming medicinal powder early, mix it into the noodles, and make cakes to send to Su Xinlan. The medicine contains peony bark, dendrobium, astragalus, and rawri mania, which are different from the usual flavor of the cakes. But if she ensures the medicine works well and makes the cakes look nice, she believes the person will be willing to eat them. Mrs. Zhu came to the storage room, sat on a small stool opposite Gu Yingying, and helped her find porcelain dishes for the medicinal powder or pour honey. Gu Yingying didn't want Mrs. Zhu to tire herself out, so she said she would finish soon and suggested Mrs. Zhu go wash up and rest. Mrs. Zhu replied, "You're not home during the day, and your parents have gone to visit Sue's family. I have no one to talk to here, so I miss you. It's hard to wait until you return, and I just wanted to talk to you." The uncles from the Su family had helped a lot at home, so her parents probably went to thank them. Hearing her sister-in-law say this, Gu Yingying felt happy. If she didn't need to find Aunt Xiao and others, she might have told her parents and even taken her sister-in-law out for a day. Her sister-in-law was always thinking about her second brother and wanted to see him so they could meet. "After you rode into the city, where did you go? Was it fun?" Mrs. Zhu asked. Gu Yingying replied, "I rode my horse into the city today and I think I visited most of Jinsha City. But I still feel I didn't have enough fun. Did you meet any of your second brother's classmates in the city?" Mrs. Zhu asked with curiosity, looking at her. Gu Yingying thought that Mrs. Zhu was not a stranger, so she honestly told her where she had been. She thought Mrs. Zhu might ask why she went to the Ink Alley, but surprisingly Mrs. Zhu said, "I heard that your sister went into the city early in the morning, and she hasn't come back yet. That troublemaker sent someone to pass a message to our house. It turns out my younger sister really went to the Ink Alley." Gu Yingying looked surprised. Ink Alley is right behind West Street with many food stalls, and it's much cheaper than at the port. "Why can't I go there? The issue isn't whether I can go to Ink Alley, but who is the shrewd woman that came to deliver messages to our house?" Zhu Shi's eyes showed doubt, clearly not believing, and asked, "Mother used to take us to Ink Alley to buy osmanthus cakes. Didn't younger sister say it wasn't very clean?" Hearing Zhu Shi mention this, Gu Yingying recalled some past events. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Things are different now. Before, I went to town with mother and second sister-in-law. I wanted everything expensive, thinking only expensive things are the best. Now I've earned some silver, and I've bought both expensive and cheap things to try. I realized my old idea was wrong." Zhu Shi still couldn't believe it, feeling that her little sister was hiding something from her. Maybe the little sister couldn't say it, or perhaps she truly forgot. But it was not good to ask directly. After all, when the little sister was unconscious, her mother fainted several times crying, and her father almost fought with the executioners. Her husband was injured to avenge her little sister. How could they bring up painful past events again and make her feel upset? Zhu Shi, though doubtful, nodded reluctantly. Gu Yingying faintly understood that her second sister-in-law didn't fully believe the answer. But there was nothing she could do, something she didn't even understand herself. While her parents weren't around, she quickly asked Zhu Shi, why did they come to deliver messages here? She hadn't gone to see Fu Xian, that indifferent man, today. Who did she offend? Zhu Shi pretended to be calm and said, "Recently, our father and the others announced that our windmill and threshing machine are available for neighbors to borrow for free. Some agreed, and they took turns using them, first this family, then that one. Because of this, the Luo family ended up last, which made them unhappy. Thinking of the hateful Jia family, who is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Luo family, Gu Yingying immediately declared, I only lend the harvesters and windmill to the second branch of the Luo family. The main branch's people are not to think about it. Chung is not easy to deal with." She didn't describe anything inappropriate, and even saw Xing air. Thank you for reading. I wish everyone happiness. Orange summer little words. The eldest and second branches have both said they don't need anything. Mrs. Zhu told Gu Yingying the news she heard. They have a new windmill. Jia's family also said that once they finish harvesting and drying their grains, they plan to take the windmill to a few nearby villages. While helping others, they hoped to earn some money too. When Gu Yingying heard this, she suddenly remembered that the girl named Xingyao's father was a carpenter working in a shop in town. Xingyao's father is Jia's third uncle. Many villagers nearby have hired him for work, so his skills are probably decent. But he has never seen a windmill blueprint, and even if he has seen what the real thing looks like, he couldn't build one so quickly. Gu Yingying doesn't believe he has that ability. Mrs. Zhu saw the doubt in Gu Yingying's eyes and added, "To make the windmill, the people of the Luo family put in some effort." Jia's family asked around and inquired from several people. Only then did they find out which two shops you worked in, making windmills and harvesters. Once they knew the place, they went to do their business. Gu Yingying sneered slightly. She had only been to the city once or twice, not a regular visitor. Would buying a few tools leave such a deep impression on others? That doesn't make sense. And another thing, how could Jia's family find out the real answer just by asking around?
Who did they ask?
To get the blueprint for the windmill, the Luo family even pooled 30 silver coins to buy it from a carpenter in the port, Mrs. Zhu said, showing her confusion about their actions. Jia's family is usually very careful with money. When neighbors borrow salt, they mark the cup to keep track. If someone returns less salt, Jia's family wouldn't agree. Yet this stingy woman is willing to spend money to buy the blueprint. Her generosity surprised Gu Yingying. Jia's family must believe that making a windmill can bring in money. But Gu Yingying needs to make sure Jia's family understands that money isn't so easy to earn. She was willing to spend so much silver to have craftsmen make windmills because she had already set the rules and both parties had signed the agreement. Although advanced tools should be shared freely for the villagers to use, the problem was that the villagers had to like her first. Mrs. Jia, the quarrelsome woman, had hurt her many times. Once, she was injured while harvesting rice, almost fainting in the field. Such a bad person, even if she bought the plans from the craftsman, would never be easy to deal with. She would not let Mrs. Jia get away with it. Mrs. Jia thought that since the villagers could use the windmills for free, she could also send her brother-in-law, who is Xingyao's father, to Qifeng village to pass the message, Zhu said, sharing what she heard about how Mrs. Jia planned to charge. Upon hearing this, Gu Yingying quickly understood that the quarrelsome woman who sent someone to deliver the message was none other than the wicked woman who had pushed her into Lan River, Yin Yuejiao's mother. It was about time to settle accounts with that family and the unfaithful man, Fu Xian. When she first crossed over, the villagers from both villages, including the county magistrate, were busy with harvest and paid no attention to her. Back then, raising the issue would only lead to punishment. Now, with the officials returning after sending the imperial grain to the capital, she was doing her best to build good relationships with people so they could testify for her later. Gu Yingying returned to her room, carefully calculating the medical expenses, lost wages, and travel costs she had incurred after her injury, and recorded everything in her ledger, which she kept in a drawer. Although Mrs. Jia had indeed repaid her family under the supervision of the magistrate, this time she colluded with Yin Yuejiao's seductive mother to steal her plans, not only peeking at her designs, but also threatening her family. That was too much. Gu Yingying packed the freshly made pastries into a food box and sent them to Su Xinlan. Just as she reached the street corner, she saw Gu Qingyu and Shen Rui nearby, apparently talking about something, standing close together. From her position, Gu Yingying could clearly see Shen Rui's expression. She looked very proud. Earlier, her mother had gone to Shen's house to invite the second aunt and cousin back, but they hadn't come. Second uncle asked her to apologize to second aunt and the others, but her father refused. Because of this, second aunt and the others have been staying at her mother's house. Today, for some reason, a strong wind seems to have blown second aunt, who looks down on rural folks, close to the nearby area. Gu Yingying knows that Shen Rui is watching her and probably won't say anything nice. But since she has met her, she doesn't plan to hide. She wants to walk calmly over and talk to them. Just then, neighbor Qianshi went to the vegetable garden to pick some greens. She passed by Gu Yingying and softly asked, "Little Gu, are you going out again?" "Yes, Granny Qian. I'll go and come back soon." Gu Yingying didn't want to tell Qianshi that she was bringing medicine to treat people, not just ordinary snacks. But since Shin Rui was nearby, she didn't say anything. Qianshi pursed her lips and leaned closer to Gu Yingying, whispering, "You're almost 20, not a young girl anymore. When your mother was your age, she married into our Gu family and became almost the head of the household. Sigh, don't you think staying at home quietly is better? You keep running around, causing gossip and trouble." Even though Qianshi didn't like Gu Yingying much in the past, thinking she was too unruly and lacked manners, she had watched her grow up and still hoped she would have a good life. Think about your parents. Help them keep their dignity. Sigh, words can be cruel. Do you understand? Gu Yingying knew that Qianshi meant no harm. She nodded in understanding and said, "I understand." Qianshi used to be a matchmaker, helping many people find partners. She even tried to arrange a marriage for second uncle with the Shin family, but it didn't work out. But the kindness Qianshi showed to the Gu family was always remembered by Gu Yingying's parents. Sometimes, when Gu Yingying's family made something tasty, they would send some to Qianshi. If Qianshi and her family collected eggs or made pickled vegetables, they would also bring some to Gu Yingying's family to try. When the original owner ran to the street corner to stop a bull cart heading to Jinxia City, it was Qianshi who heard from Xing'er about it and hurried back to tell Gu Qingfeng and his wife. If they hadn't arrived in time to rescue her from the river, her body might still be in the water. At first, she was made to go to the rice fields to harvest by Jia's family. When Xingya saw her, her complicated expression made her suspicious. Moreover, Jia kept telling Xingya to stay away from her, deliberately speaking badly about her, which caused others to mock her. That scene, she never forgot. She must get revenge for this. Gu Yingying watched as Qian's family left, then continued walking to deliver the pastries to Su Xinlan. When she passed by Gu Qingyu and his wife, even though no other people were around, she still politely greeted them. "Second uncle, second aunt, good morning." Gu Qingyu was about to say, but he saw Shen Riyue's displeased look and swallowed his words. Shen Riyue raised her eyebrows proudly at Gu Yingying, clearly showing her pride. This stubborn girl, she thought, didn't she see an elder come to the door? Why didn't she invite her in? There was a way for her to go down, but she didn't take it. Instead, she didn't mention it at all, clearly trying to provoke her. When she promised her father to stay a few days at her mother's house, it was just to let Gu Yingying understand that if she angered her, life wouldn't be easy. But she didn't expect that when she took her daughter back home, Gu Yingying acted as if nothing had happened and never came to visit them. Not to mention, she didn't even apologize. So, that slap her daughter received was just ignored? Over the years, she and Gu Qingyu, as the heads of the family, never scolded their daughter harshly, let alone hit her. Gu Yingying, cursed by heaven, dared to hit her daughter? After stopping Gu Qingyu with her gaze, Shen Riyue held her head high and said to Gu Yingying, "Inge, you're a girl, and you're already of marriageable age. Even if you don't help your parents with chores, at least you should behave properly, like other girls in the village. Instead, you keep rushing to Jinxia City chasing after the fiancé of the butcher's daughter. What kind of behavior is that?" Gu Yingying held back her anger and, in front of Gu Qingyu, asked Shen Riyue, second sister-in-law, "Where'd you get this from? When have I ever gone looking for anyone?" Gu Qingyu's smile faded from his face. After all, he had been a teacher at Jinxia Academy, and even if he returned to his rural hometown, he still cared about his reputation. Why was he talking about these things at the crossroads? Wouldn't it be bad if passing villagers overheard? He reached out and patted Shen Rui's shoulder kindly. "Let's go home. We'll see who they help today, and maybe we can lend a hand." Although Shen Rui spoke softly, her tone revealed resentment and a refusal to accept. That stubborn girl wouldn't apologize to her, so she wouldn't let her go back with him. Gu Yingying saw Shen Rui's thoughts at a glance. Knowing how proud she was, she wouldn't willingly follow her second uncle home. This was perfect. Shen Rui could stay at her mother's house, avoiding the trouble of serving her and her second sister-in-law, and not end up with a bad reputation. The rice in the fields is almost ripe. My parents are busy helping others, and they're kind-hearted. My second sister-in-law has to take care of the family's food and drink and feed so many animals. She's also busy with farm work. No one at home is free, including me. Gu Yingying said this without paying attention to Shenrui's disdainful look, and she walked away with her food box. Shenrui was so angry, she clenched her teeth. Before Gu Yingying could leave far, she made her stance clear to Gu Qingyu. Look at your niece. She doesn't respect us elders at all. So uncultured, and she likes to flirt with married men. Who would dare marry her? Gu Qingyu quickly advised, you should say less. His niece was also his older brother's daughter, a relative by blood. How could he tolerate his wife criticizing her? Say less? You should go around the village more and listen to what others say about her and about us Gu family. Should I be told to say less, or should she stop doing such outrageous things? Shenrui said impatiently. This young man, besides being kind and somewhat talented, he really didn't seem to have any other good qualities. He only knew to protect the Gu family. He didn't think about the fact that his daughter was also a Gu girl. Gu Yingying, the eldest daughter of the main branch, had tarnished her reputation, which would naturally affect other women in the clan. Surely, this honest young man wouldn't think of that. Shenrui didn't want to stay at the intersection any longer. Before turning back to the Shin family, she reminded Gu Qingyu, after you go back, talk to your older brother and sister-in-law. Tell them to discipline Inger well. Don't let her lack of manners affect the women of our Gu family. Gu Qingyu felt annoyed but knew they were outside, so he nodded reluctantly to avoid more nagging from his wife, which might lead to harsher words. I think Auntie Qian cares a lot about Inger. When you have free time, maybe you could bring her some food and ask Auntie Qian to help Inger. Also, suggest she talk to the eldest son of the shopkeeper on West Street. Shenrui looked toward the direction of the Qian family. She thought to herself that if Auntie Qian could help her with this, the second branch of the family might gain some benefits. Auntie Qian was different from ordinary matchmakers. She usually helped people find partners without asking for money. Over the years, she had helped many people find good matches and had made many successful marriages. For example, Gu Yingying, who had a bad reputation, was often praised highly by those who recommended her. No one would let her pick and choose. Moreover, the family that owned the bookstore on West Street was not only well-off but also influential. Even though the shopkeeper's eldest son was a few years older than Inger, he was decent in other ways. He would be a good match for Inger. Gu Qingyu, standing nearby, didn't think so. He knew exactly who his wife was talking about. That person used to be his student and was related to him. He was just as irresponsible as Gu Yingying's second brother, both troublemakers who caused trouble and made life difficult. Although he had studied for many years, he never passed the imperial exams. But Inger was already quite grown up. Gu Qingyu remained silent and didn't express his opinion. Seeing that Gu Qingyu didn't oppose, Shenrui continued, as long as the conditions are suitable, everything else doesn't matter too much. She's just a girl from the countryside. If she doesn't marry soon, it will only get harder. Gu Qingyu glared at Shenrui in anger. Was this what a second aunt could say? But he had to listen to his wife. When they returned home, Gu Qingyu indeed found some pastries and asked Zhu Shi to send them to the neighbor, Qian Shi. As for asking someone to be a matchmaker, he, as a man, naturally couldn't bring it up himself. But his niece-in-law could talk to Qian Shi properly. Moreover, whether this matter succeeds or not, if Inger is unhappy later, he can't be blamed as her second uncle. Thank you for reading. I wish everyone a happy weekend. But dear mother didn't know that the person she mentioned, Orange, didn't know at all. Haha, please forgive Orange for a little secret smile. Orange summer little words Zhu's family found it hard to refuse, so they just delayed, saying they would wait until they took the ox out to eat some grass, then come back to ask Mr. Qian for help. Gu Qingyu also didn't rush and agreed to wait. Zhu led the ox out and went straight to the Su family to find Gu Yingying. However, she found the main gate of the Su house was tightly closed. After asking a few neighbors, Zhu learned that Gu Yingying had gone into town with the Su family in a bullock cart. When she heard that her younger sister-in-law was going into town with the Su family, Zhu felt less worried this time. A carriage was coming from the direction of Jinxia City, heading straight toward the main gate. When the carriage stopped, Zhu, standing at the crossroads, finally saw clearly that the woman getting out of the carriage was her younger sister-in-law, Gu Yingying. She was so surprised she froze in place. When she heard Gu Ying calling her, she hurried over. Second sister-in-law, are you here to pick me up? Gu Ying wondered silently. Zhu jogged a few steps forward, bowed to the men standing by the carriage, and replied to Gu Ying, Sister, I am here waiting for you. At the entrance of the village chief's house, lanterns were hanging. Under the light of the lanterns, Zhu saw the faces of the men clearly. They were the officials she saw last time in the royal rice fields. They were all officials who had come with the magistrate to handle official business. Back then, they often patrolled the fields and looked very fierce. Today, seeing them again in the village, Zhu sensed that they didn't seem as fierce as before. Second sister-in-law is so kind, Gu Ying said softly as she approached Zhu and took her hand. The officials came to bring me back and also to find another very important witness, Mrs. Qian. Even if Mrs. Qian's daughter-in-law testified for me, they still need Mrs. Qian's statement. The magistrate ordered them to get it. As for the 6-year-old girl, Xingye, I need to think of a way to ask her important questions without frightening her. Earlier, when she was still sitting in the carriage, Gu Ying noticed that the child, who usually waits at the crossroads, was still there tonight. The thin figure of the child looked very sad. Gu Ying looked back toward the nearby intersection and softly said to the officer in charge, Sir, the young woman waiting at that front intersection is the witness I saw when Fu Xian came to the village and met me. Her name is Luo Qingxing. The officer looked under the moonlight and saw that the girl was only about 6 or 7 years old. She was covering her face with her hands, clearly scared. Getting her to testify might be difficult. Allowing her to testify is possible, but we need to take her to the official office to give her statement and have her sign. Of course, her guardian must come along and be responsible for her testimony. If her statement is false, it won't be accepted, and her family could also be punished. Gu Ying understood the hidden meaning in these words and knew the risks involved. Everyone in the village knew that Xingye was timid. Seeing her cover her face, it was easy to guess that she recognized the 2 men riding ahead of the carriage and the 2 men behind it. They were all officers. They probably feared that the person in the carriage was the governor, worried about being watched while harvesting rice. Harvesting rice in the fields isn't easy. Missing some grains or not harvesting much all day could lead to punishment. Xingye was helping her mother and grandmother with chores. Her grandmother was unwilling to exert herself, and her mother, being pregnant, was too weak to do much. So they didn't harvest much rice. Of course, they suffered punishments. Gu Ying knew all this and understood how hard Xingye's life was. Whenever she made something tasty and asked Zhu to send it to the Niu family, she sometimes also brought some for Xingye. According to Zhu, Xingye had tasted it and said, My little aunt's rice cake is very sweet and delicious. Hearing this, Gu Ying felt happy inside. In the memories left by her original self and what she learned after crossing over from her family and neighbors, she knew that the Jia family hated her, and it was related to Xingye's father. Xingye's father, Luo Xiaodong, was a carpenter. In his early years, he was skilled, hard-working, and ambitious. He wanted to open a shop in the town and become wealthy. Soon, he got his chance. After working as a carpenter for a while, Luo Xiaodong won the heart of a wealthy young woman named Suning. Suning had married before, but after 4 or 5 years, she didn't have children, so her husband divorced her. After that, her father and brother took her back home, where she lived with her family and helped run their business. When her family learned about her feelings, they decided that since she had been hurt emotionally, Luo Xiaodong should marry into the Sun family. Sun Ying's father promised that after Luo Xiaodong married into the family, they would give him and his wife money to open a shop. Luo Xiaodong had been waiting for this day and was very happy. However, not long after, the original self went to Jinxia City. While wandering near the port, she happened to meet Luo Xiaodong. At that time, Luo Xiaodong was with a young, charming woman with a captivating look, and they looked very close, almost like they had a special relationship. The woman was interested in a pair of jade bangles that cost nearly 20 taels of silver. Luo Xiaodong bought them without hesitation and put them on her. The original self found out that the woman's name was Yucaixia, a singer on a boat that performed songs. remembering that Luo Xiaodong was already engaged to someone else, the daughter of the Gu family, who did business with the Sun family. The original self knew that the Sun family often bought rice from the Gu family. She often went to the town with her parents and had seen Sun Ying. She knew Sun Ying was thrifty, gentle, and kind. If she had to find a flaw, it was that she was a bit overweight, her eyebrows looked faint without makeup, and her eyes were narrow, unlike Yucaisha's fox-like eyes. After learning about Luo Xiaodong, the original self went to the town that day and told Sun Ying about it. Sun Ying, who was about to marry into the Sun family, was furious to hear that her fiancé was entangled with another woman, especially such a woman. She immediately broke off the engagement and cut off all contact with Luo Xiaodong. The marriage didn't happen, and the Luo family's hope that Luo Xiaodong would become wealthy and help the whole family live a good life was also shattered. Especially Jia Shi, who was eager that once her younger brother married into the Sun family and became half a master there, she would also open a shop for her son. But her wish didn't come true. This resentment, Jia Shi directed entirely at the original owner. She had been arguing with the original owner every few days, and after that incident, she argued even more openly and secretly. Gu Ying understood why Jia Shi hated her so much. She also knew that if she personally asked Xingye to testify, it would be difficult. Mainly because Xingye was too afraid to do so. However, Xingye was just a 6-year-old girl who had lived with her grandparents for many years. She had never met her biological mother and didn't know what she looked like. She had never felt maternal love. Gu Ying knew that Xingye and her family all lived together without splitting up. Because of this, without her father's protection and her mother's love, Xingye often suffered from Jia Shi, her aunt. So every day before dark, Xingye would always go to the village entrance, waiting for her father to return from the town. Seeing her father early gave her a sense of security. Today, in Jinxia City, Gu Ying met again the woman she had seen near the shop by the port. She heard that not many things happened in Jinxia City that the woman didn't know about. Gu Ying realized that the woman was not only involved in middleman work, but would take any job that paid. She generously gave the woman a silver coin and asked about Jia Shi and her family. The woman said that Jia Shi had come to see her a few days ago, asking her to help find out who needed to buy windmill toys and to pass a message to Jia Shi. When the windmill toys were sold, Jia Shi would give her some money as thanks. Gu Ying pretended to be curious and asked, "In Jinxia City, how many villagers do you meet who want to buy windmill toys? Why don't you come with me to the fields and ask around? Maybe you can help Jia Shi find some customers." The woman's eyes flashed with a sly look, thinking about whether she could introduce someone to buy for Jia Shi, and decided to agree first and then see. Who would argue with money? "Going to the fields with you costs me more time and travel expenses," she said. Gu Ying pretended to be eager and said, "If earning this little money is hard, you can help me with a favor. If you do it, I'll give you 5 taels of silver." When she heard she could earn so much silver, the woman's eyes lit up with joy. She quickly asked, "What kind of deal?" "It's simple." Gu Ying whispered close to her ear, explaining how to talk to Mrs. Jia. She told her to pretend there were people buying windmills nearby. The key was to make Mrs. Jia believe it, so she could use the money to make more windmills to sell. The woman thought for a long time before agreeing. She then told Gu Ying, "Honestly, I've known for a long time that you're Gu Xiaoya from Gu Family Village. I also know about the grudges between you and Mrs. Jia. People say Mrs. Jia is a quarrelsome woman, but I see that she doesn't dare to be rude in front of you. A village woman who dares to challenge even a local officer. She must be someone special." Gu Ying didn't deny it. She knew she wasn't a patient person. The woman honestly told Gu Ying that recently Mrs. Jia had already paid a deposit and signed a contract with her younger brother-in-law, Luo Xiaodong, to make windmills. Most of the buyers were introduced by the Yin butcher and others. One generous buyer paid a deposit of 20 taels of silver for 2 windmills. That buyer was the village chief of Qifeng Village. The Yin family didn't ask for a commission. They just wanted Mrs. Jia to tarnish Gu Ying's reputation, so she couldn't stay in her hometown, and to keep her away. Gu Yingying finally understood that the villagers had been talking about her again these days, and it all related to Mrs.
Jia.
Fine. If they had been unkind to her first, she couldn't blame them. The woman also told Gu Yingying that her brother-in-law, Mrs. Jia's younger brother, was working hard to finish making the windmills so he could sell them and earn more money to save up for opening a shop. When that happened, he planned to bring his daughter, Xingya, to the town to live with him. It's better for her to be with her family than to stay far away. Back home, Gu Yingying also heard from Zhu Shi that Xingya told her her father had been very busy lately. He came home late and the dinner was cold. But her father told her, being busy is good. It means there's work to do and money to earn. Once she earns enough money, she plans to take you to the town to live, so you won't have to suffer from her older aunt and others anymore. A child who has endured enough mistreatment from the Jia family. And what about others? Gu Yingying knows that Xingya is a poor girl and hopes she can have a better life. But she opposes the way the Jia family makes money by harming others. She also knows that to get Xingya to help testify, she can only find a way through Xingya's father. Xingya often waits at the village entrance for her father, just to bring him home and feel a little warmth. Luo Xiaodong, even though he once tricked the wealthy girl Sun Ying and convinced Yu Caixia to marry him and have children, also once wanted to fight Jia Shi, his sister-in-law, because she treated Xingya badly, but was stopped by his older brother. In the village, people fight for their own and their family's interests. In the shop, they also inflate prices to earn more silver, claiming extra payment for rushed work. But no matter how bad Luo Xiaodong is to others, how fake or cunning he is, his love for his daughter Xingya is beyond criticism. Thinking of this, Gu Yingying quickly comes up with a plan: how to make Xingya agree to go with her parents to the Yamen to testify. She can also find that woman again, to persuade Luo Xiaodong with promises, so he knows there are others besides his sister-in-law Jia Shi who can introduce buyers. Luo Xiaodong hopes to earn more silver after selling the windmill, then open a shop in the town and bring Xingya to live with him. She believes that if she can soothe Luo Xiaodong and get him to take Xingya to testify, it won't be a problem. After the Yamen officials checked the account book with Uncle Su and left, Gu Yingying returned home and told her family about her errands in town today. You're just a girl. How can you go to accuse the Yin and Fu families first? Don't you care about your reputation? When Qin Shi heard Gu Yingying say this, she became worried. She clenched her right fist and hit her own legs in anxiety. She only regrets that her daughter didn't tell her earlier that she took Uncle Su's ox cart into town to go to the Yamen and confront those villains. If she had known sooner, she would have stopped her and not let her do such a thing. Previous matters, whether Inger was deceived by someone or she took the initiative to find him because of her admiration for Fu Xian, do not need to be mentioned again. It's not a happy event, and the gossip has spread all over the street. How can we face the future in-laws with any dignity? Gu Qingfeng understands Qin's feelings, but he doesn't take it too seriously. Instead, he speaks honestly. Ling Feng, why are you worried? Don't you think that even before Inger went to the official office to complain, the neighbors already knew about these things? With Jia's gossiping all over, everyone knows except the deaf. Everyone else, that is. Thank you for reading. I wish everyone a happy new week. One is happy to be recommended by Qingyun. If any friends like Beautiful Countryside, the medical girl is a little sweet, feel free to save it. Thanks for your support. Orange Summer Little Words. Qin listened silently. She knew her husband was protecting his daughter, and some of Inger's bad habits were caused by his pampering. Oh well, let these two fuss and ignore it for now. Gu Yingying saw that Qin didn't say anything and felt secretly happy. That's right. But just then, she heard her second uncle speak. Big brother, Jia talks nonsense outside. That's because she's not behaving properly. But Inger, as a girl, should avoid talking about certain things, even if asked. Why would she run to the official office to speak out herself? Gu Yingying looked at Gu Qingyu with a mocking expression, thinking, my second uncle was at the academy as a teacher, yet he worries about these trivial matters all day. When I was bullied by bad people, I didn't look for a place to argue and punish them, or seek justice for myself. I could only swallow my anger and say nothing. This isn't called stubbornness. It's foolishness. Gu Qingfeng looked displeased and asked Gu Qingyu, "You've read so many wise books. Haven't you learned how to care for your juniors?" Inger has been bullied to this extent. As her second uncle, instead of thinking of ways to help her deal with those bad people and protect her, you're talking about these twisted reasons. What's the logic behind that? Although Inger made some mistakes, she didn't deserve to lose her life over them. Inger only went to town to buy a few books. When someone saw her, they started spreading rumors in the village, saying she went to West Street to find Fu Xian again. If she hadn't clarified the truth earlier, people would keep misunderstanding her. Gu Qingfeng gave Ying an encouraging look, showing he would always support her. Even her second uncle couldn't say she was wrong. Gu Qingyu's face turned pale, and then purple. His hand holding the teacup trembled, and he finally set it down on the table. Does he not care enough for the younger generation? His older brother should think about who he lost his job for, which caused trouble for his wife and daughter, forcing them to suffer in the countryside. He rubbed his forehead and said to himself, "I feel a bit dizzy. I'll go wash up and rest." Gu Qingfeng nodded in response. Gu Qingyu stood up and went straight to the kitchen to fetch water and wash. Looking toward the kitchen, Ying wanted to tell her parents to go wash first, so she could boil some water. Usually at home, her second sister-in-law was the one boiling water for baths, but today she was outside and came back late. Her mother also had chores to do. Even if she boiled a pot of water, it wouldn't be enough for the whole family. Moreover, her second uncle and the others were used to living in the city. They always used as much water as they needed, without considering the others at home. Inger, you and your second sister-in-law go fetch water and wash first. Your father and I will sit for a while longer. Gu Qingfeng saw her daughter's thoughts and, truly caring for her, said so. Qin also agreed and urged Ying, "Hurry up and go. Wash early and rest." Ying shook her head slightly. "Mother, you and father have been busy all day. Go fetch water first." Today they traveled to town by ox cart. On the way, she saw her father's busy figure, helping an old man at the village entrance repair his house. Her mother also went over to help chop vegetables and make some pickled vegetables. The original owner and her second brother caused too much trouble, which affected many villagers. Those two elders were also victims. Her parents felt embarrassed to even have a meal with them after helping. Ying couldn't even imagine if she hadn't found a craftsman back then to make harvesters, and if that had affected the villagers' rice harvest, would everyone still be able to live well? While Gu Ying was deep in thought, Mr. Zhu had already stood up to help his parents-in-law boil water. Gu Ying heard a faint sound of the door opening and suddenly realized, so she also went into the kitchen. Only she and her second sister-in-law were there. Both looked at the empty iron pot and felt speechless. As they expected, Uncle, who only likes to lecture, never considers others. Gu Ying went to fetch a bucket of water and poured it into the pot. She also helped Mrs. Zhu add some firewood, planning to boil some water first so her sister-in-law could wash. In ancient times without electricity or internet, what annoyed her most was not being able to talk to her grandmother in the new world via phone, or play games with friends during free time. What was even more uncomfortable was the lack of a water heater, a bathroom heater, and many other conveniences. Basically, many modern things were missing, making life very inconvenient. She didn't dare to dream of solar power or similar luxuries. But during her last visit to Lanjiang port, she saw someone buy glass bottles from a merchant ship meant for storing clean water. She also wanted to save money to buy a few glass bottles, then coat them with mercury to keep the water warm. She could carry them in a woven basket or a carved wooden tub, which would surely attract many buyers. Using insulated bottles to brew tea would save a lot of time compared to constantly adding firewood by the stove. Originally, she wanted to save money to make more windmills and harvesters to rent out or sell to nearby villagers. But unexpectedly, the master craftsman who could make harvesters stopped taking orders. The real reason might be related to the ban on selling grain this year, but no one could say for sure. The person who could make windmills didn't follow the rules and sold the plans to the Jia family. Not only did they steal her business, but they also spoke ill of her behind her back. That was too much. She had to settle accounts with the Jia family. In the next few days, Gu Yingying spent her time making ice gourds and pastries, then took a bullock cart from the Su family to sell them in Jinxia City. In less than 5 days, she saved nearly 32 taels of silver. She put all the money into her purse and went to the port. She found a merchant ship coming from Yin country and took Su Xinlan and her parents aboard. They wanted to buy a few glass bottles. A few tall men standing in the hall saw Gu Yingying and her group arrive, but they didn't even lift their eyelids and continued talking in Yin language. Gu Yingying caught sight of the disdainful looks they cast her and raised her chin, pretending not to notice them. Really, just because she read a few more books and can speak some cloud country language, she can be a translator? Did her previous life studying several foreign languages go to waste? She went straight to the counter and spoke to a man dressed in a purple robe with a thick beard who was organizing purple clay teacups. "Hello, sir. I heard you came to Jingyu country this time with many water bottles. I came here specially to see and maybe buy some." Gu Yingying spoke fluent cloud country language, which made the local merchant curious and ask, "Young lady, you also speak cloud country language? Did you learn it before?" Women in Jingyu country often do business, so some can speak cloud country language. But the merchant looked at Gu Yingying carefully. She was dressed plainly, wearing a light pink embroidered shoe, without any beads on it. The only thing that looked valuable was a silver hairpin on her head. "Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone happiness and joy." Chum Chum remembered that today was the wedding anniversary of 2 elders and also wished them happiness and family harmony. Chum Xia Xiaoyu, but looking at this woman, she was polite, with sincere and hopeful eyes. She genuinely admired the engraved glass bottles and wanted to buy them. The woman's eyebrows were curved, and her clear eyes focused on the 3rd row of glass bottles engraved with zodiac signs. The cloud country merchant patiently explained, "These glass bottles are made by a top craftsman from our cloud country. You see, each bottle has a zodiac sign engraved on it. But each design is unique, no two are the same." Gu Yingying just stood at the counter, looking through the glass, and indeed saw that the patterns on the bottles were different. One bottle with a small tiger was cute, squinting its eyes, looking a bit adorable. But another bottle's tiger looked majestic and powerful, showing a kingly aura. Although she could tell the difference, she humbly said, "Yes, it's really just as you said." Gu Yingying's gaze lingered between the 4th bottle from the right and the 3rd bottle. Both bottles, engraved with different tiger designs, she liked very much. These 2 bottles were placed on the counter by the merchant, steady and stable, with flat bottoms. Sunlight streamed through the open window of the merchant ship, shining on the clear, beautiful glass bottles. The small tigers painted on the bottles looked even cuter in the sunlight, as if eager to bask in the sun and ready to jump out at any moment. Seeing the small tiger's curved eyes and tiny mustache, Gu Yingying's face filled with joy. She reached out her right hand, wanting to gently touch this adorable little creature. "Young lady, please don't." The young assistant, who was cleaning a bottle nearby, kindly warned Gu Yingying. "This bottle is quite valuable. Even if we, ordinary folks, save for 4 or 5 years without eating or drinking, we couldn't afford it." Gu Yingying wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled knowingly at the young assistant. Actually, in the new world, she had seen all kinds of delicate bottles. Because she had seen such fine ones before, she immediately recognized these high-quality bottles in the merchant ship's hall. The other shelves held lower and mid-grade bottles, which she ignored. She couldn't quite tell if this made her picky. All goods on the merchant ship were clearly priced. Compared to buying in Jinxia City or the Imperial City shops, it just cost a little more silver because of the middlemen. Gu Yingying only glanced once and remembered the prices of these 2 bottles, 139 taels of silver and 99 taels of silver. The bottles were beautiful, but her purse was too empty. She simply couldn't afford them right now. But life was long, and she believed that if she worked a little harder and saved diligently, she could buy these 2 bottles someday. Just as she was about to tell the merchant from the Cloud Kingdom that she would come back to buy them later, a mocking laugh suddenly echoed behind her. Ha! It was sharp and unpleasant. Before she could turn around to see who was there, a cold female voice came from behind. "Hey, Fu Leng, isn't that little Gu girl who always clings to you?" It was Yin Yuejiao, the uneducated daughter of the butcher Yin, who hadn't even married yet. She was already calling Fu Xian, Fu Lang, in front of the original owner. This was probably said multiple times in front of her, so every time she heard those words, she felt furious. She angrily turned around. A man and a woman walking side by side, dressed in fine clothes, were clearly seen by Gu Ying. It was the charming Yin Yuejiao and Fu Xian, whom the original owner admired. Yin Yuejiao has a typical oval face and smooth skin. When she saw her angry look, her sly eyes flashed with hostility. Even though her face twisted with anger, a gentle glance from Fu Xian made her quickly return to normal. She was full of charm and allure. The Fu Xian in front of her was not exactly the same as the one she remembered from the original owner's memory. The original owner remembered Fu Xian as a very aloof, talented man who looked down on her and disliked her. In her mind, Fu Xian had sword-like eyebrows, long peach-shaped eyes, and deep eyes full of secrets, as if waiting for her to discover them. He was so elegant and charming, a handsome man full of charisma. But the Fu Xian she saw now had thick, dark eyebrows that weren't very handsome. His long peach-shaped eyes looked fake. Now she looked at him with disdain, but she noticed his gaze only briefly passing over her face. The shock and fear in his eyes betrayed him instantly. Gu Ying felt contempt in her heart. The so-called #1 talented man in Jiangnan was just this kind of person? He couldn't compare to Xiuyi's son at all. She wondered if the original owner had rarely seen talented men, or if she had never met a truly talented man, which made her fall for this man so easily. Look at the charming girl beside him. She wasn't even a proper lady. She hadn't officially married into the Fu family yet, but she was already out with him. TSK, they were so close. What face did they have to mock others for clinging to someone?
Stop talking about this.
Seeing Gu Ying's disdain, Fu Xian lowered his voice and reminded Yin Yuejiao in the language of Yun Kingdom. Yin Yuejiao seemed to understand vaguely, but, judging by Fu Xian's expression, she guessed his meaning and looked displeased. But Gu Ying understood clearly. She sneered at Fu Xian and asked him in Yun Kingdom's language, "Just say it plainly. Why hide it? Anyway, since I've already gone to the government office to complain, it's not a big deal. Why should I be afraid of being overheard?" Earlier, they looked down on her, thinking she was too poor to afford the few men who served as her translators. Now, they all turned to Fu Xian. One man, dressed in a light blue robe with a jade pendant at his waist, looked similar to Fu Xian, with slender peach-shaped eyes and snow-white skin. He said, "Brother Fu, you truly are the top talent in Jiangnan. Not only do you have the most beautiful woman in Jinxia City by your side, but even the magistrate praised Miss Gu for her loyalty. I wonder how you managed to earn such good fortune? I can only envy you." Another slightly chubby man, hearing this, teased Fu Xian. "Yes, Brother Fu, teach us how to attract good luck. Especially a girl who can speak the language of Yun country.
I really envy that.
Have you ever thought about it?" Miss Gu chased after Brother Fu so many streets and crossed so many bridges just to get a glimpse of him. If she still can't learn a bit of Yun country language, how can she be worthy of the long journey she took? Said a handsome man dressed in fine clothes, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone happiness and joy. Orange was stolen, but luckily someone noticed. Hopefully, it will be found in time. Thanks to all friends who care about Orange. I wish everyone well. Orange summer little words. Gu Ying responded to the man with a cold smile and said. Speaking in Yun country language, her words made the man who had just spoken realize it was better not to continue. Even Fu Xian was stunned. In the past, this rural girl often bothered him, either blocking his way outside the academy or riding her horse to follow him to West Street. She had no shame at all. He was too lazy to teach her Yun country language. Moreover, he himself could only barely understand a few words of Yun language. He wondered who this country girl from the countryside had learned from. He couldn't understand how, when she was pestering him before, he didn't realize she had such skills. Fu Xian was completely puzzled. Standing beside Fu Xian, Yin Yuejiao couldn't guess what Gu Yingying was talking about. She softly asked him, Mr. Fu, what is that shameless woman saying? The man with a jade pendant at his waist heard Yin Yuejiao's words, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. It was surprising that Fu's future wife, who had never married in, was living in Jinxia City and didn't realize they were just talking nonsense.
Fu's taste sigh.
The other men, seeing the man with the jade pendant stop speaking, wisely kept quiet. Gu Yingying shot a sharp look at Fu Xian across from her. When she saw he deliberately avoided her gaze, she knew he was feeling guilty. Just then, Yin Yuejiao asked Fu Xian, You say. Gu Yingying answered word by word, You just talk nonsense. They all laughed at her. Was she learning the language of Cloud Country from Fu Xian? Fine. She wouldn't speak Cloud Country language anymore. She would try another language and see how they would react. Yin Yuejiao looked unwilling. No matter what, she was the most beautiful woman in Jinxia City. How could she be laughed at by this country girl? I didn't ask you, Gu little girl. You shameless woman. Gu Yingying mocked her. Listen carefully.
What are you even saying?
Are you learning to curse from your pig-killing father and pork-selling mother? If so, I advise you not to come on the merchant ship so you don't scare away customers and affect the shopkeeper's business. On someone else's merchant ship, you need to watch your image. This is something everyone from Jingyu country must pay attention to. Yin Yuejiao called her shameless, showing no manners. You're just a poor, worthless woman, and you still come to wander on the merchant ship. My Mr. Fu brought me here to pick out amethyst jewelry. Why does that bother you? Yin Yuejiao looked at Gu Yingying with pity, her eyes filled with jealousy. Why did her mother kick this shameless woman into Lan River?
Why didn't she drown?
Even if she survived, she should have become ugly. Without makeup or fine clothes, she could still attract some men's attention. The shameless woman's head was injured, but she had no scars. That didn't make sense. What's even more outrageous is that this shameless woman actually says other things. Looking at her, she doesn't seem to have been taught by her husband. But she doesn't know how. Yin Yuejiao keeps shaking her head. No, that's not true. How could it be? Everyone watching Yin Yuejiao thinks she's just a fool. The man who had spoken to Fu Xian earlier, a slightly chubby man, kindly advised Fu Xian, Brother Fu, go and talk to her. Please, just talk to her. Otherwise, those two beautiful women will keep arguing here, and it will ruin the mood for the customers at the counter who want to buy things. They will leave, and the shopkeeper will be unhappy. If that happens, it will be hard for us to come here to work as translators and earn some money.
Fuxin smiled slightly.
Just as he was about to say he heard Yin Yuejiao speak. I've heard the neighbors talking for a while now. They say they saw Gu Xiaoya on West Street again recently. They told me to be careful of her, because she still cares about you, Brother Fu. But I am too kind-hearted. Seeing her so devoted to you, I can't bear to see her ignored by you. Gu Yingying felt embarrassed and angry, but she had to hold back her temper. She didn't want to argue with Yin Yuejiao in public. Brother Fu, why don't you bring Gu Xiaoya home early? Let her be a maid and take care of your future mother-in-law. That way, she won't have to ride a cart to the city so often, and she can have food and a place to stay. When I get married in the future, I will also treat her well. Yin Yuejiao spoke softly, but her eyes looked at Gu Yingying with a teasing look. Gu Yingying responded in the local dialect of Jinxia. Yin Yuejiao, listen carefully. Even if you give me that seductive woman's brother for free, and even if you pay me 10,000 taels of gold, I wouldn't want him. Does she want to be her rival? That seductive woman doesn't even look in the mirror to see if she's suitable. Yin Yuejiao clearly understood the hidden meaning of her words. This country girl was insulting her, saying she wasn't worthy to be her rival. Humph, if she dared to provoke her, she would tell her all the ugly things that shameless woman had done. Humph. I think I must be hearing a joke, Yin Yuejiao said, pointing at Fu Xian with a proud look in her eyes. She asked Gu Yingying, You don't want him? You don't want him? Then why did you come to the academy early in the morning, blocking the gate to bring my brother some meat porridge and buns? You don't care at all, yet at noon you waited outside the academy gates, bringing roasted chicken and rice for my servant? You don't care, And you even waited until my servant finished school, then chased after him on horseback, riding far behind. Gu Ying couldn't stand these words and fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she was in a guest room. The room was lit by an oil lamp. She saw a small wooden table in the corner of the wall, with a wooden food box on it. The words, Yulan, were written clearly on the box. Yulan Inn is a government-run inn, also called an official residence here. It is near the port and only serves high officials from the court who come to Jinxia for official business. Gu Ying was a bit more awake now and remembered what had happened before she fainted. She looked at Su Xinlan with a guilty expression and said, "It's my fault. I caused Sister Xinlan not to go home tonight. Staying here wasn't something that could be done just by paying some silver." She knew that it must have been her father, or a relative, who helped to get a room here. Su Xinlan listened and smiled kindly, softly telling Gu Ying, "If we go back tonight, we'll have to leave before dawn tomorrow, go into the city, and face the officials with Yin Yuejiao and the others. Thank you for reading and supporting. Orange will keep working hard." Today, it rained heavily and thundered. Remember to bring an umbrella, friends. Gu Ying felt a bit confused. She had already gone to the officials once before to report the case. But since the key witness, Sister Xing, was not there and there was no testimony from the Ma family, she had to resolve these issues first before returning to the officials. Lately, she had been busy earning money. Although she was near the port or on East Street, she had met a woman who helped gather information. But she never heard that Sister Xing's father might bring her to testify. Could it be that what Yin Yuejia said on the merchant ship was overheard by Uncle Su and others, and also by some customer who knew her, and they were willing to testify for her? Gu Ying suddenly brightened with hope. She wanted to buy some roasted meat to thank Su Xinlan, but was stopped by her. "Ying, after my parents sent us here, they told us to stay in the guest room and not go anywhere. Tomorrow morning, after they go into the city, they will come to pick us up and go to the officials together. You can rest peacefully now. I will have someone bring some food." After saying that, Su Xinlan stood up, walked forward, and gently opened the door. She signaled to the two women outside the guest room and then closed the door. Soon after, a delicious smell of food filled the room. One woman placed the dishes on the wooden table inside. Gu Ying smelled the aroma of roasted chicken and quickly felt hungry. She still put 2 chicken legs into Su Xinlan's bowl. "Eat while it's hot. You look so thin. You need to eat more," Su Xinlan said, giving the chicken leg to Gu Ying again. Both of them were hungry and didn't bother to be polite. They each ate their own food, finishing the roasted chicken and a bowl of fish soup quickly. Seeing the empty plates on the table, Gu Ying couldn't believe it herself. Neither she nor Sister Xinlan was fat, but they both had big appetites. Su Xinlan didn't think about this. After the 2 women outside the door came in to clear the dishes, she took Gu Ying to take a bath. The guest room was on the 2nd floor of the inn. The outside was the living room, and the inside was the bedroom. Between the bed and the wooden bathtub, there were 2 armchairs and a curtain for privacy. Just pour hot water into the wooden tub, and guests could enjoy a bath. The hot and cold water were brought in by the women outside the door. Su Xinlan poured water into the tub, tested the temperature, and then told Gu Ying to wash first. Gu Ying didn't hesitate and went to take a bath. Through the curtain, she could hear Su Xinlan asking, "Ying, I have some questions. My mother didn't tell me to ask you, but I can't help but want to. I think this is quite important. Maybe when you go to the government office tomorrow and speak with Mr. Yin and others, the magistrate might also ask you." "What is it?" "Just ask," Gu Ying said, washing her neck with a towel. She was grateful that Xinlan didn't come in to talk to her. Since she traveled to this time and space, in the first few days after harvesting rice and returning home, her mother or sister-in-law always helped her with bathing. It made her feel a bit uncomfortable. But those 2 women were too enthusiastic, and she couldn't refuse. She could only try to accept it. Fortunately, Sister Xinlan was outside the curtain, so she didn't feel too uncomfortable. Mainly because in her previous world, she had always taken care of herself as she grew up. She wasn't used to being cared for by others. Today, on the merchant ship, after you fainted, many people blamed Yin Yuejiao, saying she spoke carelessly at the wrong time and hurt you. Especially the shopkeeper from Yun Country, who kindly helped us find a doctor and even offered to testify to give you justice. But when Su Xinlan mentioned this, she suddenly stopped. Gu Yingying asked anxiously, "Quickly, tell me. I'm dying to know," she continued. "It's just that you did have some past trouble with Fu Xian before. This is something that several shopkeepers on West Street probably know. Also, when some customers blamed Yin Yuejiao, Fu Xian always protected her and never spoke a good word for you." Su Xinlan looked helpless and asked Gu Yingying, "Tell me, if you had listened to me earlier, not thought so highly of Fu Xian, and not tangled with his engaged man, wouldn't all this trouble have been avoided?" Gu Yingying felt wronged inside. This wasn't her fault, but she had to face it. "I also regret not listening to you, but now that I do, it's too late. I won't make this mistake again. Sister Xinlan, you can rest assured." "No." Su Xinlan shook her head slightly and explained, "I'm just worried that when you go to the yamen tomorrow, you might hear some harsh words. If you can't handle it and faint again, you might have to wait a while before you can argue with them." Gu Yingying also felt worried about this. She couldn't quite explain why hearing the voices of Jia and Yin Yuejiao made her inexplicably irritated, even nauseous. Worse, she might even faint from anger. Just like today on the merchant ship. Why was that? Fu Xian told you openly in front of many people that he had a marriage engagement before. When you tangled with him, he honestly told you he was engaged. He only liked his future wife and wouldn't have feelings for other women. But you stubbornly refused to give up, even giving him 10 taels of silver to break his engagement with Yin Yuejiao at the Yin family. Hearing this, Gu Yingying suddenly understood. After she fainted on the merchant ship earlier, Fu Xian and the others must have said some harsh words. It seems that tomorrow, when she faces Fu Xian and the others at the yamen, she really can't faint. Otherwise, others might think she's just afraid. Try to relax your mind first, and don't worry about who or what you'll face tomorrow. Gu Yingying bathes and then returns to bed. She uses this method to help herself fall into a deep sleep. Gu Yingying heard Fu Xian tell others in the court at Jinxia Prefecture that he was once helpless and innocent when she kept bothering him. He completely denies that he hurt Yin Yuejiao and others, claiming it was not his fault. Moreover, under Yin Yuejiao's suggestion, Fu Xian took a silver ingot from his purse and handed it to the steward. "This is the silver I gave to the servant on the day before Gu's daughter fell into the water. Gu said that if she wants something from someone, she can get it. This 10 taels of silver is for the servant to give to his future parents-in-law to explain and cancel the marriage. She also said that once the marriage is cancelled, everything will follow the servant's wishes." While saying this, Fu Xian looked at Yin Yuejiao with deep affection, as if he was forced to accept the silver because he was entangled with another woman, feeling wronged for both of them. What kind of talented fool? Just a hypocrite trying to eat soft rice, taking many benefits from her but pretending to be innocent. It's disgusting. Gu Yingying was furious and directly confronted Fu Xian. "Since you are so loyal to your future wife, why do you keep taking silver from me again and again? Aren't you proud? Don't you disdain rural girls? Then be proud to the end. But you take my benefits and yet protect those who try to harm me. That's worse than a beast. Gu family, there's no need to hurt others with words in court. As the wise say, a gentleman learns broadly and acts with propriety. As a young woman, you should reflect on yourself and cultivate your character." Fu Xian, standing nearby, only heard Gu Yingying call him worse than a beast, which made him angry. But he also thought, at least he is a well-educated man. How can he argue with a country girl? He saw some classmates who came to testify, looking at him just like others in the court. They were afraid of being looked down upon, so they tried to explain. Gu Yingying looked at the silver in the steward's hand and calmly asked Fu Xian, "Is it I who hurt others with words, or are you extremely hypocritical? If you don't take the silver, where does it come from? If you don't hurt me, why would I hurt you?" The sage also said, "To cultivate oneself, first straighten the mind. To straighten the mind, first be sincere in intention." This fake gentleman with the surname Fu, when he was studying at Jinxia Academy and reading some Confucian classics, thought he was impressive? He still talks to her in a formal way, but she can reply to him 1,000 times without repeating herself.
What kind of person is he? He feels so good about himself.
In the memories left by the original owner, Fu Xian listened as she said that once he broke off the engagement, everything would follow his wishes. He actively accepted the silver. Not only did he accept the money, but he also made a promise to her. He would go to the Yin family within 3 days and cancel his marriage with Yin Yuejiao. He even tricked her, saying, "Once I break off the engagement, I will immediately ask a matchmaker to come to your house to propose. You will be my future wife." The original owner was furious but believed him and even agreed, saying, "Okay, Fu. Master Fu, you must keep your word." Fu Xian took the reins from her hand and smiled gently, his eyes full of unspoken feelings and unclear emotions. This made the girl who admired him think wrongly that he was hinting at her with his gaze, that he liked her. The original owner had never seen a man look at her with such intimate eyes before. She foolishly thought he would really break off the engagement with the Yin family and then come to propose to her at the Gu family, to marry her. Taking advantage of this, Fu Xian asked to borrow her horse for 2 days. She hesitated a little. The horse wasn't just hers. It belonged to her family. Her parents let her ride it to avoid trouble when going to town. Fu Xian, being very perceptive, saw her hesitation and deliberately pretended to return the reins. "Since I've caused you trouble, I won't borrow it. Actually, I don't have to ride your horse." But riding your horse would make it more convincing in front of the Yin family. For a girl from a farming family, a horse was quite valuable. Even though Fu Xian was someone she admired, he wasn't the only one she liked. So, hearing his words, she was still reluctant. But she also thought that over the years, if she liked something, she had to get it. Fu Xian had refused her many times before, making her lose face and be laughed at by Su Xinlan and others. If she lent him the horse, so he could go to the Yin family to propose, it might make her look better. After thinking, the original owner said to Fu Xian, "You can borrow it, but you must write a loan agreement. Include the date, and tomorrow morning, before the sun rises, return the horse to me. Otherwise, if my parents find out the horse is missing, they will report it to the authorities. That wouldn't be good for you. A well-educated person shouldn't always be taking someone else's horse, right?" Not only did Fu Xian not write a loan agreement, but he also threatened the original owner. "If that's the case, I won't dare to marry you." The original owner was also a woman with a bad temper. She didn't give Fu Xian a good look, snatched the reins from him, and rode home. At the government office, Gu Yingying honestly told the magistrate, "My horse was stolen by Fu Xian. He's a hypocrite. A talented man from Jiangnan stealing a farmer girl's horse?" This shocked Fu Xian's friends who came to testify. They looked at him in surprise. Could it be? Is Fu Xian really like that? Although Fu Xian's family wasn't rich, they weren't so poor that he had to steal Gu Xianyang's horse. If Fu Xian didn't steal it, then how did the village head of Gu's family find Gu Xianyang's white horse in Fu Xian's backyard? Fu Xian was being watched by his friends. Though he felt ashamed inside, he didn't show it on his face. He pretended to be innocent and looked at Gu Yingying, saying, "I only refused your feelings, and now you slander me. Fine, as long as you stop bothering me, stop hurting my future wife, and leave my friends alone, I'll be fine with that." His voice was low and full of helplessness. Gu Yingying was sure that Fu Xian would pretend to be innocent and pitiful in front of everyone. He wouldn't admit to anything. Luckily, this morning, Aunt Sue brought a signed statement from her father and the servant, which could be useful now. She presented the statement to the magistrate and said calmly, "Sir, whether Fu Xian stole the girl's horse or not, there are witnesses to clarify this." After reading it, the magistrate handed it to the clerk, who read it aloud in front of everyone. "That I heard the tall man say, 'If that's the case, I won't dare to marry you.'" This matches exactly the scene described in the original owner's memory. Gu Yingying felt grateful in her heart for the Niu family and was even more thankful for the shy and pitiful young girl, Xingyue. Qian Shi, now elderly, sat in a Nyo carriage with Uncle Sue and others today, personally coming to the government office to testify for her. Sir, I am Qian Shi, a common woman. I happen to be Gu Shi's neighbor and have watched her grow up. On the day Gu Shi was tricked into the city by Fu Xian, I happened to have some rice wine prepared. I asked the driver, Zhu Sanling, to bring it to my nephews in the city. On the way, I met Xingye, who said, oh no, Auntie Qian, Sister Yingying seems to have been tricked by a tall bad man. Faced with everyone's puzzled looks, the elderly woman with white hair understood their thoughts. Knowing they didn't believe that a young girl's words could be true, she patiently explained. Xingye told her, that man told Sister Yingying, if you don't go, think about it. Your horse is gone. How will you explain to your family? But if you go, I will not only return your horse but also give back the silver you once sent me. Gu Yingying's heart warmed suddenly. She would remember the kindness of her good neighbor, Qian Shi, and repay her well in the future. However, until now, she still couldn't remember how Fu Xian stole her horse. She only remembered that after riding her horse to Jinxia City, it disappeared. She dared to say in front of everyone that Fu Xian stole her horse because she had recalled some past events before coming to the government office and knew what to say. The magistrate listened to Qian Shi's story and then called another witness forward. Gu Yingying recognized her. She was the lady who owned the bookstore on West Street, the one who recently lent her a passage through the alley. It rained again, and the weather turned colder. Friends, take good care of yourselves and stay warm. She only asked that person for permission to pass through the side door, not knowing her surname or how to address her, let alone anything else. The bookstore lady wore a light purple elegant dress, outlining a graceful figure. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a small, delicate face, beautiful eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, a straight nose, and lips like petals. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of many men. Even Fu Xian, who was known for her devotion, cast a quick glance at the young woman and almost couldn't look away from her face. She didn't notice Gu Yingying standing beside him, which made Yun Yuejiao feel even more disdainful. Seeing this scene, Gu Yingying felt more contempt in her heart. Just Fu Xian, such a person, is worth the original owner chasing after with money? Sir, I am Zhang, wife of the shopkeeper at Jingya bookstore on West Street, and wife of Zhou Zhili. The shopkeeper's wife stepped forward, bowed to the magistrate, and said, not long ago, I saw young Master Fu riding a white horse to the meat shop owned by the Yin family, and then he brought Yin's daughter to my bookstore to buy rice paper. Within an hour, Master Gu came to my bookstore asking if I or my husband had seen his niece riding a white horse, which was tied to a tree outside our shop door earlier, and asked us to watch over it. Master Gu is the second uncle, who used to teach at Jinxia Academy. Gu Yingying looked at Gu Qingyu. When he heard the magistrate's question, he also stepped forward, bowed, and spoke about the stolen horse. There were witnesses from the Gu family, as well as witnesses unrelated to the Gu, Fu, and Yin families, all mentioning the theft of the horse, which involved Fu Xian and Yun Yuejiao. Gu Yingying thought to herself, no matter how cunning the unfaithful man named Fu is, he won't be able to deny it now. But just then, Gu Yingying heard Yun Yuejiao's voice. Although it was soft, because she was too close to that charming girl, she heard it clearly. Sir, I can testify for young Master Fu. The white horse belongs to my parents and was given to him, not taken from the Gu family. Besides, in Jinxia City, many women ride white horses into and out of the city every day, more than just the Gu family. How can she be so sure that the white horse young Master Fu was riding is hers? Gu Yingying looked at Yun Yuejiao with a mocking expression, wanting to ask her, you're not even married yet, openly claiming in the hall that your parents gave Fu someone a white horse. Don't you feel ashamed? As someone who traveled through time, she felt embarrassed for Yun Yuejiao. In the memories left by the original owner, there were very few scenes related to that white horse. The only thing she knew was that few women in Gujia village owned horses. Su Xinlan was born into a wealthy family, with horses and carts, but she didn't have her own horse. The original owner liked that horse very much, and she cherished it deeply. As for why she remembered so little, she was not sure. But one thing was certain, Since the original owner and her family liked that white horse, they didn't cut a hole in its nose or ears to leave a mark. They were worried it might hurt the horse. They also couldn't bear to do that, so they used red-hot tongs to burn a mark on the horse, which was even more cruel. However, Gu Yingying noticed that the magistrate looked at her, as if asking her to explain the situation. Suddenly, she remembered something. Before the magistrate could ask, she quickly answered. Sir, regarding the question Mr. Yin just asked, I believe that anyone who has owned a horse and cared for it sincerely can answer. First, my horse has a small scar about the size of a green bean above the corner of its left eye. I got it when it was young, when I was teasing it with a horse knife and accidentally cut it. Fu Xian and Yin Yuejiao didn't notice this detail. They looked at each other, trying to find the right answer in each other's eyes. Seeing this, Gu Yingying felt secretly pleased. With their level, they dared to try to accuse her? Secondly, my horse is very clean and picky about its food. Yin Yuejiao spat at Gu Yingying and asked, with your laziness, you need your second sister-in-law to bring your meals and even heat your bathwater? Do you really take care of the horse? Gu Yingying immediately understood that this charming woman was trying to change the subject and shift the focus to her laziness. She couldn't let her succeed. So she asked the magistrate, my statement is true in every detail. I ask for your fair judgment. The magistrate didn't bring the horse over but fined Fu Xian 50 taels of silver, telling him to gather the money immediately and hand it to Gu Yingying, along with an apology. If he couldn't do it today, he had to send the money to Gu's house by tomorrow morning with interest to apologize. Yin Yuejiao kept shouting injustice, but it was no use. Soon, the magistrate struck the wooden block, and Yin Yuejiao didn't dare to speak again. Everyone left, including Gu Yingying. Outside the government office, Gu Yingying went to thank Zhang Shi, but she heard Zhang Shi say, don't say you bought a few books from my house, and we have some acquaintance. Even if we don't know each other, out of duty, I will tell the truth. Yes, earlier in the government hall, the people who came to testify were either her fellow villagers, friends of her elders, or their fierce rivals. Only Zhang was not connected to them, but still spoke fairly for her. Like after she came out, she heard a woman say, someone who can run a bookstore on West Street doesn't lack anything. If the Gu family village officials are getting benefits and protecting the Gu family, then Zhang is different. Look at her fancy clothes, at least 20 taels of silver. Even if Gu wanted to flatter her, she should give her proper gifts, right? It's obvious to anyone that Fu Xian and Yin Yuejiao are lying. Go, apologize to Miss Gu. The officer's voice interrupted Gu Yingying's thoughts. She looked up and saw Fu Xian with 2 men carrying boxes, standing across from her. Seeing Fu Xian's bitter face, it was clear he didn't want to apologize or return the silver. Once the silver is ready, I will give it to you, Fu Xian said coldly, ignoring Gu Yingying and the boxes. All right, open it and check it face to face, Gu Yingying replied, not bothering to look at Fu Xian or the boxes. Just a little silver. Why do we need to check it publicly? Fu Xian felt his pride hurt and asked angrily. Although he was poor and cared about the silver, the more he cared, the more he hated others mentioning it. This silver was borrowed from his future father-in-law. Thinking about having to lower himself to ask for it, only to give it to that despicable woman with the surname Gu, made him angry inside. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy weekend. Of course, Gu Yingying said as she opened the box and checked it carefully. Seeing nothing missing, she explained her reason. Money given face-to-face is fair. I will count the amount, which is reasonable for both of us. If you give more, I will return it. If less, I will make up the difference. No one should lose out. Fu Xian's eyebrows shot up in anger, and cold light flashed in his eyes. He hated this woman with the surname Gu, and wished he could kill her with his gaze. Do you think I value a single coin like you do? Afraid I will give you less silver. Humph, don't think that just 1 box of silver is anything special. Even 10 boxes are nothing in my eyes. Gu Yingying clapped 3 times and, in front of the officials and some onlookers, praised Fu Xian by saying, well said, well spoken, talented Fu. From now on, always remember what you said today. A little silver isn't worth much. Keep this in mind, and you won't steal horses from others again. This caused some spectators to laugh mockingly. Fu Xian felt very ashamed, but since he was surrounded by people, he couldn't leave. He watched helplessly as Gu Yingying smiled proudly at him, ordered someone to carry the box of silver onto a cart, and then left amid cheers. In the past, he was very annoyed by that girl, annoyed that she kept bothering him, which made his classmates mock him. They said that if he married her and became part of the Gu family, he could bring his mother to enjoy a good life there. Considering how much land the Gu family owned, many young men wanted to marry into the family. But today, he never expected that this girl would openly call him a horse thief in front of everyone. He would remember this shame forever and plan to get revenge on that girl someday. Meanwhile, Gu Yingying was already sitting on the cart, about to leave Jinxia City. She was chatting happily with Su Xinlan, discussing how to take some money from the silver to rent a house in Missouri Lane of Jinxia City. Su Xinlan looked at Gu Yingying with curiosity, wondering what she was thinking. Farmers spend their whole lives close to the soil, grains, and livestock. Finally, this season has come.
We farmers can harvest some rice now.
Your family owns so much land. In our Gu family village, you're the biggest landowner. You should help Uncle Gu and others harvest the rice early, store the grain properly, instead of thinking about renting a house in the city and selling food, which might get you into trouble. Su Xinlan didn't agree. Hearing this, Gu Yingying realized she had only been thinking about how to make money and improve her family's life. She hadn't considered that, in this time, a rural girl wanting to go to the city to start a small business needed more than just money and skills. Most importantly, she needed her family's approval and the village chief's agreement. During this harvest season, every family faced the same problem. They had lots of crops but too few people to harvest. Because of the trouble caused by the original owner and her second brother, even fewer people came to help with the harvest. Even in this situation, even if she could use advanced tools to help her family harvest and pay others to dry the grains, the neighbors still saw her as lazy and not doing proper work. Save some? Gu Yingying took the opportunity when Su Xinlan mentioned it. She vaguely understood that her father had previously said not to sell the grain, probably related to saving some. She asked. Su Xinlan gave Gu Yingying a subtle look, indicating she shouldn't ask further. Even sitting in the ox cart, it was not good to discuss these matters. She reached out and pulled back the curtain, looking outside. She saw Gu Yingying's white horse walking calmly beside the ox cart. Smiling, she said, "Look, your horse is following our cart all the way, trotting happily. It's so lovely." She changed the subject, and Gu Yingying wisely didn't ask more. She responded accordingly. "Yes, horses used to follow me everywhere. Even if bad people stole them and took them for a while, they still missed us." She had planned to ride the horse home, but when she saw how thin and bony the white horse was in the village yard, she couldn't bear to ride it back. Gu Yingying secretly blamed the original owner for being careless, letting the horse suffer with her. Fortunately, she found the horse again. She would take good care of it, feed it well, and hopefully it would grow strong again, just like before. Su Xinlan kindly advised Gu Yingying, "Now that you've found your horse, take good care of it. Don't let bad people steal it again. It's pitiful, they only ride the horse around and don't feed it properly. If they cared, they would notice the scar above its left eye." Gu Yingying nodded and replied, "Exactly." She thought that most of the people watching outside the government office probably saw it the same way. When she returned to the village and got off the ox cart, villagers who had been waiting outside her door surrounded her. This time, they brought gifts, some with eggs, others with fruits. Seeing their warm smiles, Gu Yingying felt her heart warm too. After earning some money on her own, gathering herbs, helping villagers with illnesses, and doing good deeds, she had also gained their praise. "I didn't expect that after visiting the government office and returning, I would still receive gifts from the villagers." Gu Yingying bowed to thank the villagers. After her father went ahead to open the courtyard gate, she welcomed the villagers inside. She went to wash her hands quickly, then prepared tea for the villagers. She arranged some cakes she had made earlier on a tray and also prepared a plate of roasted sunflower seeds, placing everything on the tea table in the main hall. The villagers sat in the main hall drinking tea and eating cakes. They then started discussing with Gu Qingfeng about borrowing the harvesters starting tomorrow. Yesterday, I was at De Wang's house, settling accounts with him. Our village's main grain supplier is Qingfeng. Also, everyone knows that Qingfeng's fields near the royal rice paddies have turned yellow, and the grains are full. We should harvest them early. The speaker was a kind-looking, energetic elder dressed in a black robe, with black hair, Su Tai. He was the uncle of the village chief, Su Wanyan. In Gujia village and all of Jinxia prefecture, Su Tai was highly respected. In earlier years, when Emperor Taizu traveled south and inspected the flood situation at Lanjiang River, he stayed at Su Tai's house. Su Tai sold some of his city possessions and led the villagers to build dikes, helping the people, but he refused the emperor's rewards. Even with brothers working as officials in the imperial court, he continued working in the countryside. Nearly 70 years old, he had never oppressed any villagers. When Gu Yingying saw this elder, she remembered these details. Of course, she already knew these from before. There was also something she didn't know but learned from her family and villagers, that after she was pushed into Lanjiang River, her second brother led some villagers to Qifeng village to fight desperately. When the villagers from both sides nearly caused casualties, Su Tai arrived just in time to stop the fight. Otherwise, as the magistrate said today in court, if Elder Su hadn't intervened in time, there could have been injuries or worse. Please all get along well in the future and avoid impulsive actions that lead to conflict. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Monday. Su Tai's suggestion was met with no opposition. After hearing this, Gu Yingying thought to herself, once I help my family and neighbors harvest the grains, I can then rent a place to make and sell pastries. It's not impossible. She plans to store the grains properly and wait until the new year. During this time, she needs to find ways to earn some money, buy more food, and prepare for the future. This will make her and her family feel more secure. Since she can't sell the grains she harvests this year, she asked why. Neither her father nor her sister Xinlan gave her an answer. She considers renting a small house in Jinxia City. As long as it's livable, that's fine. The rent would be about 3 or 4 taels of silver a month. She'd also pay the landlord for firewood and borrow the kitchen to make pastries to sell. Otherwise, traveling back and forth from the city to her home every day on horseback is tiring for both people and horses. People have limited energy, so renting a house in the city would be more convenient. Her family has plenty of firewood, but she only wants to save it for her family's use. Once she rents a house in the city and starts making and selling pastries, she hopes to save enough money to buy a shop and a house on East Street. She wants to show the charming women like Yin Yuejiao that she, a simple village girl, is not inferior to them or their useless friends. While thinking about making money, Gu Yingying heard Su Tai's voice. If anyone needs to buy anything, tell Daliang so he can help bring it back. Tomorrow morning, the soldiers from the Imperial Guard will come to guard us. The people living in the villages along Lanjiang River can't leave for now. Gu Yingying gasped in surprise. The air here is fresh, and life is good. Why are they locking everyone in the village? If they don't let people go out, how can she harvest her grains and make pastries to earn money? She looked at Su Tai with curiosity, trying to read his expression for an answer. But she saw that he was speaking calmly, as if he was just telling everyone to rest at home tomorrow. Very composed. Then her gaze shifted to her father and Uncle Su. Both of them looked just as calm and relaxed as Su Tai. She remembered the time when Jia's family dragged her out of the house and rushed her to the royal rice fields to harvest. The officials whipped her with their whips. Her father saw this and looked at her with pity and guilt. Now, she looked at her father with a questioning look. Did you already know about this? Her father didn't give her any hint or answer. Feeling helpless, I had no choice but to withdraw my gaze and look calm, just like my father and the others. I don't really need to buy anything. But once my family harvests some grains, I have to send some to relatives in the city so they can eat too. Also, winter is coming soon, so I need to bring them some charcoal to keep warm. Our family has 5 ox carts, and my 3 brothers earn some money driving them to support the family. They often help neighbors and send gifts to friends and relatives in the city. Old Master Zhu, who often helps with these tasks, told Su Tai with a helpless smile. Su Tai looked seriously at old Master Zhu and said, "Everyone in Gu family village sold all their grain to me this year. The price will be 5 coins higher than what traders offer. You have quite a bit of land, so don't think about giving it away." Old Master Zhu, having experienced some things, understood and nodded in agreement. A few neighbors in their 30s asked questions, but their elders stopped them. Gu Qingfeng invited the neighbors to stay for a meal, but they said they already had food prepared at home. Gu Yingying noticed that after hearing they couldn't sell their grain, the neighbors felt shy about staying to eat. She stepped forward to invite them to join the meal, hoping everyone could gather together. Her warm invitation finally convinced the neighbors to stay and eat at her house. However, they only ate vegetables and did not drink alcohol. Even Qin's homemade rice wine was not consumed by anyone. Everyone in the village knew how good Qin's wine was. Seeing that no one drank, Gu Yingying guessed it might be because they couldn't leave the village tomorrow. Some things are better left unsaid when sober, but if they drink and get drunk, they might say too much, which wouldn't be good. Gu Yingying tidied up the dishes, went back to her room, took a bath, and lay on the bed thinking. She heard a soft knock on the door and went to open it. She saw Zhu's wife standing outside and said, "Come in quickly. I can't sleep either." Since returning from the government office, she noticed that her second sister-in-law always pretended to be happy in front of others but looked worried behind their backs. She felt sad for her. Her second brother wouldn't be released for a few more days. Although this was caused by the original owner, she couldn't do much to help him. "Little sister, even though I didn't come back in the same ox cart as you, I heard from Mother that you want to rent a house in the city and sell food there." Mrs. Zhu sighed helplessly and asked, "Why are you making things so difficult?" Gu Yingying shook her head, thinking that this matter was not easy to handle for now. Before she could speak, she heard Mrs. Zhu continue. "Although you and your second brother made some mistakes this time, which caused your parents to sell a lot of grain and use the money to repay the villagers, we can earn that money back soon. As a girl, going out alone worries people, doesn't it? Second sister-in-law, let's not talk about this now. Anyway, starting tomorrow, we won't be able to go out freely. There's no point in discussing it." Thinking about how all the grain would have to be sold this year, Gu Yingying was worried about the rice situation. The grain in the city was cheap, but buying new rice this year was really hard. They had sold a lot of the stored grain already. After the new year, when relatives came to visit, would they still have rice to serve? Mrs. Zhu looked at Gu Yingying's fair face in the light of the oil lamp and saw that her little niece's face was full of worries. She understood what she was concerned about. Actually, since returning from the government office, she had overheard her parents-in-law talking. Her father-in-law said that this year's grain could not be sold. If it had to be sold, it could only be sold to old Su. Her mother-in-law was silent for a while before saying, "Should it be sold to the person above?" Over the years, old Su has generously helped the villagers, selling his shop in the city and his house without asking for anything in return. Where would he have the extra money to buy grain? Just knowing this is enough. There's no need to say it out loud, her father-in-law softly told her. "I heard from Brother Su and others that they donated all the grain they harvested this year. I also told old Su that we won't sell our old grain to them, so as not to shame our Gu family village. Even if we donate all the grain this year, I won't say a word against you. But you're getting old, and Jier is already married but still has no children. A family man should be with his wife." Inger was rescued from the underworld. "No matter what others say about her, she will always be our good girl in my eyes." Her mother-in-law's words carried a pleading tone. "So, no matter what the future holds, as the head of the family, you can't leave us even a step, and you must not take Jier away. Thank you for reading and supporting. Orange will keep working hard." Orange Summer Little Words, March 22nd, 2022, Spirit Phoenix. Grandpa quickly stopped Grandma. "I'm not even 50 yet, and I should be working for the country. If we drive away those thieves, I can come back and be with you all." Zhu's wife wanted to listen a little longer but saw Grandma come out of the room, so she had to step back. That night, she kept thinking about the matter, worried that when her husband came home, Grandpa would take him outside. Being away from home, she didn't know how much hardship he would face. What hurt her even more was that she wanted to see her husband more often, but it was very difficult. Zhu's wife couldn't sleep, so she went to find Gu Yingying and told her worries. Little sister, if father really takes your second brother away, then it will just be the three of us, mother and daughter, at home. What should we do? Zhu's wife was not a timid person. She wasn't afraid of Jia's wife or Fu Xian. She was just worried because the elders who wanted to go out were over 40, and her husband had never been to war. She was concerned for their safety. Gu Yingying understood her sister-in-law's feelings and was grateful she was willing to share her thoughts. But she knew that once their father made a decision, it was hard to change. She also believed that their father wanted to go north again to help the border people, which was the right choice. As for her second brother, she only knew from the memories left by the original owner that he had learned some martial arts. Sometimes sparring with others was fine, but if he had to fight thieves, especially if he faced a strong opponent, it could be dangerous. But that didn't matter. Her second brother had once told her that he only studied poetry in the academy and felt restless. If he could train in the military camp, make some friends who knew swordplay and martial arts, practice together often, and stretch his muscles, wouldn't that be wonderful? However, she knew she couldn't say this to Zhu's wife, who was also a woman. Gu Yingying understood that her sister-in-law wasn't really interested in these details right now. Second sister-in-law, whether father goes north or not, and whether he takes second brother or not, we shouldn't worry too much. Look, I've become more diligent now, and can think of ways to earn some small silver coins. At the very least, supporting the family isn't a problem. If we all work hard, we can get rich and live a better life. Zhu's wife suddenly felt reassured, nodding at Gu Yingying. Yes, I believe so. We will. We can't leave the village now, but it's only temporary. Once some time passes, and we can go out, I plan to rent a place in the city to sell pastries and save more money. Then I can buy New Year supplies and celebrate the holiday properly. Gu Yingying deliberately didn't mention her second brother because she didn't want Zhu's family to keep worrying about him. The more Zhu's family worried, the harder it was for her to sleep. Zhu's family smiled slightly, wanting to ask something, but after thinking for a moment, she decided not to. Knowing that her younger sister had been busy all day and was tired, she stood up, said, "Let's talk tomorrow," and left to go back to her own room. After Zhu's family left, Gu Yingying lay on her bed and quickly remembered what her younger sister Xinlan had said to her during the day. "Sister Yingying, I can tell you're really over the young master. If you had been like this earlier, maybe you wouldn't have gone through so much hardship. But it's okay, as long as you take care of yourself in the future." She wanted to say that she wasn't really interested in the young master, but she knew she couldn't say that. She could only answer reluctantly, "I used to hear that he was the most talented young man in Jiangnan. Seeing him so graceful, talking and laughing easily with others, I thought he was truly remarkable. But after a few times being with him, I realized he's just SOSO, with no real talent or skill." At this point, she suddenly remembered Xinlan's secret crush on the son of the beautiful lady, and she wanted to say that young Master Fu was not even as good as that person's hair strand. But she swallowed the words back and only said, "Maybe I never saw a real talented person before, so I admired him too much and did many foolish things. But what's past is past. There's no need to dwell on who was right or wrong. From now on, I promise not to make the same mistakes again." Then she heard Su Xinlan softly ask, "So, you didn't agree to lend Fu Xian your horse, but you believed his lies. After going to the Yin family to withdraw the marriage, you still waited 3 days for him to come, but he never showed up, nor did any matchmaker come to propose. So, only then did you realize you had been deceived." This clear thinking made Gu Yingying truly admire Xinlan from the bottom of her heart. She openly admitted, "Exactly. The original owner had waited at home for a long time but never saw Fu Xian send anyone to propose marriage. I finally realized I had been tricked. I felt sad about the money I had saved with so much effort, which I had given to Fu Xian for nothing. I decided to take a bullock cart into town to get it back from Fu Xian. I couldn't tell my parents about this. I felt guilty, but I also thought that as long as I got the money back, everything would be fine. But when I reached the village entrance, I met Fu Xian. the unkind man, and was tricked again by his smooth words. I trusted him once more. After he left, I took a bullock cart into town to find him. Halfway there, I met Yin Yuejiao and her family. Yin Yuejiao's father, who is a butcher, stopped the cart without asking questions and pulled me off. He slapped my face several times and asked why I was so shameless. Before I could fight back, Yin Yuejiao's fierce mother scolded me as a mean girl. I was so angry I wanted to fight her, but she kicked me hard into the Lawn River. That day was really unlucky. I had to go out suddenly to find someone, and since no familiar cart was coming, I stopped a passing cart. The man driving the cart said he was also going to the city. I didn't bargain and I just got in. On the way, I encountered some bad people. The man driving the cart didn't help me. Instead, he hurried away with the cart. After I was rescued, my family called a doctor to see me. I was unconscious for a day before I woke up. I don't know who the doctor was that treated me before, but I still remember the man who drove the cart after I took over the body. He looked to be about 20 years old, with a triangular face, under-eye bags, and narrow phoenix eyes. He didn't seem like a bad person. Gu Yingying had been asking around secretly during this time, trying to find out which nearby village the man who drove the cart was from. But after asking several people, everyone gave the same answer. They didn't know. Today, in the government hall, Gu Yingying saw the man who had taken the original into the city. He came to the hall himself and admitted that after his mother was taken by the butcher's wife, he had no choice but to do this bad deed for them. Gu Yingying wanted to teach him a lesson, but she hadn't thought it through. If she found him, she would make him pay dearly. Since he came forward to admit his guilt, it seemed he was feeling guilty, which was somewhat good. You and others conspired to hurt me. I won't forget this grudge. But now I know you were forced by the Yin family to do such terrible things. I am not a foolish person. I understand you had no choice, so I won't pursue it further. The man felt so ashamed that his face turned red. He even hit his forehead, swelling it, and said he was to blame. The magistrate said that the man, like the Yin butcher and others, had harmed her, so they all deserved punishment. At that time, the man paid her silver and admitted his mistake. Regarding the fight between the two villages, the magistrate punished not only the Yin butcher and his people, but also the Gu family. They were accused of causing trouble, injuring others, and creating a bad influence. They deserved to be punished. Gu Yingying calculated that the money the Gu family paid was less than half of what the Yin family paid her for medical expenses. She thought to herself that the magistrate was fairly just in handling the matter. Yin Yuejiao's mother was imprisoned that day because she detained the man's mother. Yin Yuejiao's father was also punished. She guessed that recently, they might behave better. Gu Yingying was not worried about Jia's family causing trouble, nor about Yin Yuejiao and Fu Xian still in the city. She only worried about the man her sister Xinlan secretly liked, fearing he might relapse if he ate the medicated cake. Even though Xinlan only indirectly mentioned that she couldn't go out lately and wondered what to do, Gu Yingying guessed it was related to the man who had eaten her cake and was feeling better, now able to sell paintings near the temple. To this day, she still didn't know his name. She only knew he was Xiui's son. She thought to herself that once her family finished harvesting the rice, she would make more cakes to send to Xinlan. Helping Xinlan meant helping the man she liked, so he could recover quickly. When he was healthy again, he would surely treat Xinlan even better. Seeing her friend doing well made her happy too. At dawn, Gu Yingying and Zhu Shi started working in the kitchen. The two women worked well together. One washed and cut vegetables, the other cooked. Burning fire was also something that the Zhu family did casually. Before long, Gu Yingying had cooked several dishes, just waiting for the pig's hoof soup in the pot to finish boiling. Then she would prepare a few cold dishes and they could start eating. The family was harvesting rice, and neighbors would come to help. Besides the 3 meals today, they also needed to prepare some tea to take to the fields for the neighbors working there. Gu Yingying thought about Nia's pregnancy and also helped her invite Xingyao's father. The two of them signed a statement for her. She also brewed some red water for this benefactor, stored in a ceramic teapot meant for tea. Su Xinlan and her mother came to the kitchen. While Su Xinlan's mother was helping Zhu add firewood, Su Xinlan went to the stove and said to Gu Yingying, who was serving fish soup, "Last night I went back and saw Xingya. If I saw her this morning, I would bring her here to eat." Gu Yingying put down her spoon and smiled at Su Xinlan. I can't bring her," Su Xinlan said softly, pouting. "You know she's shy and won't come out with people outside her family." Gu Yingying knew this well. She honestly said, "But today is different. Her second uncle and others will come. With someone to stay with her, what is there to be afraid of? But her grandfather and the others won't come." Su Xinlan shook her head and whispered to Gu Yingying, "Yesterday, Xingya told me that she and her father helped you before. Her eldest aunt already knows. But this time, it's strange. Not only did her eldest aunt not blame them, she didn't even mention it, as if nothing happened." Gu Yingying chuckled secretly. Yesterday, she went to the government office and also brought the contract she signed earlier with the carpenter. She asked a government clerk she knew to pass it to the magistrate. Soon after, the clerk came out and privately told her and Su Shibua, the magistrate has seen the contract and knows that the carpenter broke the agreement first, which made things easier for Jia's family. He wants me to ask if you brought the contract because you want the carpenter to pay some silver to Miss Gu. Gu Yingying smiled faintly. "No need to trouble yourself." Although the contract clearly stated that her windmill design was hers, and no one could lend it to others or let others use it without her permission. If the carpenter master breaks this agreement, he must pay her 100 taels of silver according to their rules. However, she knows that the carpenter master is very stingy and probably won't be willing to pay her silver. This time, she brought the contract not only to deal with the carpenter master but also to give Jia, who takes her happiness from others' pain, a little lesson. Of course, she doesn't want to let Jia get away with it easily, letting that shrew sell the windmill she made from her drawings to make money. Gu Yingying pretended to be understanding and said, "Sir, I know that the magistrate has just returned from the imperial city and has many official duties. I can't bother him with this small matter. But I have a good idea I want to share." The officer listened and a hint of happiness appeared in his eyes and he said, "Tell me your idea. In my opinion, Jia should donate all the finished windmills to nearby villages for the villagers to use. This way, not only will Jia gain a good reputation, but it will also help the local people." After saying this, Gu Yingying felt much more at ease. The officer raised his eyebrows and said, "Excellent. This aligns perfectly with our intentions. The magistrate once told me that the Luo family doesn't own much land, unlike the Gu family. They made so many windmills. Aren't they worried they will be left unused? It's better to let everyone use them, making full use of what they have. Plus, it will earn a good reputation." Thinking of this, Gu Yingying realized that after Mr. Su returned home, he hadn't told Xinlan and the others about the money Jia and she pooled to have Xingya's father make windmills. When the meal was served, Gu Yingying looked around both the main hall and the side room but didn't see anyone from the Luo family. Even Niu, who had promised to come earlier and help cook, didn't show up. Gu Yingying felt a little uneasy, sensing something was wrong. Mainly because Niu always kept her promises. Though a bit timid, she wouldn't be afraid of Jia to avoid helping with the rice harvest. After the villagers finished breakfast and went to work in the fields, Gu Yingying took the opportunity to deliver tea and asked Xinlan to find out from Jia's neighbors. She learned that earlier that morning, the magistrate had sent someone to Luo's house and given Jia's father a box of tea. It is said to have been brought back from the imperial city and is believed to have health-boosting effects. Lord Jifu himself was reluctant to drink it and specifically asked someone to send some to Mr. Jia's father-in-law. Mr. Jia's father-in-law is not an inexperienced person. He accepted the tea and thanked them politely. When the official suggested that they leave one windmill for fun and donate the rest to nearby villages, he could only agree reluctantly. After the officials took away the windmill and loaded it onto the carriage, Mr. Jia's father-in-law scolded Jia herself. He called her a wasteful woman, angry that she was jealous of Gu Zhao's daughter selling food to earn money, instead of thinking about her own situation and comparing herself to others. He said that her family had been busy making windmills and that her family members had suffered and worked hard, but gained nothing. Instead, they had accumulated a lot of debt, which was very harmful. he announced on the spot. The debts owed by the Luo family will be paid by Jia's main family. As for the younger members of the second branch, they are honest people, so we won't trouble them. And the youngest branch, the carpenter who worked hard outside for years without saving much money, was also not to be bothered. They had a chance to earn more but were delayed by Jia's actions, causing them significant losses. Jia's father-in-law said that the food expenses for Xingya and her daughter would also be paid by Jia's main family. He also blamed Jia herself, saying that during her husband's absence, she caused quite a bit of trouble, Su Xinlan whispered to Gu Yingying. She also doesn't blame Jia herself, but says she was acting out and being unreasonable, Gu Yingying guessed. She thought that Jia's man, when at home, must have spoiled her a lot. Otherwise, how could Jia be allowed to cause trouble outside? The reputation of the most quarrelsome woman in Gu family village wouldn't be given to Jia for no reason. But Jia, that quarrelsome woman, finally thought of a way to make money and even made windmills. It looked like she was about to earn some, but then this happened. Not only did she fail to make money, but she also had to worry about Xingya and her daughter's food and drink.
Who would be happy about that?
While Gu Yingying was thinking about this, she heard Su Xinlan speak. Jia's family refused to help pay the debts of the main family and instead asked them to pay for the youngest branch. They refused outright, saying she was showing favoritism. Knowing that her father-in-law was hot-tempered, she first protected her head with both hands and took a few steps back before daring to speak like that. In her mind, she imagined that Jia was actually a little afraid when arguing with her father-in-law. Gu Yingying couldn't help but secretly smile. If she didn't have that much courage, she wouldn't have dared to talk back. What's the use of protecting your head? As long as her father-in-law wants to hit, he can reach her anytime. Gu Yingying said her opinion. Su Xinlan looked at Gu Yingying with surprise. She hadn't expected that she would hear the same story again, which she had previously heard from a neighbor of Jia. She thought to herself, what a coincidence. Before, Jia's neighbor told her that Jia's father-in-law only dared to scold Jia, the daughter-in-law, who dared to disobey elders. He was so angry that he raised his fist to hit Jia. Jia was quick-witted. Seeing she was about to be hit, she pushed the man standing on her right front, Nyo, to the side, taking the punch herself. Fortunately, that punch landed on Nyo's right shoulder, and not on her. So it didn't affect the baby in her belly. Su Xinlan mentioned this to Gu Yingying, feeling upset for Nyo. Living in such a family, she had to endure constant suffering. There are some words she, as an unmarried woman, shouldn't mention. When Gu Yingying heard that Nyo was hit, she couldn't help but feel worried for her. Nyo's husband was still in jail, just like her second brother and others, and would need a few more days of education before he might be released. Is Nyo's shoulder still sore? If not, I can find some ointment for you later. After lunch, you can go to their house and help Nyo apply it. Also, take the red water I brewed and the pig's trotter's soup to her and Xingya. Gu Yingying wanted to help Nyo, but after arguing with Jia, she hadn't gone to Luo's house again. That quarrelsome woman had found reasons to cause trouble at Gu's house several times. Because she didn't have support and was out of control, she just caused trouble and then left. Gu Yingying asked Ju to rest for a while, then tidied up the dishes and washed the bowls herself. She also prepared some tea for the villagers. The tea she served in the morning was apricot pear tea, which helped soothe the stomach and lungs. The villagers said it was very tasty and wanted more. However, Gu Yingying advised them that although apricot pear tea is delicious, they shouldn't drink too much. This afternoon, I prepared goji berry tea for the villagers. It can boost immunity, help liver health, and improve eyesight. I think the villagers will like it. After pouring the tea, Gu Yingying was on her way to deliver it when she met Su Xinlan. Seeing the look of helplessness in Su Xinlan's eyes, she understood without asking that helping the Nyo family with the Luo family this time would not go smoothly. Yingying, just as you predicted, Nyo's shoulder is swollen. I gently massaged it, and she couldn't help but frown. She also told me she's often benefited from your kindness and wanted to help you, but couldn't come. She feels quite sorry, Su Xinlan said with pity in her eyes, talking about Nyo.
Tell her not to worry about it.
She should rest well and recover soon, Gu Yingying said. She knew Nyo was having a hard time and just wanted her to get better. The teapot and big porcelain bowl from your house might not be delivered until tonight. Neo is afraid to take them home, worried Jia's family might see and stop her and Xingya from drinking from them. So, as soon as she received the teapot and bowl, she quickly hid them in the vegetable garden, covering them with some rotten leaves. Su Xinlan whispered as she helped Gu Yingying carry the teapot. It's okay. The teapot and bowl aren't valuable. As long as Neo and Xingya can drink from them, that's enough, Gu Yingying said. She didn't plan to ask Neo to return the teapot or bowl, as they weren't worth much. What really worried her was that Neo often didn't have enough to eat, which could affect her unborn child. That made Gu Yingying feel truly sad for Neo. Also, Xingya, an orphan girl without her mother's care, only hopes her father will save enough money to buy a house in town and bring her to live there. Now, she's likely to be disappointed again. Jia's family wanted to earn money, but ended up in debt. This news spread among the neighbors in less than a morning. At noon, after the villagers helped their families harvest rice and return to the main hall for a meal, they discussed this matter a lot. Your daughter-in-law borrowed money to have my younger brother make a windmill, all to earn more money so our family can live a better life. But who would have expected the magistrate to come and cause such trouble? Our main family paid the most, but we lost so much. You don't even help us with some silver, and now we have to support Xingya. Someone imitated Jia's neighbor's tone when speaking to the villagers. The middle-aged man beside that person listened and said calmly, Mrs. Jia is too greedy. She deserves a little lesson. But it's Xingya, that child. She will still have to stay with her grandfathers and endure Jia's family's treatment in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yingying noticed some people looking at her face. Still, she didn't feel guilty. No matter who among them, if they were in her place, they wouldn't stay silent and let Jia's family bully them. Gu Yingying was cooking and serving the villagers who had just come back from the fields after helping harvest rice. After Su Xinlan finished eating, she still asked her to help deliver some food to Naish and Xingya. One of them was injured, and the other was still young. She couldn't bear to see them eat poorly. But Su Xinlan shook her head and said, I won't go. You can just go on your way home and deliver it. It's not much of a detour. Just help out, Gu Yingying pleaded with a smile. While they were talking in the kitchen, Zhou came in and pointed at the food box Gu Yingying was holding, asking, Inger, are you asking Xinlan to deliver food to Naish and Xingya again? Yes, Aunt Su, Gu Yingying replied happily, thinking that since Xinlan didn't want to help, she could ask her mother to do it instead. But Zhou waved her hand and said, Your family is harvesting rice. Besides the Luo family, who else hasn't sent someone to help? Even the old man Gua and the widow Feng came early in the morning to help, and only left when it got dark. But have you seen anyone from the Luo family come? Gu Yingying didn't blame Naish's family, and didn't want Jia's family to come either. Many villagers have come to help. They don't need those few, Zhou said. It was also hard to say, since Jia's family and Naish's family were both in prison. Zhou saw Gu Yingying's thoughts and said, even if their eldest and second sons are in jail, don't they have some able-bodied people at home? She felt frustrated for Gu Yingying. They didn't come at all. You're kind-hearted and worried they might not have enough to eat. Gu Yingying softly said, but Naish and Xingya are innocent. Anyway, they've helped me before. Zhou still didn't agree. After helping her daughter wash dishes and boiling water for her, she finally left their home. When only Gu Yingying and Mrs. Zhu were in the kitchen, she begged Mrs. Zhu to help her deliver some food. But Mrs. Zhu was not willing. I may not do as much work as you, but I get up early too. I'm tired now and want to rest soon. If you want to send food, wait until I have free tomorrow, and I'll help you then. Mrs. Zhu yawned, stood up, took a gourd water scoop, filled a bucket, and asked Gu Yingying to deliver it to her mother-in-law. Gu Yingying did as she was asked. Little sister, I really don't mean to criticize you. When second uncle was at home, we had to boil extra water. Now that he's gone to stay at a guest house in the city, and he won't be back for a few days, we finally get a break from some chores, but you still insist on delivering food to Naishi and others. You always want to do good deeds. Hearing her sister-in-law say this, Gu Yingying didn't want to argue. If she didn't want to deliver, she wouldn't. But she didn't think it was a good thing that second uncle wasn't home. She and her sister-in-law felt a bit more relaxed, doing less work. But for the family, it meant more expenses. She really didn't understand second uncle's idea. Why stay in a guest house now or later? Instead, he ran out just when everyone else couldn't leave the village. Staying outside for a day cost silver coins for lodging and meals. Forget it, I won't mention second uncle anymore. Gu Yingying, feeling tired, carried a bucket of hot water to her mother. When she returned to the kitchen, she filled another bucket for herself and went to bathe. Gu Yingying prepared several good dishes. Just as she brought them to the table, she saw Naishi standing outside the main hall. Naishi was wearing a worn-out blue rough cloth dress, blue trousers, and black cloth shoes. She carried a bamboo basket with a teapot and porcelain bowls, which she had sent yesterday. Seeing her, she shyly lowered her head and softly said, "I should have come yesterday, but something came up and I couldn't make it. Today, I came early. I can't do much work, but I can help cook meals." Gu Yingying quickly went over, took the bamboo basket from Naishi, and led her to the side room to eat. She and her second sister-in-law ate in the kitchen, mainly because there were too many people, and eating in the side room would be too crowded. After a while, Su Xinlan also came to the kitchen, saying she was full and just wanted to sit for a while. She sat next to Gu Yingying and said, "Look, last night I asked to send food to Naish and Xingya, but thank goodness I didn't send it." Gu Yingying smiled softly. If she had known Naish would come, she really wouldn't have sent the food. But she was also curious. How did the people from Luo's family suddenly become willing to help after just one night? Before she could ask, Su Xinlan said, don't think Naish came to help because her family wanted her to. Honestly, if my great-uncle hadn't gone to Luo's house last night and told Jia's father, neighbors help each other, but if you don't even help with rice, how can we trust you? From now on, if you need help with anything, we won't assist. Then maybe things would be different. Hearing this, Gu Yingying finally understood the real reason. It was her great-uncle, Su Tai, who had spoken to the Luo family. So, that's why the Luo family suddenly became so eager to help. Although Naish was helping with cooking, Gu Yingying and Zhu Shi didn't go to the fields to work. It wasn't because they didn't trust Naish, but because they didn't trust Naish's older sister-in-law, Jia. They were afraid that if they went out to work, Jia might follow and sneak something unclean into the food. They couldn't catch her in time. That would be very troublesome. In the memories left by the original owner, Jia once helped a neighbor cook rice. She packed some freshly cooked rice into a cloth bag, but while others weren't paying attention, she mixed in some rice that had gone bad from her own home. In the end, Jia took the fresh rice in the cloth bag, carried it home, and the neighbors who ate the spoiled rice suffered stomach aches and vomiting. No one in the world can hide everything. Bad deeds tend to get found out eventually. Jia was no exception. A few days later, the story of Jia poisoning the neighbors with spoiled rice spread through one of her neighbors. After that, very few people dared to ask Jia for help with cooking. Gu Yingying and Zhu Shi especially avoided asking her because of past conflicts. Even if Jia's relatives are here to help, she still has to be cautious. What if Jia takes advantage of their absence to cause trouble? Mrs. Niu works very hard. She either helps Gu Yingying wash vegetables or carries firewood for Mrs.
Zhu.
She never wants to sit idle. When Gu Yingying finishes preparing tea and is about to go deliver it, Mrs. Niu puts down the fire tongs and quickly says, "Let me go." Gu Yingying smiles and replies, "You rest for a while. It's also good for you to chat with my second sister-in-law. It's not far and I'll be back soon." Mrs. Niu awkwardly smiles and hesitates for a moment before asking Gu Yingying, "You treat me well, and you ask Xinlan to bring me ointment and water. Are you trying to borrow grain from us?" Wishing everyone a happy weekend. Gu Yingying only knew that Mrs. Niu was usually timid, but she didn't expect her to speak so directly. Luckily, no one else was in the kitchen, so she didn't have to worry about others overhearing and spreading unpleasant rumors. She looked at Mrs. Niu with a smile and said, "Don't think about these things. I just want you to recover soon, so I asked Xinlan to help bring some ointment and water for you." But before Mrs. Niu could finish, Mrs. Zhu cut her off. "Third Aunt Luo, Don't think my little sister-in-law cares about you just because she's sending you things. She's helping you because she cares. Anyway, you were the one who brought it up first, so don't blame me for being blunt. When you go back today, tell your eldest sister-in-law that our Gu family has sold quite a bit of grain, but we don't need to borrow from your Luo family. The second sister-in-law is always straightforward and protective of her younger sister-in-law. Gu Yingying appreciated Mrs. Zhu for making things clear, but she couldn't help but notice tears in Mrs. Niu's eyes, looking so pitiful. She had to force herself to comfort her. Don't say that, second sister-in-law. Look, third Aunt Luo didn't mean any harm. She's just showing concern. Hearing this, Mrs. Niu was busy arranging scallions and defending herself. See, my little sister-in-law knows I only ask out of concern. Mrs. Zhu glared at Mrs. Niu, snatched the tender scallions from her hand, turned her face away, and picked out the grass mixed in with them. Normally, she and her younger sister-in-law would be busy cooking. Even if Mrs. Niu was very diligent, the one actually cooking with the wok and spatula was still her younger sister-in-law. No one expected a pregnant woman like Mrs. Niu to help cook good dishes. Unexpectedly, when Mrs. Niu arrived, she hadn't done much work and even said some harsh words that upset her sister-in-law.
I really wish she would just go back.
Mrs. Niu had gathered her courage to ask Gu Yingying that question. But as soon as she spoke, she was scolded by Mrs. Zhu, which made her feel very sad. Mrs. Zhu also took the scallions from her hands. Mrs. Niu immediately understood that Mrs. Zhu didn't want her there, thinking she was in the way of the two sisters-in-law. But since she had come and had promised Jia's family to help gather some news, she couldn't just leave without finding out anything. So she quietly moved closer to Gu Yingying and asked softly, "Should I go fetch some firewood again? How much rice do you need to cook just a little meal, and now you want to go get firewood?" Mrs. Zhu asked impatiently. "You're cooking at home, and for a few people eating, you don't know how much rice, water, or firewood to use." Her words made Mrs. Niu choke and start crying loudly. "I came to help.
I just
wanted to help you out of kindness." When Gu Yingying heard Mrs. Niu crying, she had no choice but to put down her knife and take out a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. She gently held Mrs. Niu's hand and asked her to sit on a small stool to rest for a while. Mrs. Niu was still crying, feeling upset because she came to help the Gu family but was ignored and treated coldly, which made her feel very frustrated. She was crying, but Mrs. Zhu, as if nothing was wrong, was still turning vegetables with her back to her. She remembered that a few days ago, Mrs. Zhu's family, along with her husband and older brothers, had gone to avenge Gu Xiaoyao, and they got hurt. When the eldest sister-in-law wanted to fight Mrs. Zhu, who was the one who stepped forward to stop her. Now, Mrs. Zhu was angry at her and treated her like a bad person. Mrs. Niu deliberately cried loudly for Gu Yingying to hear. "Our family situation is known by the villagers. We also know about your harvest. I've wanted to come help for a long time, but my sister-in-law wouldn't let me." Gu Yingying smelled the delicious chicken soup and wanted to go over and serve her a bowl so she could drink some. Even if Mrs. Niu didn't say these words, Gu Yingying could guess that it was like this. She didn't want to hear much more explanation. She wanted to go over, but Mrs. Niu held her right hand tightly. Gu Yingying could only say, "We understand your kindness and we really appreciate it. The chicken soup smells so good. Let me serve you a bowl." Mrs. Niu could smell the aroma of chicken soup but felt upset inside, which affected her appetite. She shook her head and said to Gu Yingying, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm here, and I haven't helped you much anyway, so..." She deliberately looked at Mrs. Zhu, who was busy choosing vegetables, and didn't look back at her. Realizing she was no longer welcome here, she pouted and said, "Forget it, I think I'll go back." Although she hadn't really planned to leave, she stood up and prepared to go. Gu Yingying didn't try to stop her. She quickly packed some rice into a food box, added a chicken leg, 2 ribs, a steamed meat portion, and some stir-fried lotus root slices. She said to Mrs. Niu, "I'll see you off." Although Mrs. Niu going straight back might make others think she wasn't good at hosting guests, her presence here made her second sister-in-law uncomfortable. Whether Mrs. Niu helped or not didn't matter much to her or her second sister-in-law. Mrs. Niu initially shook her head, but seeing Gu Yingying's sincere smile, she decided to accept. Gu Ying said. All right, then I'll see you off. My eldest sister-in-law might be working in the fields and can see the road from there. Don't worry, I'll just walk with you for a short while and be back soon. While speaking, Gu Ying deliberately glanced at Mrs. Zhu, who was still turned away from them, to let Mrs. Niu know she planned to talk to her second sister-in-law after seeing her off. Mrs. Niu understood and nodded. After leaving the main gate of the Gu family, Gu Ying confided in Mrs. Niu, I know you're a kind person and like to help. My second sister-in-law isn't mean-spirited. She just said those things out of anger. Don't take it to heart, Auntie, Gu Ying advised. Hearing Gu Ying apologize for Mrs. Zhu, Mrs. Niu suddenly felt it wasn't such a big deal and stopped feeling upset. She took the food box from Gu Ying's hand and expressed her thanks. When no one else approached, Mrs. Niu said, There are some things I don't want to ask my eldest sister-in-law about. But you know how she is. She's narrow-minded and finds it hard to forgive others. If I don't ask, it will be hard to explain when I get back. Gu Ying understood and replied, Our family sold a lot of grain, and I and second brother have apologized to the villagers. Everyone knows that. But your eldest sister-in-law is really overthinking. You think that even if my family doesn't have much grain left, we can still go to the county or the city to buy some. Hearing the word, buy, Mrs. Niu's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, If you can buy grain nearby, why would you drive all the way to the city? Why go so far? It's much easier to buy from the villagers. Knowing that the Gu family wants to buy grain, Mrs. Niu felt secretly happy. As soon as she found out the price, she could go back and tell her older sister-in-law. Then she would see how she handled the deal. Gu Ying only heard Mrs. Niu ask this and guessed her thoughts. She deliberately quoted a higher price, about 6 coins more than what the city sells the grain for. After saying this, she quietly watched Mrs. Niu's face and saw her eyes full of joy. Since she knew the Luo family is usually very frugal, they have probably saved some stored grain over the years, planning to sell it for silver. But Jia's family isn't stupid and would consider this carefully. If they want to sell the stored grain to the Gu family, they would definitely ask a relative for help. Then, her family could pretend that the grain isn't from the Luo family, but from a relative's family, making them more willing to buy. Thank you for reading. I wish everyone a happy weekend. Gu Ying pretended to be helpless and said, I've thought about that too. Our situation is similar. This year, we have to sell all the rice we harvest. With that, it's hard for the family to have enough to eat, let alone have grain to sell. That might not be true. Mrs. Niu looked at the distant rice fields. Those fields all belong to the Luo family. Every year, they harvest a lot of grain, but they can't finish it all. She estimated in her mind that once they sell the stored grain, the second household could get quite a bit of silver. Then, they could save it for their children's future schooling. She had already asked a fortune-teller, who said she was definitely going to have a son this time. The fortune-teller also told her and her mother-in-law that this child would be extraordinary, destined to rise high and bring glory to the family. Her mother-in-law didn't understand everything at first, just nodded repeatedly at the fortune-teller and even generously gave him 5 taels of silver. She asked, Then, do you think my second son-in-law's child, when grown up, could be as successful as the official brother in the imperial city? Don't worry. When your grandson is born, your whole family will enjoy happiness together. After hearing this, the mother-in-law quickly added a silver coin to the big fortune-teller and later cooked some pig's trotter soup for her at home to help her recover. Having had 2 children before, this was the 3rd pregnancy for Mrs. Niu, and she was finally treated so well for the first time. Because of this, Jia often told her that although she had given birth to several sons in the past, she had never been treated so kindly by her mother-in-law. She said she was both jealous and sympathetic. Feeling guilty, she said to Jia, Don't worry, sister-in-law. When my child is born and if he becomes an official someday, I will make sure he treats you well. The eldest aunt, Jia excitedly held her hand. Second sister-in-law, it's you who treats me so well. But this year is hard for everyone. I heard that this year's grain can't be sold. Hearing this, she was also very worried. I knew about this too, but there's nothing I can do. No, there's a way. Ja whispered softly, leaning closer. That we can manage it. She shook her head. Gu Xiaya has been nicer to me than before, but sometimes she's still quite fierce, even more than before. I don't dare to ask her. Think about the child in your belly. Ja pointed to her rounded belly and said, even if he can only eat coarse food with us later, when he goes out to study, he will need money for the journey, right? Buying writing brushes and ink, silver for gifts, and participating in apprentice ceremonies, giving gifts, and so on. To ensure her child could go to school in the future, Mrs. Neo asked Gu Yingying about borrowing or buying grain. After walking a bit further, she told Gu Yingying, I'll keep the grain-buying matter in mind. I'll ask around in the next few days to see who has it for sale. I'll tell you when I find something. Then thank you, Annie. Gu Yingying deliberately tested Mrs. Neo. You treat us so well, I won't forget to treat you well either. When I buy grain, I will give you some small silver as a thank you. Hearing there was money to be made, Mrs. Neo was very happy. She immediately said to Gu Yingying, You're so generous. I thank you on behalf of my unborn child. When he is born, I will make sure he treats you well. The elder sister-in-law had told her and her mother-in-law something, but her mother-in-law repeatedly warned her, don't tell anyone outside the family. However, she trusted Gu Yingying and decided to share the information. After hearing this, Gu Yingying thought about what Neo Shi had said and done before, and she guessed what was really going on. No matter why the elder sister-in-law said those things, she hoped Neo Shi could stay calm. Sometimes, the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. In her view, even in ancient times, women with skills could also make their families live well. It wasn't true that only sons could succeed and help the family grow strong. When she got home, Gu Yingying only mentioned to Zhu Shi that Neo Shi said she would help find out who was selling grain. She didn't mention what the elder sister-in-law had said or how nice her words were. She didn't want the second sister-in-law to spread the news, and she also considered that the villagers would be coming back soon for dinner, so she was worried others might overhear. Like yesterday, Gu Yingying went to the main hall to tidy up the dishes when she heard a man's voice coming from the next room. It was Su Tai. Although De Wang has to go to the city for some time and effort, I still keep an eye on things. I'm not worried about the Luo family slacking off. That woman Neo Shi just came by for a moment and took a big box of food back. Isn't it heavy? Uncle Su, we have so many villagers helping us. We don't always need to trouble the Luo family. Neo Shi isn't feeling well, and it's already kind of her to come for a while. That was her father's voice. It seemed her father also didn't want the Luo family to help. Otherwise, it would be hard to get the work done. I remember everything. The villagers who come to work at your house every day, how much grain they bring, and how many vegetables and fruits they carry. I know it all. It's better if Neo Shi doesn't come tomorrow. If she does, she won't do much work, but will just take food and run. I'll make them compensate for your grain, Su Tai said in a serious tone. We're not short of that grain. Uncle Su, please don't say that. Her father sounded a bit helpless. You don't lack it, but I do. I lack everything. Su Tai also sounded unhappy. Suddenly, she heard the soft sound of a door opening. Gu Yingying looked up and saw Su Tai coming out of the next room, looking very serious. She wanted to go forward and advise him not to argue with the Luo family anymore, but she also knew that Su Tai's disputes with the Luo family were not just about helping her family. More importantly, she was already the village head of Gujia village. Having contributed so much to her hometown, she naturally hoped that the villagers would all live well. Fighting among the Luo family members affected their unity and made people dislike them. Mrs. Neo really came again, not only bringing a food box but also carrying another one herself. She said that Gu's meals are delicious, not only to her but also to her niece, Xingya. Mrs. Zhu didn't look kindly on Mrs. Neo and coldly asked, "Why are you here again?" "I'm here to help you," Mrs. Neo said, feeling a bit embarrassed. This time, Gu Yingying didn't persuade Mrs. Zhu or apologize to Mrs. Neo on behalf of her second sister-in-law. She was busy with her own things, whether Mrs. Neo was standing or sitting. Last night, at Xinlan's request, she ground some medicinal powder and mixed it into the flour to make cakes for Xiuyi's son. Today, before Uncle Su drove into the town, She carried the food box to deliver the cakes to Shinlon, hoping to give them to Uncle Soo first. After all the busy work, she was exhausted and had no energy to deal with these trivial matters. Gu Ying didn't dare sit close to the chair, afraid that once she sat down, she would fall asleep. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Monday. Mrs. Neo saw that Gu Ying looked pale and tired, so she stepped forward to help her wash vegetables. Thinking it was autumn and early morning, the well water was still a bit cold, she advised, "Auntie, I'll finish washing quickly. You can sit and rest for a while. In the past, when I helped you harvest rice, either your mother and second sister-in-law or Shinlon's mother cooked in the kitchen. I didn't expect that this year, you suddenly became more sensible and started helping your second sister-in-law." Gu Ying smiled awkwardly. She wasn't lazy, so she didn't see the need to explain too much. Mrs. Zhu, standing nearby, also heard this and looked back at Mrs. Neo. She wondered if this woman had been drinking, coming so early and talking so much nonsense. If she came yesterday and left, why come again today? But today Mrs. Neo came, did little work, and kept talking about how her younger sister used to not help with chores. If others heard, they might think she was spreading rumors about her sister not helping around the house. Seeing how honest Mrs. Neo seemed, she was now trying to stir trouble like Jia's wife, liking to sow discord. Mrs. Neo didn't notice that Mrs. Zhu was watching her. She spoke to herself. If you had been like this earlier, your mother and your second sister-in-law wouldn't have had such a hard time. Look at your family's fields. Every autumn harvest, you're busy for a long time. Inside the house, Mrs. Zhu let out a low cough, showing some impatience. Gu Ying quickly signaled to Mrs. Neo with her eyes, hoping she wouldn't say more. There was no need to say these things here. But Mrs. Neo didn't mind and still shared her opinion. I heard from some neighbors that in a few days, my husband and your second brother will come back. If your second brother sees how much you've changed, he'll be so happy. Gu Ying smiled softly. Yes, I've become more sensible, so my second brother will definitely be happy. When she said this, she looked at Mrs. Zhu and was pleasantly surprised to see a warm smile on her face. She knew that whenever someone mentioned her second brother or happy things related to him, Mrs. Zhu would feel happy too. Of course, your second sister-in-law will be happy as well, Mrs. Zhu hurriedly agreed. Yes, definitely. Since coming to the Gu family, Mrs. Zhu had never shown her a kind face. Hearing this, Mrs. Neo felt much better inside. She relaxed and started talking more openly about her family, especially about her husband and Gu Ying's second brother. Last time, I went with my mother-in-law to the government office in the city and saw my husband. He's lost a lot of weight. It really hurts to see him like that. I wonder if he's trying to comfort me because he told me that he can eat well inside, except for not being able to come home and help me with chores. Otherwise, everything else is fine. Gu Ying also felt sympathy for Mrs. Neo's family. She had gone to seek revenge for her friend and ended up in prison, suffering inside. But since it wasn't her fault, she didn't show any guilt. She remembered hearing that a relative of Jia's family worked at the government office. So, the news Mrs. Neo got was probably from that person. Before, Jia's family could use good wine and roasted chicken as gifts to get out of chores, thanks to that person's help. Since Mrs. Neo brought it up first, Gu Ying took the opportunity to ask her about the news. Third Aunt Luo, I heard you say that Uncle Luo will be back soon. Why don't you skip helping out these next couple of days? Go home early and prepare to welcome Uncle Luo back. Look, your family also has a lot of rice to harvest and you are quite busy. When will your second brother come back? At that time, I will prepare some rice wine in advance to bring back for you to enjoy. Previously, Uncle Sue told me that although your second brother and others were all taken away on the same day, they might not be released on the same day. This is mainly because some of them have received education, changed their ways, and made the officials and the magistrate happy. But others, even after staying inside for a few days, still just get by without self-reflection. Because of their poor behavior, they won't be released for now. I also asked around at the government office before, wondering when your second brother might return. The answer was always to wait and see. It would be soon. They didn't give a specific date. Thinking that the Neo family's relatives could help ask about it is a good idea. Should be in the next couple of days. I've been counting the days, so I'm sure it will happen soon, Neo said, looking at Gu Yingying with a bitter smile, and added, when your second brother and the others come back, you shouldn't cause trouble anymore. Just behave well. Look, when you argued with Yin, not only did you suffer, but you also caused trouble for many villagers. Sigh. That incident became known all around within 100 miles. When Gu's family and Gu Xiaoya heard this, they also felt a bit embarrassed. She said this just to hope Gu Xiaoya would stop causing trouble and try to change for the better. Maybe someday, she will meet a talented person who doesn't mind her past mistakes and is willing to marry her as a wife. Neo thought she was saying this for Gu Yingying's good. She remembered that not long ago, her eldest sister-in-law suggested that her younger uncle make windmills to sell for money. Her in-laws, who liked earning money, didn't oppose it. So they helped gather money and even asked around in Chifeng village to see who wanted to buy windmills, taking deposits first. But her younger uncle's friend went to Chifeng village and, upon hearing about this, was told by many villagers that people from Gu's village were all destined for bad luck. They also said that the villagers had beaten people from the Gu family side, causing many villagers to get hurt. They came to harvest rice with injuries, but it made things worse for them. It was right not to let the people from Gu's village harvest their rice. That was fair to them. Who still cares about buying windmill toys made by people here? My little uncle's friend explained to those people that this matter was already in the past, and there was no need to argue about it anymore. He also told them that maybe after the magistrate returns, he will investigate the issue and give an explanation to the villagers from both villages. Some villagers believed this and paid a deposit, saying they wanted to buy the windmill toys. In the end, nearly 100 taels of silver were collected as a deposit, and the windmill toys were made. Just as they were about to sell them for profit, the magistrate sent someone to deliver gifts and took away the windmill toys from their home. He claimed it was a donation for the villagers. Thinking about this, even Neo, who already had opinions about Jia's family, felt frustrated for her own family. But after advising Gu Yingying, she felt a bit better. Gu Yingying nodded to show she understood. Before this, she had tried her best to apologize and explain to others. Whether it was Neo or others talking about it, she no longer felt guilty. At this moment, Zhu smiled as she came to stand opposite Neo, squatting down and moving the vegetable basket closer to herself. Aunt Luo, your body isn't feeling well, so don't always sit on the small stool, Zhu said to Gu Yingying. Hurry, help Aunt Luo up, pour her a cup of tea, and let her sit on the armchair so she feels more comfortable. Today, no one prepared red water for Neo, and she didn't expect her to come over. So after hearing this, Gu Yingying helped Neo to sit, poured her a cup of red date tea, which is good for blood replenishment. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Yingying heard Gu Qingfeng say, Inger, prepare more food today, so your unmotivated second brother can taste your cooking. Let him see how unambitious he is. Ha! Don't say that about second brother. If he's coming back these days, it must mean he's been reflecting well inside. He'll definitely change in the future, Gu Yingying thought happily. She realized Neo was right, her second brother was really coming back. No matter what others said about him or how much they disliked him, in her eyes, her second brother was the best older brother. When her father left the kitchen, only she and Mrs. Zhu were there. She said to Mrs. Zhu, second sister-in-law, after you finish breakfast, go find Sister Xinlan and go to her vegetable garden to pick some chives. I heard from Aunt Sue that her chives grow very well, but she has been busy working at our house these days and hasn't had time to pick any for cooking. She asked us to pick some for her to eat. Sue's house is near the village entrance, and the vegetable garden is close by. Standing in Sue's garden, you can see the vehicles and people passing by the village entrance. Of course, you can also see our second brother coming back soon. Mrs. Zhu looked gratefully at Gu Yingying, her eyes shy and hopeful, and said, Thank you, sister. After Gu Yingying and Mrs. Zhu served the food, they saw Mrs. Neo, who had come with her parents-in-law. Unlike the previous time she came alone, this time she brought some greens. Especially her mother-in-law, who carried a bamboo basket filled with white, tender radishes. They looked very nice. It's natural to accept gifts that are offered. But after receiving these gifts and returning to the kitchen, Gu Yingying couldn't help but wonder in her mind, They only sent Neo to help cook before and no one else. Now, 2 more people have come to help and they even brought gifts. Could it be that they have some request for the Gu family? Could it be that Neo's men are coming back? The elders of the Luo family might be pretending to show their sons that the family and neighbors are getting along well. After breakfast, the villagers followed Su Tai to the rice fields west of the village to work. Gu Yingying was alone in the kitchen making cakes, thinking that once her second brother arrived home, he could enjoy fresh red date cake. Since her second brother had been in prison for several days, it was time to give him something tasty. Soon, Gu Yingying finished steaming the red date cake. When she lifted the lid, a rich aroma filled the room. She was reluctant to taste a piece herself, quickly covering it again, waiting for her second brother to come back so he could enjoy the warm cake. But unfortunately, just then, the kitchen door was gently pushed open. Gu Yingying thought it was her second sister-in-law returning and looked to see if she had finished steaming the cake. She asked softly, "So urgent you?" Unexpectedly, I heard Nyash's voice beside me. "Huh, it's not that I'm in a hurry. It's just that your cooking is so delicious that our little Xing'er can't stop thinking about it after eating." Today, when she heard we were coming, she ran to the field too. My mother-in-law said I shouldn't strain my body and can't harvest much grain, so she asked me to bring Xing'er back to help you. After hearing this, Gu Yingying felt that Nyash's reason was a bit forced. But she also thought that Xing'er was an orphan and had helped her before. When she opened the lid to look at the cake, the fragrant smell filled the entire kitchen. Anyone who came in could smell it. It was hard not to let Xing'er have some. As for Nyash, she was pregnant, so she shouldn't be treated unfairly. But the household's flour was already running low, mainly used to help Sister Xinlan make cakes for the person she secretly admired. This used up quite a bit of flour and eggs. So, the cakes made for second brother this time totaled only 9 pieces. If they gave Nyash and her, there wouldn't be many left for the family to eat. Gu Yingying looked at the kitchen knife on the chopping board, thinking of splitting one of the cakes in half so Nyash and Xing'er could each have a piece. But Xing'er reached out, shook Nyash's hand, sniffed, and begged, "It smells so good. It must be delicious again. I want to eat." The 6-year-old girl's words were surely honest. She only made this small amount of cake, which was true. Gu Yingying looked at Xing'er and saw her hopeful eyes were fixed on her. This little girl was thin with dull hair. Compared to other children her age in the village, it was as if Xing'er had been mistreated at home. Xing'er pouted at Gu Yingying, and tears suddenly fell. She was already wearing ragged clothes, and her expression made it look like she was a beggar. Gu Yingying's heart ached. She just wanted Xing'er to taste the cake, so she opened the lid and picked up a fork to take out a piece. Next to her, Nyash saw the steaming red date cake with sesame seeds on top and couldn't help swallowing. I didn't notice that Xing'er, standing beside her, had already taken a step forward after putting down her hand to grab a piece of red date cake. Gu Yingying planned to give some to Neo's family and 2 pieces to Xing'er. But she quickly saw the soot on Xing'er's hand and hurriedly advised, "Come, let's wash your hands first before eating." Xing'er refused to listen. She snatched the cake and shoved it into her mouth, gobbling it down as if the cake would be taken away by Gu Yingying on the opposite side. In just a moment, Xing'er had eaten both pieces of cake. Delicious. "I want more." Xing'er happily smacked her lips. Instead of asking Neo's family indirectly, she directly asked Gu Yingying for more. "Xing'er, it's almost lunchtime. Don't eat any more cake for now." After saying this, Gu Yingying looked at Neo's family on purpose and said so they could hear, "When I have someone buy more flour next time, I will make more cakes and invite you to eat." Gu Yingying looked a bit troubled. Some things are hard to explain to a 6-year-old girl, and she might not understand. But Neo's family is her elder and has cooked before, so they can understand her difficulties. Neo's family lowered her head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xing'er is her beloved granddaughter, but since she doesn't have her biological mother around, she is quite pitiful. Not just in the Gu family, even in her own home, she has never spoken ill of Xing'er. At the same time, she can't blame Gu Yingying for lacking compassion. No matter what, during these days, both she and Xing'er have enjoyed many delicious foods made by Gu Yingying. However, her grandmother had already considered this and chose some large radishes to send to the Gu family. She told her, and Xingye, we sent vegetables to the Gu family. From now on, when you eat food made by Gu Xiaoye, you won't owe her anything. Niu's family reluctantly advised Xingye. Be good, Xingye. Don't eat any more cake for now. Once we have some flour at home, second aunt will also make cakes for you to eat. Xingye shook her head like a rattledrum, looking aggrieved. Our family will have flour, but grandma and the eldest aunt will sell it to exchange for money, so they won't be willing to give us any. And just like her eldest aunt, she cooked food with little oil, and the porridge was so thin that you could see people's shadows through it. This child is really honest, almost to the point of telling her second aunt, I don't want you to make pastries for me. Gu Yingying felt a bit helpless, so she took out a piece of pastry and gave it to Xingye. Mrs. Niu saw that Xingye was so ungrateful and had to find an excuse, saying, Xingye, come with me outside to deliver tea to your grandmother and the others. No, I want to stay with Sister Yingying, Xingye replied. Whenever she had something tasty, she didn't care who was who, her family or others. Gu Yingying was relieved to see that Xingye refused to leave. Anyway, she didn't dare let Mrs. Niu help deliver the tea, worried that she might accidentally fall on the way, causing trouble for everyone. Sister Yingying, can I have another piece? Tomorrow, I will ask my grandma to pick some nice radishes to send to you, Xingye said, eating more and more. Since she saw that Gu Yingying was no longer mean to her, she wasn't afraid anymore and dared to ask for more. Mrs. Niu hurriedly advised, Xingye, you should think about Sister Yingying. Look, she doesn't have many pastries left. Why are you still asking her? I heard what Annie and Grandma said last night. I know Sister Yingying still has quite a few pastries. Otherwise, how could she send so many to Sister Xinlan? Xingye looked innocent. Gu Yingying didn't hide anything. She originally made the pastries herself to give to Sister Xinlan without bothering anyone. Besides, that quarrelsome woman Jia was always meddling in others' affairs. Could there be anything she didn't know? Because I used to make a lot of pastries, I don't have much flour left now, Gu Yingying said with a faint smile, explaining to Xingye. She couldn't give Xingye more pastries, so after cooking the pork rib soup, she served a bowl to Xingye to drink first. Of course, she also poured a bowl for Mrs. Niu. Soon, the sound of firecrackers crackling came from the village entrance. Gu Yingying knew it must be her second brother and others, brought back by the officials. The family members who went to greet them were lighting firecrackers in celebration. The popping sound of firecrackers echoed louder and louder, mixed with people's laughter, filling Gu Yingying's ears. Her right hand, holding the spatula, trembled slightly as she was about to put it down and go outside to see what was happening. I saw Aunt Niu pulling on Xingye, who was biting into a chicken leg, and she quickly walked out of the kitchen. I was worried Aunt Niu might trip, so I kindly reminded her, be careful, don't fall. Aunt Niu was only focused on rushing outside and didn't listen to Gu Yingying's words. Gu Yingying just put down the spatula but then had to pick it up again, feeling helpless. She was alone in the house and really couldn't leave. She missed her second brother so much that, while making shrimp and asparagus, she forgot to add salt. After serving the food and everyone started eating, she and her second sister-in-law went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. That's when her second sister-in-law said, Little sister, do you know how kind your second brother is to you? During lunch, the man from Aunt Niu's family said there was no salt in this dish. Your second brother thought he was talking nonsense, picked up the plate, and poured the remaining shrimp and asparagus into his own bowl, then finished eating it. Gu Yingying felt both grateful and a little sad for her second brother. When Xingye and the others weren't in the kitchen, she quickly took out some pastries and asked Aunt Niu to take them to her room. When her second brother finished work and came back, he could enjoy some. Zhu saw that there were fewer than 9 pieces of pastry left in the food box. She immediately guessed that Aunt Niu had eaten some. She said angrily, These people are really shameless. She knew well enough that the pastries her young sister made were for her second brother. They have their own stove, firewood, and plenty of grain. Why do they have to come and eat ours? While speaking, Zhu took a piece of pastry and fed it to Gu Yingying. Gu Ying had no choice but to eat it. For the first time, she felt that her homemade pastries were sweet and much tastier than any bought outside. While Aunt Nyo and her family had gone home, Zhu quickly took the food box back to her room and placed it on the small wooden table. She wanted her husband to enjoy the pastries made by his little sister when he returned at night. An hour later, the villagers finished their work and came back. Gu Ying and Zhu were busy and sweaty, but managed to prepare dinner within half an hour and served it on the table. Today, they finished work earlier than usual, mainly to take care of those who, like her second brother, had just returned and needed to eat early so they could rest at home. Some women sat at the table, tasting the dishes Gu Ying made and drinking the rice wine brewed by Qin Shi. They all praised her and her mother, saying they were both very capable. When they went to help at their house, everyone was happy because the food and drinks were good. Mrs. Nyo had already taken her daughter Xingya home after lunch, claiming she needed a rest. But before dinner, she brought Xingya back to eat with everyone. Now they were sitting at the table together. Sitting between them was her mother-in-law, Mrs. Feng. Mrs. Feng was not well liked in the village. So even though she was sitting at the table watching neighbors drink and eat meat, no one poured her a drink. Feeling upset, Mrs. Feng snatched the wine jar from the woman next to Xingya and drank all the remaining wine in one go. Many people at the table looked on with disapproval, but they stayed silent out of politeness. Coincidentally, Mrs. Nyo had eaten some shredded meat and praised it. This shredded meat is cooked well, looks good, and tastes delicious. Hearing this, Mrs. Feng quickly picked up a spoon, used chopsticks to scoop some shredded meat into a bowl for Xingya, and urged her, "Eat quickly. Look at you, you don't eat much normally. Why aren't you gaining weight?" Although the table was full of tasty dishes, many people hadn't tasted anything yet. It wasn't only Xingya who was eating. Not only did Gu Ying feel angry inside, but Zhou and the others also frowned and glared, clearly unhappy with those two. Gu Ying looked at her nearly empty plate and wanted to repeat what Xingya had said earlier in the kitchen to Mrs. Feng. But her sister Xinlan, sitting beside her, scooped a piece of cushion carp and urged her to eat more because she was too thin. So she had to eat quietly, without saying a word. Unexpectedly, the wife from the Luo family also scooped some pieces of cushion carp from the plate into Xingya's bowl. This time, she didn't use chopsticks or a spoon but directly tilted the plate to serve. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Thursday. Gu Ying couldn't stand it anymore, but she didn't show any displeasure. She asked Mrs. Feng, "Since you think your granddaughter isn't gaining weight, you should cook more meat soup at home to help her. The food we prepare is for everyone to share. The villagers are all helping us with the work. After a long day, we can't just let them go hungry." In the memories left by the original owner, Mrs. Feng of the Luo family is a stingy and unpleasant woman. She usually only knows how to take advantage of neighbors and is too mean to lend even a needle. If her family lends a needle to someone, she will immediately go to ask for it back once she finds out. And forget about borrowing money from her. At home, she often bullied her two daughters-in-law. Even the strong-willed Jia was no match for her. The usually timid Nyo was even more obedient and let her step on her. So, she had to make it clear. The food is for everyone, not just for the Luo family. Don't eat so badly. Feng quickly swallowed a piece of meat. No matter what, she helped the Gu family all day. She couldn't have helped for nothing. Not eating the food would be foolish. She picked up her chopsticks and gave Xingya a piece of chicken egg. She heard Zhou say, "At least leave some for us." This made her feel unfair, so she acted proud and asked Zhou, "I don't usually come to the Gu family to eat. I came to help them, to lighten their load. Everyone contributed, so why can't I and my granddaughter eat?" Although she was asking Zhou, Feng also deliberately looked at Gu Ying when she asked. Everyone at the table saw clearly that Feng was trying to ask Gu Ying, "Isn't that right?" Gu Ying didn't want to repeat what she had said before. But she also didn't want to argue with Feng. She picked up a plate of chive and lamb stir-fry in front of Sister Xinlan, stood up, and let everyone taste it. The few dishes of meat on the table were almost finished by Feng and her family. Only this plate of lamb, which was still far from them, hadn't been taken. She quickly divided it, so everyone could try some, to prevent Feng and her family from eating it all. Feng was the last to taste the lamb. Even though it was very delicious and the best she had eaten in years, she still felt uncomfortable inside. She knew well that the village chief and his wife always protected the Gu family. Mrs. Zhou spoke in front of the villagers, criticizing Gu Xiaoya, calling her a rude girl, and questioning if she was generous enough. She said that if the Gu family prepared more food, not only she and her granddaughter could eat well, but others as well. Everyone, young and old, openly opposed her, refusing to give her any respect as the elder. Suddenly, Mrs. Feng angrily slammed the table, startling Xingya, who almost dropped her chopsticks from the loud noise. Some women, knowing that Mrs. Luo was a petty person worse than the quarrelsome Jia, dared not eat anymore. Mrs. Zhou, who came from outside the imperial city, remained calm in front of this crazy woman. She continued eating as usual, ignoring Mrs. Feng completely. Su Xinlan was also unshaken. She not only helped herself to some food but also offered Gu Yingying a slice of lotus root. This time, Gu Yingying didn't eat any more vegetables. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and asked Mrs. Feng, who was sitting next to Xingya, with a sharp tone, "Why are you causing trouble in my house? Do you think we've wronged you?" They were all working together as a family, and no one else brought along an outsider to eat for free like Mrs. Feng and her family. She had previously volunteered to share her food, so that wasn't the issue. Instead of thanking her for the kindness, Mrs. Feng was using her as a punching bag. Was there no justice left? Mrs. Feng's cold gaze fixed on Gu Yingying. This rude girl, besides having a pretty face and a pair of hands that could cook a few dishes, what else was so special about her? She should think about how many women her age hadn't married yet. Chasing after this one, flattering that one. In the end, her reputation was ruined. Who would still dare to propose marriage? While Mrs. Zhou and her daughter were present, Mrs. Feng deliberately revealed some information in front of everyone. Gu Xiaoya, don't think that just because I brought my granddaughter here for a meal, I owe you a lot of money. You need to understand that I not only worked for you, but also brought a lot of radishes for your family. Everyone saw that.
Uffed.
The woman sitting next to Mrs. Zhou couldn't hold back her laughter and spat out her rice wine, quickly wiping her mouth with a cloth. Mrs. Zhou and her daughter exchanged glances, both thinking that this woman's face was really thick. Even though white radishes in winter are as valuable as ginseng, it was still autumn, after all. No matter how valuable radishes are, who in the village doesn't grow them? But the delicious dishes on this table are probably something many people can enjoy during their family reunion meals. The small amount of radishes the wife took can't even pay for a few dishes. Gu Yingying already expected that the greedy wife wouldn't say anything nice. Just as she was about to ask about the radishes, she was interrupted by the wife's words. "Old lady, I'm giving you some food because I respect you. Do you really think I make fancy dishes just for you to enjoy? Don't forget, I've made many meals and given them to the village chief's wife's son-in-law, just to ask him to come back and marry you." Hearing this, Gu Yingying felt that Mrs. Feng was truly unreasonable and said irritably, "I don't need you to respect me. I only need to respect myself. If you don't care, then don't come here anymore. There's no need to always tolerate disrespectful people. Otherwise, she might think she's weak and can be pushed around." Zhu Shi saw Gu Yingying's anger, her eyebrows raised, her bright eyes wide with a fierce look, just like her usual proud and domineering self. She suddenly felt that this was the only moment in these days since her sister-in-law recovered when she truly seemed to come back. She wondered if her sister-in-law would always be like this in the future, or if she would return to her previous stubborn self. Anyway, Zhu Shi told Niu Shi, who was quietly eating and acting as if nothing was wrong, "Your mother-in-law is drunk. Help her go back and rest. From now on, watch over her and don't let her bully my sister-in-law. If I see it, I will settle the score with her." Her attitude was very clear. She was on her sister-in-law's side. Niu Shi just put down her chopsticks when she heard Feng Shi say, "Eat, keep eating, mother." She had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks again. Feng Shi's insults echoed from the next room. "Gu Xiaoya, Don't think my second daughter-in-law is honest. Even if she had a hammer, she wouldn't be able to say a word. Seeing you all make things difficult for me, I can't do anything about it. But with me here, no one can bully our Luo family. I'm telling you now, we're not leaving. We're staying here and eating every day. Her family's grain storage is almost empty, and she still wants to stay and eat for free? Not a chance. Mrs. Feng sneered silently at this. This shameless woman thinks she can compete with her? She's clearly overestimating herself. Sitting in her seat, Mrs. Feng turned to look at Gu Yingying with a mocking look in her eyes and said, "How dare you, a shameless woman, ask me for food money? If it weren't for you and your brother, Arda Lang and Air Lang wouldn't have been hurt or gone to jail. If it weren't for you spreading rumors to the magistrate, our windmill would never have been donated away for nothing." Gu Yingying listened and pretended to be innocent as she asked Mrs. Feng, "That's not a good thing to say lightly. Think about it. Do you really believe the magistrate is so wise that he would trust a village girl like me? Besides, when your family donated the windmill to the villagers, didn't you also get praise from the magistrate and receive a prize from him? Does this old woman have any sense?" Standing in front of so many villagers, she indirectly implied that the magistrate forced them to donate the windmill after hearing her words. Mrs. Feng, so stingy, dares to have opinions about the magistrate? Is she not afraid that this will spread and harm the reputation of the Luo family? Even before, Xianlon had told her, "Jia's family hates you so much because of the debt owed to their in-laws' family." Last night, she was throwing a tantrum at home, saying she was bullied outside and then betrayed by her own family when she returned. She wants to die. Does she really want to die? Gu Yingying didn't believe it at all. Jia's family, that malicious woman, wouldn't be willing to kill herself. Jia's family only said that to scare the others in the Luo family, especially Mrs. Feng and them, so they wouldn't really make the eldest son's family pay off the debt for everyone. In the past, Jia's family argued with the original owner, tearing her hair out and rushing at her with wild gestures, even threatening to hit her wall. The original owner pushed Jia's family back fiercely, trying to make her hit the wall. But unexpectedly, Jia's thin-looking, bony woman still had some strength. The original owner pushed her a few times but couldn't even move her half a step. Helpless, she could only scold Jia's family harshly to vent her anger and feel better. "I still feel very angry when I look back." The original owner went to the intersection to block Mr. Niu. Knowing that Mr. Niu is timid and wouldn't dare to fight back, she just kept insulting him harshly. She even said very harsh words like, "You deserve not to have a son," more than once. Every time Gu Yingying sees Mr. Niu, she remembers how badly the original owner treated him before. She feels that the original owner owed Mr. Niu too much, which is why she tried to be nicer to him. But today, after Mrs. Feng caused trouble, Gu Yingying also felt disappointed. Mainly because Mrs. Feng said it was her fault that the Luo family suffered losses, and Mr. Niu added, "Exactly. If you hadn't caused trouble, our windmill would probably have been sold already for money. Then not only would the eldest uncle and the main family be doing well, but the rest of us would be fine too." At this point, Mr. Niu looked at Xiangya with a pitying expression, as if she was deliberately speaking so everyone at the table could hear. Especially Xiangya. Once her father gets the money, he can buy a house in town and bring her there to enjoy life. When she said this, Xiangya started crying loudly, looking very sad. Some villagers advised Gu Yingying, saying she was the host, and Mrs. Feng and the others were guests. No matter how rude they were, she should treat them politely. That's what a good host should do. Old Mr. Gu's wife had been silent, but seeing Mrs. Feng causing so much trouble, she also spoke softly to her. "We are all elders. When we come to the Gu family, we should eat properly and not eat alone. Besides, everyone has been busy harvesting rice lately. When did you go to the town with Xiangya? Did you visit the yamen or even talk to the magistrate? You're really idle." Mrs. Feng was so angry she wanted to tear apart Mrs. Gu. It was obvious she was being bullied, and she couldn't say some truths out loud. Only someone as wicked as Xiangya, who is harmful, could do such things. Not to mention, during those days, Xiangya often rode in a bullock cart to the town, so she must have visited the yamen. Also, She heard from her eldest daughter-in-law's relatives that it was Xiangya herself who went to speak with the magistrate. She just wanted to say that no one in their family had dug up Xiangya's ancestors' graves. How could she be so hurt that she would want to harm them in return? The villagers all know that the eldest daughter-in-law, Jia, often mistreats her family at home and, when outside, she bullies others just like Gu Xiaoya does. Even if they donate all the windmill toys at home, how much will it improve the reputation of the eldest daughter-in-law? Will she become famous for it? And then there's the magistrate. He's not unaware of her. That high-ranking official who truly cares about farmers like them. He's too lazy to bother. But Gu Xiaoya's suggestion could give the local villagers access to better farming tools, saving time and effort. If the work goes well, it will benefit him, and maybe soon he can get a promotion. Someone works hard every day, making food and delivering it to the widow's son from the imperial city, Feng said with disdain, looking at Gu Yingying. Then she asked old Gu's wife, "Tell me, who's lazier, me or her?" Zhu scolded Feng. "Mind your manners, you old fool." Niu saw her mother-in-law being scolded and immediately protected her, saying to Zhu, "You should mind your manners too." Su Xinlan, usually kind, spoke up. "Think about it. You only care about your own family, but you should also be reasonable." But today, Niu was clearly in the wrong. She didn't think about how kind Yingying had been to her. "Can you even say that? Don't you remember who gave me medicine and cakes when you were starving and fainting from watering the vegetables?" Niu nervously looked at Feng, knowing she shouldn't defend her. She quietly defended herself, but if she hadn't gone to the magistrate, our windmill toys would still be here. Gu Yingying impatiently cut her off. "Your windmill toys? Ha! Do you think I don't know how they were made? If you want to sell the windmills for money, you'll have to get past me first. Later, we'll all go to the officials to see who should pay for the damages." "It's you, only you." Feng saw Niu stop speaking and, feeling annoyed at her useless daughter-in-law, shouted loudly. Niu didn't dare stay silent anymore and had to agree reluctantly. "Exactly. As my mother-in-law said, it can only be you." Gu Yingying quickly pulled Mrs. Zhao up from the chair, pushed her out of the cubicle, and closed the door. Mrs. Niu, facing everyone's curious looks, didn't want to stay any longer. She reached out to hold the still-crying Xianya's hand and left together. Inside the cubicle, everything suddenly became quiet. Gu Yingying calmly told the villagers, "I'll go cook 2 more dishes to add some food for everyone." With the help of the villagers, the rice harvest at the Gu family was almost done. Starting tomorrow, the villagers would go help at Su Tai's house, so they wouldn't come to their house for meals anymore. Recently, thanks to the villagers bringing some vegetables and other ingredients, she and her second sister-in-law didn't have to worry about what to cook. They had already prepared what they needed, thanks to the generous help from Mrs. Su and others. Gu Yingying didn't take long and cooked 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, then brought them into the private room for the villagers. When she heard Mrs. Su and others praise her for her cooking skills and hospitality, she also heard their opinions about the Feng family women. Most people agreed that women like Mrs. Feng, who are ungrateful and unreasonable, should stay away in the future to avoid wasting effort on thankless tasks. That night, Mr. and Mrs. Feng, under Su Tai's supervision, each carried a small bag of rice as payment for the Gu family's meals. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. "No need. Su Tai didn't care about that." He took the bag, let Gu Yingying open the wooden lid, and quickly poured the rice into the bronze-colored ceramic rice jar. Those who work hard get to eat. Lazy people still want to eat for free? Su Tai deliberately said this loud enough for Mrs. Feng and the others to hear. After saying this, Su Tai took the 2 people from the Luo family away. Gu Yingying reached out and grabbed a handful of rice. The grains were hard, white, transparent, and full. She sniffed them and could smell a faint, elegant fragrance. "This must be rice made from the new harvest of this year," Gu Yingying said confidently. Since she usually didn't do farm work or pay attention to these things, her sudden statement surprised her second brother, Gu Rongjia. Although he hadn't done much farm work either, he could still tell the difference between old and new rice. "I went forward to check and indeed smelled a fresh rice aroma. It must be this year's new rice. Wow, my sister really has good eyes." From now on, when you lend rice to someone and get it back, you won't make mistakes. Gu Rongjie always spoils his sister. No matter right or wrong, he only praises her more. Whatever makes her happy, he praises her. Hearing Gu Rongjie's praise, Gu Yingying felt happy inside. In the memories left by the original owner, her brother was lazy and unmotivated, but he was kind to her. Today, he came back to bring her a gift, taking care of it like an elder, sitting in a carriage for over half an hour just to deliver it. Because of this, she was truly grateful to her brother from the bottom of her heart. Don't you see who I am, sister? Gu Yingying smiled at Gu Rongjie and Zhu Shi with a clever look in her eyes. Since she was young, she was spoiled by her second brother, and as she grew up, she also enjoyed her second sister-in-law's care. How could she not learn some skills from them? Gu Rongjie, hearing his sister praise him, felt proud and happy and said generously, "Once I get through this busy time, I'll buy some silk for my sister and ask your second sister-in-law to make you some nice clothes. Just don't cause trouble outside, and no one expects you to buy silk for your sister." Gu Qingfeng always disliked how his second son behaved. He used to be decent in school, and the second brother was also a scholar. But why does this second son never make anything of himself? He just keeps causing trouble. Suddenly, seeing the rice leaves on Gu Rongjie's head, Gu Qingfeng looked disgusted and said, "Go wash up quickly and stop being so eye-catching. Look at your sister and the others. Even when cooking in the kitchen, they don't get soot all over their faces and hair." Gu Rongjie felt wronged. Working in the fields, how could he care about these things? But his father's words were hard to ignore. He looked reluctantly at Zhu Shi, then turned and headed toward the kitchen. Gu Yingying quickly followed and said to Gu Rongjie, "Second brother, I'll go help you fetch water. I tell you, that water is specially prepared for you. Later, I'll give you some herbal powder for a bath to keep you warm." The prison was damp, and her second brother had been inside for several days, so he must have caught some dampness in his body. Before her second brother returned, she had already prepared some soup and placed it in the corner of the cupboard for him. After the villagers all went home, she took out the heated item again and found the treasure her second brother had given her, placing it inside. That treasure was something she had wanted to buy, a glass bottle, to modify into a thermos. She couldn't afford it at the time because she had little money, so she planned to save more silver and buy it later. Unexpectedly, the glass bottle, which cost over 100 taels of silver, was exchanged by Aunt Xiao's son with a painting he made of Jin Xia City. According to her second brother, he heard from Uncle Su that someone really wanted to buy that painting for 500 taels of silver, but he refused to sell it. However, Aunt Xiao's son traded the glass bottle for the painting. Using Uncle Su's method, he coated it with mercury to make a thermos. To make it easier to carry, he also made a wooden bucket to hold the thermos securely. When her second brother mentioned this, he looked admiration and sighed. "We both read poetry and books, so why can't I make a thermos too? Isn't that unfair?" Gu Yingying really wanted to say that Uncle Su's method was originally something she told him about. If Uncle Su hadn't told Aunt Xiao's son how to do it, he might not have been able to make a thermos at all. For people in this era, that object was definitely rare and precious. While Gu Yingying saw her second brother come into the kitchen, she quickly brought out a bowl of warm soup to give him. She used a gourd ladle to scoop hot water and filled a bucket, planning to carry it to her brother's room. But she saw her second brother wave his hand at her, quickly finished the soup, then took the bucket of hot water and left the kitchen on his own. Gu Yingying waved her hand at his back, thinking, "I want to help you, but I can't." "Well, you can carry it yourself." Even if her second brother had rice stalks in his hair and mud on his clothes, he still looked like the tall, handsome brother from her memories. When he smiled at her, the warm light in his slender phoenix eyes made her feel warm inside. She really hoped her second brother and second sister-in-law would have a child soon. If it was a little niece, she could teach her to read and learn medicine. Maybe in the future, they could open a pharmacy or a clinic and have a family member fighting alongside them. How wonderful would that be? While thinking about this, I suddenly saw Mrs. Zhu come in. I quickly went to the stove, poured hot water into a bucket for Mrs. Zhu, and told her to wash first. But Mrs. Zhu said, I'm here to bring bath water for my mother. I'll be in charge of boiling water for Dad and Mom tonight.
Don't worry about it.
Remember to take out the pastries later for second brother to eat. I deliberately reminded Mrs. Zhu. It's not good to tell her directly that second brother will be eating with the villagers tonight, so he probably won't eat much. Those pastries can help him get some nutrition after eating. Mrs. Zhu's face slightly reddened, and she nodded softly. After Mrs. Zhu took a bucket of water and left the kitchen, I brought in more water, poured it into the pot, and added firewood to boil it. I found some leftover vegetables from dinner, mixed in flour, made 2 rice cakes, and placed them in the stove to roast. After a while, I smelled a nice aroma, and I guessed the water in the pot was about to boil. The door of the kitchen was gently pushed open. I looked up and saw that it was Mrs. Qin. "Mom, it's almost ready. Please wait a little longer. I'll carry it over for you," I said, holding the fire tongs and taking the roasted rice cakes out of the stove. The smell of meat instantly filled the kitchen. I really wanted to take a bite to reward myself, but I held back. While talking to my mother, I packed the roasted rice cakes into a plate and handed it to her with both hands. "These just came out of the oven. So fragrant. Please try some, both you and Dad." Actually, these rice cakes were filled with a bit of pickled vegetables and diced cured meat, with some chives and garlic added. Since there was little flour at home, both rice cakes were mixed with a little cornmeal. That tiny bit of cornmeal was still sent by Aunt Sue this morning. "Over these days, you and your second sister-in-law have worked hard. Tonight, you should wash up early and rest. Tomorrow, you'll get up at the hour of the tiger and go with me and your father to help at the old Li Zheng's house. Aunt Sue just came to see me and said that the villagers love the dishes you cook, and the Li Zheng family is no exception." Mrs. Qin took out 2 taels of silver from her sleeve pocket and handed it to me, saying, "This is from the wife of old Li Zheng, sent through Aunt Sue. She asked me to give it to you to buy some tea and water." Gu Ying kept shaking her head. "Mother, we often receive help from others. I feel honored to have the chance to help them. Why talk about money? Just keep it," Qin kindly advised. "We all know that the old man from the Su family is kind and respectful. Over the years, he has never treated anyone unfairly. Besides, you're still young." Gu Ying had no choice but to accept. She felt a bit guilty. She discussed with Qin to bring some meat to the elders the next day. "Don't bring anything," Qin quickly stopped her. When the elders are having dinner, they told the villagers that anyone bringing things to their house won't be allowed to visit, but Gu Ying didn't want the elders to give too much. Qin interrupted her. "Old Li Zheng also said that our family is different. First, we provide tools to the villagers for free. Second, our family is indeed short of grain." Hearing about the grain shortage, Gu Ying also felt sad. Although the Luo family returned some new rice, it wasn't enough for a few days. Thinking for a moment, she suggested, "Maybe when we can leave the village and go to the city, I can earn some silver to buy rice." Qin sighed helplessly and told her the truth. "I've heard from Aunt Sue that this year's grain shops in the city have no new rice. They can only sell some rice to the city folks. So, it seems that villagers who farmed are having trouble buying rice in the city?" Gu Ying cursed silently. "That governor. Is there no way for us to survive?" Before dawn, Gu Ying arrived at Su Tai's house. The Su residence was quite spacious. The main gate was a quarter wider than Gu's house gate. The lantern hanging under the eaves cast a glow that illuminated the plaque above the gate, with the words, "Su Mansion," written in bold, strong strokes. Gu Ying knew this was a gift from the emperor. The 2 large characters were written by the emperor himself. Because of this, villagers felt a sense of awe and solemnity whenever they approached the Su gate. She was not a purely traditional person, but even she could feel a sense of dignity when near it. A graceful woman with black hair, dressed in simple black cloth clothes, approached Gu Ying. She reached out, took her hand, and led her into the main hall. From the fruit tray on the tea table, she grabbed a handful of roasted snacks, poured hot tea from a teapot into a cup for Gu Ying, and smiled as she said, "Inger, today you'll need to help Xinlan cook. Feel free to ask Xinlan for firewood, rice, oil, salt, and vegetables. Don't hold back. Make sure the villagers are well fed. Gu Ying smiled and replied, "Okay, Granny Sue. You can rest assured." Perhaps because the original owner was a bit afraid of this woman before, she felt a little nervous when facing her, but she quickly calmed down again. She knew this woman was Su Tai's wife, Madame Fan, a respected elder. But she couldn't quite remember how to address her. She only knew that Xinlan should call her Great Aunt, so calling her Granny Sue wouldn't be wrong either. Madame Fan squinted and smiled. "Good, Inger, you've really become more obedient." Gu Ying felt a little happy when praised by Madame Fan. After all, in her memory, it was rare to hear this woman praise her twice. Following Madame Fan out of the main hall and into the kitchen, Gu Ying saw Xinlan sitting at the wooden table, picking vegetables. She was about to tell Xinlan that Aunt Xiu's son had given her a precious gift, so valuable that she wondered how she could repay him, when she remembered she met him this morning and could chat with Xinlan for a while. Madame Fan seemed to understand her thoughts. She only brought her inside, set a small chair by the table, and then left the kitchen. Inside, only she and Xinlan were present, making it easy to talk. The old Gu family was different from the Gu family here. The kitchen was quite far from the main hall. Even if she was happily chatting and laughing, as long as she didn't make too much noise, there was no need to worry about the sound traveling far. Gu Ying sat down and started peeling garlic. Just as she was about to mention this, she heard Xinlan whisper, "Hee, Ying's sister, is the thermos your second brother brought back yesterday still good? How about this? After dinner, once we have tidied up, you can come back with me to drink some tea. I packed some tea in a bottle this morning. When you drink it later, you'll see how good it is." Su Xinlan smiled and said, "Ying, look at yourself. Today, only you and I are cooking in the kitchen. Once we finish and go back, it might already be midnight. Maybe we should wait until my eldest uncle's family harvests the rice. When I have free time, I'll come with you to visit." After saying this, Gu Ying suddenly felt that the big gift should probably be given to Xinlan. Anyway, when she made pastries to give to Xinlan, and they were later sent to Xiui's son by Uncle Su, it was all just to help Xinlan, not to get anything in return. So, after returning home at night, Gu Ying poured some tea from the thermos into a few cups and shared a little with her family. She also filled the thermos with hot water and placed it on the table. The next morning, Gu Ying packed the thermos into a basket and carried it to Su Xinlan's door. Xinlan stood at the door, helped Gu Ying take down the basket, and when she saw the wooden bucket inside, she understood what was going on. Feeling a bit awkward, Xinlan glanced at Gu Ying and asked, "What are you up to? Isn't this thermos the one you saw on that merchant ship at the port last time? You wanted to buy it but didn't? Is it not useful? Or..." Gu Ying couldn't help but laugh and wanted to ask Xinlan, "Isn't the gift from the person you secretly like more suitable for you?" Seeing the embarrassment in Ying's eyes, Xinlan imagined in her mind that perhaps Ying thought the glass bottle used for the thermos was too expensive, so she felt shy about accepting it. "If you don't say anything, that means this item is useful, but you just didn't want to keep it." Gu Ying nodded. "This time you're right. How can there be right or wrong?" Xinlan was a bit confused. Ying had seen and liked this bottle herself. The brother she was looking for also made the thermos following her father's method. Her father had never seen this item before, of course, only learned about it after Ying told him. The item itself was fine. The problem must be with the person. Su Xinlan thought she had guessed Gu Ying's feelings and carefully helped her carry the basket. She said, "You made so many cakes and ice gourds for my search brother." After eating them, he, who was very sick and couldn't speak clearly, surprisingly got better. "It was Aunt Xiu and my father who told me this. You helped their family a lot. Please accept this small gift." Gu Ying honestly replied, "I remember telling you before that the cakes I made for your search brother actually had medicinal powder added." She had previously visited the Ink Alley and told Xinlan and her sister about it. She only said she wanted to rent a place there to sell food, but didn't want to say directly that she was going to see that person. She wanted to understand his condition so she could prepare medicine for him. After getting this strange illness, the person reportedly went to the pharmacy on West Street and saw several famous doctors. He also took medicine prescribed by one of them. Sadly, he did not recover after taking the medicine. Xinlan's sister said he had recovered, and Gu Yingying was happy to hear that. As long as she could help Xinlan and her family, she was satisfied. Xinlan chuckled secretly and said, "Even my father guessed that you added medicinal powder." Once, her father went to the county seat and after giving cakes and ice gourds to her search brother, he told her mother. It's strange. Searcher's mother also made cakes and bought ice gourds from the market for him. But he said they didn't taste good. He only wanted the ones I sent. I suspect it's not that the cakes are bad or the ice gourds aren't sweet enough, but that Inger added some medicinal powder. Her mother thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I think so too. From the intersection, cheerful laughter came again. Xinlan knew that some villagers were heading to the eldest aunt's house to help with chores. She hurriedly urged, "Hurry, Sister Yingying. Let's go to the eldest aunt's house. Otherwise, when the villagers arrive, the food won't be ready." Gu Yingying, hearing this, decided not to say more and carried her basket as she and Xinlan hurried to Su Tai's house. In the main hall, several villagers were already sitting, drinking tea, cracking sunflower seeds, and chatting casually. Only Fan's wife stood at the door. As soon as she saw Xinlan and her sister arrive, she smiled happily and welcomed them into the hall. Still, she kept giving them tea and food before leading them to the kitchen. Gu Yingying took off her basket and placed it on the wooden table inside the kitchen. Mrs. Fan glanced at the wooden barrel, smiled, and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the thermos bottle that De Wang mentioned, brought back by the clever girl's son, right? It's a priceless treasure. It shouldn't just be left here." Then she reached out, picked up the basket, and said to Gu Yingying, "I'll put it in my room. It's safer there. Why leave it here? It can still hold some tea." Gu Yingying felt it wasn't necessary. Anyway, inside the kitchen, once Mrs. Fan leaves, only she and Sister Xinlan will be here. As long as they don't touch the basket, it should be fine. But Mrs. Fan didn't listen. She took the basket and moved it to her room. Gu Yingying and Su Xinlan were busy cooking rice and stir-frying dishes, so they had no time to worry about the thermos. Su Tai's family was prepared. Early in the morning, there was fire burning in the stove. Even if it was just a few sticks of dry wood, it was better than nothing. She casually added some dry wood, and the fire blazed brightly. Su Xinlan was in charge of adding wood, while Gu Yingying washed, cut vegetables, chopped meat, and stir-fried dishes. She made dishes like lamb ribs with radish in a clay pot, celery and wood ear mushrooms stir-fried with shredded meat, chives and eggs stir-fried, cucumber with shrimp, and mushroom stir-fry with sliced meat, all within just over half an hour. The aroma of meat in the kitchen made Gu Yingying feel very hungry after smelling it. She had been hungry for a while and really wanted to eat. While she was serving dishes with Xinlan, she thought to herself, the old Li family didn't have many new pieces of furniture, and their house didn't display any antiques. The dishes they served these days were all good food. She wondered if, after these busy days, they would still want to eat meat in the future. After bringing the dishes to the side room and arranging about 10 plates, Gu Yingying sat down to eat. Today, Su Xinlan sat beside her again. She was originally eating her vegetables, but Su Xinlan kept offering her some. She told Xinlan to eat more herself, and not just help her. Suddenly, she heard some villagers talking. Gu Xiaoya has been cooking different dishes these days, and every dish is delicious. Haha, the old Li family asked her to cook, and they really chose the right person. Well, we all enjoy life and eat good food. Maybe you could introduce Gu Xiaoya to your nephew. When she marries into your family, you'll have delicious meals every day. These sarcastic words made Gu Yingying look up at Dong Shi and say, "Neighbors, don't always speak harsh words. I haven't taken rice from your family or worn your clothes. Why should I be bothered by you?" Gu Yingying only knew that Dong Shi's husband was also surnamed Luo, and he was a cousin of Jia's father-in-law. So, Dong Shi was still a relative of Jia's family. Whenever she saw someone from the Luo family, these details would come to her mind, and she almost never got them wrong. Even if they didn't say anything, she rarely liked them. And especially when they said such rude things in front of others to hurt her. Everyone knew that Dong Shi was persuaded by Peng Fengshi, also known as Feng Mei, to introduce her to her nephew as a bride. Feng Mei was the daughter of Jia's mother-in-law Feng Shi, and she was related to the Luo family. She didn't dislike hearing these things because she hated the Luo family. Instead, when she saw Feng Mei, Gu Yingying's mind would flash with the image of a gentle and elegant handsome man, but it was just a fleeting thought. She felt that things might be more complicated, and she also disliked people talking about her feelings openly in public. That's why she retorted to Dong Shi. Dong Shi pretended to look confused and asked, "They say a man should marry when he's grown up, and a woman should marry when she's of age. You're not young anymore, and no one has come to propose to you. Someone cares about you for your own good, but you still behave like this." She saw Gu Xiaoya's eyebrows furrowed in anger, her eyes shining with cold light, and her mouth opening again, as if she wanted to argue with her at the main house. A person over 30 shouldn't be afraid of someone under 20. Gu Yingying disliked Dong Shi for clearly knowing that Feng Mei's husband's nephew was working in the government of Nanxing Prefecture in the northeast, with a stable job. But she, the original owner, had done so many foolish things that her reputation was already ruined. Any man would avoid her, afraid that being close would cause others to gossip, who would still want to propose marriage to her. She was unafraid of society's judgment and didn't care how others viewed marriage. During her time in this world, she wasn't interested in the red strings that the Dong family might try to tie for her. "Mr. Dong, listen carefully. I don't care who you try to introduce me to, because you're not qualified. I'm still young and just want to work hard to earn money and support my family. I'm not interested in marriage or settling down." Gu Yingying looked proud and confident, not afraid of the women giving her strange looks. She honestly told Mr. Dong what she thought. The door to the partition was gently pushed open. Fan, an elder respected by everyone, brought over a jar of rice wine for everyone to taste. With Fan present, the sharp-tongued Mr. Dong suddenly seemed like a different person. She quietly drank her wine and said nothing more. Even the women sitting near Mr. Dong, while eating, talked about the Luo family. They mentioned that Jia's niece, who was very beautiful and well-mannered, was different from Jia herself. They wondered which young man might be lucky enough to marry her in the future. Someone suggested that Jia's son should go ask for her hand, so they could strengthen their family ties and not let others get ahead. While saying this, someone deliberately asked Mr. Dong, "Luo's younger sister, what do you think?" Mr. Dong didn't lift her head and just kept drinking. A few women, confused, whispered among themselves. They wondered why Mr. Dong, who had previously asked Feng Mei to help introduce Gu Xiaoya to someone, was now talking about the Luo family and acting as if she didn't hear. Gu Yingying heard these words but ignored them. She focused on eating and drinking her rice wine. In the afternoon, she was cooking with Su Xinlan in the kitchen when Xinlan's sister said to her, "Yingying, don't take what Mr. Dong and the others said to heart. My mother knows you've been wronged." She mentioned it to the eldest aunt. The eldest aunt said she didn't want the Luo family to come, but there's a lot of work here, and Mr. Dong and the others should really do their part. Not letting them come? Wouldn't that mean we're just giving them work for free? Gu Yingying didn't feel she had been wronged. She just didn't want to let Mr. Dong and the others take advantage. Everyone faces hardships in life. There's no one who doesn't suffer some unfairness. Su Xinlan smiled knowingly, took a few green grapes from her sleeve, peeled them, and offered them to Gu Yingying's lips. "Try some. My great-aunt gave these after dinner, specially saved for us." Gu Yingying quickly bit into a grape, the sour taste spreading between her lips and teeth, which she swallowed as fast as she could. The grapes were probably picked before they fully ripened, or they wouldn't be so sour. Gu Yingying frowned slightly, and Su Xinlan awkwardly explained, "To be honest, these grapes were given to me by my father and my eldest uncle yesterday, when they went to the city. After meeting my uncle, they brought some back. My uncle went to lead troops before the campaign, and he came to Jinxia Prefecture to check on supplies and other things, and also to..." Su Xinlan looked uncomfortable and stopped talking. Some things, even if she didn't say them, Gu Yingying understood why she couldn't. She smiled at Su Xinlan and said, "I understand. I won't say anything. Don't worry." In these days, especially after her second brother returned, her father had been eager for the army to leave early and help the people in the north drive away the invaders. So, once the rice harvest was finished, Whether it was her mother or her second sister-in-law, they all felt sad inside. After harvesting from one family, they moved on to the next, quickly gathering and drying the rice from each village, then loading it onto boats to send to the imperial city. Maybe by the time the supplies arrived, her father and the others would have already ridden to the imperial city. They would train together for a few days, and before the snow fell, they would head north to fight. When her father and the others returned, the rice seedlings in the fields would probably have grown tall, some even heading out. By then, the people in the north should be able to return home and settle into their new houses, living peacefully. Just as her father had told her mother not to worry about them. We are all people of Jingyu. When they suffer, we suffer too. Likewise, during the flood here, they donated silver and grain to us. Only when we all live good lives can it truly be called good. Thinking about her father and brothers leaving soon, Gu Yingying remembered that the grain in their home was limited. She had also heard that the grain in the city wouldn't be sold to local farmers with land. Gu Yingying recalled that Aunt Xiao and the others rented a house in the city, and she had received a thermos from Aunt Xiao's son. She worried that Aunt Xiao and the others might not have enough to eat. Looking toward the direction of the city, Gu Yingying softly asked, "Are Aunt Xiao and the others in the city? Is it easy to buy rice to cook? Recently, I've been very busy, and since I couldn't find flour, I haven't made any pastries to bring to you all." When Su Xinlan heard this, she felt that Yingying was quite caring about Aunt Xiao and the others. Not just worried that Aunt Xiao had nothing to eat, but also concerned about Brother Sun's health, truly thinking of them. She couldn't help but recall a saying. If Sunar weren't sick, he might have been lucky enough to marry a girl from the Gu family. This was something Aunt Xiao had told her and her parents herself, when Sun's condition improved after eating ice gourds and pastries. Until today, Yingying had never been told what strange illness Sun had or what hardships he had suffered. While Yingying was caring about this matter, Su Xinlan felt happy for Aunt Xiao and the others and also curiously asked, "If they can't buy rice, what should we do? Will you help them?" Since she had received a big gift from someone, she naturally wanted to repay it. Even if it wasn't for that reason, because they were friends of the Su family, she would help. Gu Yingying confidently said, "Of course I will help." But there wasn't much grain left at home. If she wanted to help, she needed to think of a way, perhaps find a villager to buy some grain, then grind it into rice and deliver it to the city. "You're really kind to Aunt Xiao and the others." Su Xinlan was moved. Thinking that Brother Sun would rather not sell his paintings to others, even if he earned over 500 taels of silver, he would take it to the merchant ship to exchange for a glass bottle from the Yun country and give it to Yingying. His feelings for Yingying were very genuine. Gu Yingying shot Su Xinlan a glance, wanting to say that it was because of her that she was kind to them. But she could only politely reply, "Since you all treat me well, I will do my best to help." "Haha, don't say we or you all, comma," Su Xinlan said generously, since there was no third person in the house. She then asked Gu Yingying, "If you haven't experienced some painful things, and at this age someone proposes marriage to you, and you can only choose two out of appearance, knowledge, wealth, and status, how would you choose?" Thinking about Sister Xinlan's feelings for Xiui's son, she cared a lot. She often asked her for medical books or secretly inquired about good calming herbs. Sister Xinlan had done a lot to help that man recover sooner. I kindly advise Sister Xinlan. Actually, even if you choose all 4 options, you're missing one. If he treats you well, you'll be happy. So don't care how he makes you choose. Remember, always pick the person who truly cares for you. In the past, when I was in the New World, I was busy with school, then with work after graduation, trying to earn money to buy a house in the city. By the time I was 27 and traveled here, I still hadn't fully paid off my mortgage. Every year, I planned what needed to be done at the end of the year. Life was tiring but fulfilling. Whether in university or after starting work, I met men who liked me. But I couldn't say why. I always felt the same about them. No sparks or excitement. So, even now, as someone who has lived 2 lives, I've never experienced the sweetness of love firsthand. Like that day in the pharmacy when I saw Xiui's son. Even though he looked pale and unhealthy, I couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Gu Yingying suddenly stopped her thoughts and scolded herself inwardly. What am I thinking? That person is Sister Xinlan's secret crush. Gu Yingying heard Su Xinlan's soft, happy laugh. It sounded cheerful, and she knew Xinlan agreed with her opinion. She smiled happily at Su Xinlan. You probably think the same, Su Xinlan nodded contentedly. Of course. If someone has bad character, no matter how handsome or talented they are, like Fu Xian's thick-skinned face, they only cause trouble. When she heard the name Fu Xian, Gu Yingying felt a bit uncomfortable, but she knew she couldn't control that feeling. Soon, she calmed her mind and honestly said to Su Xinlan, when he was on the merchant ship, I understood the language of Yin country. The so-called #1 talent in Jiangnan was just SOSO. Su Xinlan knew early on that Gu Yingying had let go of that Fu Xian, and she inexplicably felt happy inside for her brother's son. Thinking about it, she realized that her brother's son was actually sick, and with Yingying's indirect help, he had recovered. He was also a very knowledgeable person, which matched one of Yingying's previous criteria for choosing a partner. He must be talented. Of course, Yingying used to focus only on appearance when choosing a partner. In this regard, her brother's son was much better than Fu Xian. Su Xinlan had an idea. When her father and the others returned from their journey, she planned to ask her parents to visit Aunt Xiao again and bring up Yingying and Sun's marriage. They are quite a good match. Together, they would surely be happy. She remembered asking Yingying before, if someone is good in every way but has no money and is sick, would you still want to be with him? Yingying asked her back, why not? She patiently explained, without money, you can work hard together to earn it. As for the illness, everyone gets old and sick eventually. When sick, early treatment is best. As I see it, as long as you love each other, nothing is difficult. Gu Yingying returned home with her family. After sitting in the main hall for a while, she saw Su Tai carrying a big bag of things. Without even looking, she knew it was grain in that large black cloth bag. Gu Qingfeng didn't wait for Su Tai to set it down and waved his hand, saying no need. But Su Tai placed the bag of rice on the table and said to Gu Qingfeng and the others, we still have plenty of rice at home. Although this is last year's harvest, it should still taste good. Next year, we'll have fresh rice to cook. After saying this, he was about to leave with his basket, but saw Su Wannian and his wife each carrying a bag of grain. Su Tai smiled happily and said, Big brother, it's really good that you think of Qingfeng and the others. Huh. These 2 bags of rice were sent by Zhao's family, the mother and son, as a thank you for Inga helping Sun get better, Su Wannian explained with a smile after Su Tai helped him carry the rice. Until today, Gu Yingying learned that Aunt Xiao's son's surname was Zhao. When Xinlan's sister mentioned that person, she called him Sun brother. But she didn't know if his name was 2 characters or 3. If there are only 2 words, it should be Zhao Sun. Gu Qingfeng heard this, and quickly picked up the bag of rice that Su Tai had just helped Su Wannian put down, intending to place it on Su Wannian's back basket. In the early years on the northern battlefield, it was cold and snowing. Brother Zhao took off his clothes to keep me warm. When you were injured, he and I took turns carrying you to find a doctor to treat you. Gu Qingfeng's voice trembled. He has been gone for many years, and my sister-in-law has been living alone with her nephew. I don't know how hard it has been for her. How can we bear to do nothing? Gu Yingying then learned that her father and Uncle Su knew Aunt Xiao's husband. So her father must know some things about their family. After Uncle Su and the others left, Gu Yingying asked Gu Qingfeng, Dad, was the young man's father, who delivered the thermos to me, someone you knew long ago? Why had he never mentioned this before? Gu Qingfeng replied calmly, Of course I mentioned it before, but you just didn't pay attention. Whether at their home, the Su families, or at the academy where the second brother lives, he often talked about the Zhao family. He would say there was a big brother Zhao in the imperial city who treated him very well. Not only was he kind to him, but he also treated the people from Jinxia Prefecture well. He also knew that Brother Zhao's wife and son were grateful people. To give Inger a thermos, he exchanged a painting worth hundreds of taels of silver with a merchant from Yun country. Today, Brother Su also sent them a few bags of rice. Having received such a gift, they didn't know how to repay the kindness. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment and then said to Gu Yingying, Maybe we should wait a bit longer. When Uncle Su buys some flour, you can make some cakes and have them delivered to the Zhao family. Gu Yingying was also worried about not being able to buy flour. Recently, she couldn't leave the village, and it wasn't good to go to the city to buy some herself. Suddenly, she remembered that Feng Mei had mentioned during lunch at Su Tai's house that her family still had some flour. She decided to wait until tomorrow when she went to Su Tai's house to ask Aunt Su if Feng Mei could sell her some flour. After lunch, Gu Yingying and Su Xinlan went into the kitchen to wash dishes, overhearing what the other was saying. "Well, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. It's about the thing you asked my mother to help with." Aunt Feng agreed. But her family's flour, altogether, is less than 20 jin. She needs to keep 10 jin for making dumplings, so she can only sell you a few jin. That's still good. A few jin is better than no flour for making cakes, Gu Yingying said happily. She then asked Su Xinlan, "How much does it cost?" Aunt Feng said that, given the current situation this year, farmers are having a hard time buying grain. Jinxiang is a land of fish and rice, and for many years, they mainly grow rice, with less wheat. So, if you exchange rice for flour, you should add a bit more rice. Su Xinlan put the washed plates into the cupboard and closed the wooden door, saying, "Yingying can speak the Cloud Country language with a shopkeeper on the merchant ship, so figuring out the price is no problem for her. As long as I can get the flour, Aunt Feng will say whatever is good," Gu Yingying thought. She couldn't remember much about Feng Mei, only learning to call her Aunt Feng from Su Xinlan. Yingying used her homemade shampoo and bath powder, and with Fan's help, she wrote a letter to a friend of Fan's in the city. She exchanged that for 50 jin of rice. After Uncle Su brought back a bag of rice, Yingying took some out and traded it with Feng Mei and a few other women from the same village for flour. But when she and Xinlan arrived at Feng Mei's house to pick up the flour, they heard Feng Mei asking Xinlan, "Didn't I tell you and your mother long ago? I stay at home alone. Only keep some flour, enough to make dumplings for the new year. The rest I give to Inger." Yet, Inger still brought half a bag of rice. "What's going on? Ha ha ha, just keep it, no need to feel embarrassed," Xinlan whispered, glancing secretly at Yingying, who happened to look at her. Seeing Yingying's innocent expression, she suddenly smiled. Feng Mei saw this scene and felt a warm feeling inside her eyes. She remembered when she was young and understood the thoughts of young women. Even if the villagers privately speculated that Gu Xiaoya was interested in a young master, which is why she often made cakes and asked Xinlan's father to deliver them to that person. Today, after listening to Xinlan and Gu Xiaoya, I felt that Xinlan also understood Gu Xiaoya's feelings and was hoping they could be together. Feng Mei didn't refuse and accepted the rice sent by Gu Yingying. She also gave 10 jin of flour and took some brought back by her husband's niece's father, sharing it with Gu Yingying and Xinlan. Gu Yingying took the and confidently smiled at Feng Mei. "Haha, I can make too. When I can buy more flour later, I will buy some and make it for you all to eat." Good, good. Feng Mei felt warm inside. For her, who had been a widow for many years, the happiest thing was hearing such kind words. After seeing Gu Yingying and Su Xinlan off, Feng Mei privately asked Su Xinlan, "I clearly told you before, but you still didn't tell Gu Xiaoya. You know very well that her family has very little grain, yet you didn't think more for her. Could it be that you are worried about me being alone at home and working hard?" A sly look appeared in Su Xinlan's eyes. She said, "Not at all, Aunt Feng. If I said you don't need anything, she would feel embarrassed to come here and take things." Hearing this, Feng Mei smiled helplessly. That young girl, how did she change like this? Changed? Isn't that a good thing? Su Xinlan smiled and asked. At least Yingying's sister, after changing, was seen by many villagers as having become better. Even she herself felt that only after she changed, Yingying was more suitable to be with brother Sun. Gu Yingying followed her parents' request and made more than 10 kinds of pastries, inviting some villagers to come and taste. It was her father who told the family that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Lord Su had come to Jinxia City. Besides taking some grain supplies, they also told Uncle Su and others to harvest and dry the rice early so they could head to the imperial city sooner. No matter how difficult it was, they had to go north early to drive away the bandits from the Lu Kingdom. Her father said that over 20 years ago, He had fought alongside Uncle Su and others to resist the enemies of Lu Kingdom. Many villagers who went with them did not survive. Whenever he talked about this, her father felt very sad. He especially mentioned old Gui's son, who, before he died, was reluctant to eat or wear new clothes. He saved all his military pay, saying he wanted to leave it for his parents. But after he passed away, his parents saw the money he left behind and felt even more sorrowful. I have discussed with your mother. We will kill 4 pigs, slaughter a sheep, and cook several pots of meat. We invite the villagers to come and enjoy a meal. I am very confident in your cooking skills, so I suggest your second sister-in-law can start the fire and you can cook the food. Ying happily agreed after hearing this. Even though I know that this meal will use a lot of grain and meat, as long as everyone is happy, it doesn't matter. That evening, Ying made some cakes and packed them in a food box. This time, she didn't add any medicinal powders to the cakes. She made her usual cakes for family and friends, like osmanthus cakes, mung bean cakes, and red date cakes. She also made a new kind, orange cakes, which she hadn't made for them before. She chose 6 pieces of orange cake, and for the other cakes, she picked 2 pieces each and packed them into a wooden box. She asked Uncle Su to deliver them to Zhao Sun and his mother and son. After the villagers helped the Gu family harvest rice, they came to the Gu family for a meal. Su Xinlan and her daughter sat at the wooden table in the kitchen, just like Ying, eating together. Because the side room was a bit crowded, they didn't eat there. Ying thought about Xinlan and her sister being there, so she took out a few more cakes from the food box, put them on a plate, and placed it on the table. Zhou Shi used chopsticks to pick up a piece of orange cake and offered it to Ying, encouraging her to eat. It was originally meant for guests, but Ying obediently ate it. It was sweet and delicious. Ying heard Zhou Shi say, "Inger, your orange cakes smell so good and taste so nice." Suner also praised them today. "I believe he will remember you for a lifetime." Ying was stunned. She didn't understand how Zhou Shi could be so confused, thinking that the person her daughter liked would remember her friend for a lifetime. Fortunately, Xinlan and her sister were very familiar with her, so there was no misunderstanding. Lately, Xinlan had been saying things like, "Brother Sun is so good," and "Brother Sun is wonderful." Many people praised their own brothers, but Xinlan praised Brother Sun even more often and sincerely. Thinking of this, Ying quickly helped Zhou Shi correct herself. No. It's him who will remember you for a lifetime, not me." Although the last sentence was omitted by her, after that meal, she still heard second sister-in-law say to her, "Little sister, don't you think about it. Young Master Zhao is willing to exchange a painting for a bottle for you, but he didn't say anything about Sister Xinlan. So, who does young Master Zhao treat better? Don't you understand?" Gu Ying blushed slightly and gave the 2 osmanthus flowers that Su Xinlan had given her earlier to Zhu Shi. She wanted to prevent her second sister-in-law from imagining things all day and thinking that someone had feelings for her just because she heard certain words. Actually, she wasn't in a hurry about marriage matters. Really sweet. Zhu Shi peeled open one of the candies and fed it to Gu Ying, then kept the other for herself. She sighed and said, "Maybe when young Master Zhao returns from his campaign, we will celebrate your happiness." Gu Ying looked surprised and found it hard to believe that young Master Zhao, being weak, would suddenly think of going to the battlefield. She asked Zhu Shi, "Where did you hear that from?" "No need to hear from anyone. I can guess myself," Zhu Shi replied, thinking her little sister-in-law was asking about the next sentence, so she didn't explain the specific reason. In her view, her little sister-in-law used to have a bad reputation, but now she had become so virtuous. It must be because of the dog-like scoundrel, Su Xian, who couldn't be compared to her. If there was anyone suitable, it would only be someone like young Master Zhao, an upright gentleman who still cared for her little sister-in-law, and that was the right match. Gu Ying also knew that Zhu Shi misunderstood her meaning. She could only wait until her second brother and father returned with Su Tai and the others to ask if they had heard about young Master Zhao going to war. Gu Qingfeng nodded. "Young Master Zhao will definitely go. He's recovered, and even if he goes with us, it won't be a problem." At this point, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Rongjie, signaling him to continue. Gu Rongjie understood that his sister was worried about this, so he reached out and gently rubbed Gu Yingying's forehead, saying, "Don't worry, little sister. With second brother here, no one can bully us." Gu Yingying started to cry, wanting to tell Gu Rongjie that with her there, she would protect the family well. Before she could speak, she saw Zhu Shi turn her face away and cover her face with her hand. She had no choice but to go forward and comfort Zhu Shi, saying that everyone would be safe when second brother went. More than a month passed quickly. The villagers hadn't had time to help the families at the west side of the village by drying and packing their grains before they heard the village chief say, "After lunch, we will all go to the riverbank to see off the soldiers of the Forbidden Army." This also meant that after sending the soldiers onto the boat and loading this year's new rice, the village chief and others would have to ride horses to the imperial city. Gu Yingying was reluctant to part with her father and couldn't bear to say goodbye to her second brother. She wanted to hug her father, worried about neglecting her mother. She also wanted to give her brother a piece of her homemade red date cake. After thinking for a moment, she finally asked her sister-in-law to help feed it to him. She silently followed behind her parents and brother, walking quietly and listening to their conversations. Throughout the journey, she often heard her father say, "Yingying, your father and second brother will be away for a while. You, your mother, and second sister-in-law stay at home. Just do your best and don't overexert yourselves." Recently, the villagers came to help us dry the grains. They ate at Grandpa Su's house and even gave us a few bags of rice. By the end of February, we planned to catch 20 ducks and send them to them as a small token of thanks. Your thermos bottle is pretty good. When the time comes, boil some soup and put it inside. Also, take some to your Grandma Su. She feels cold in winter, and soup is just right for her. Gu Yingying listened quietly, responding softly without saying much. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but she was afraid that if she said one more word, she might start crying. In her past life in the New World, her grandmother had sent her to study at the provincial capital. Saying goodbye was very hard, but that kind of sadness was different from the current feelings of parting. Her father and brother leaving, she didn't know how much hardship they would face, nor when they would return. Just like how she came from the modern era and had lived in this unfamiliar time for so long, she rarely dreamed of her loved ones from her previous life. The pain was too deep to share with others. After hearing a piercing cry, Gu Yingying looked up and saw several soldiers dressed in armor. They were all guarding by the Lan River, waiting for the villagers to arrive, load the grain onto the boat, and then set off. The leading soldier stepped forward, drew his sword from his waist, and gestured in the air. The villagers instinctively lined up, followed Su Tai, and saluted the soldiers to show respect. As the door of the merchant ship opened, a man dressed in red, holding a scroll, with white hair and a fair, clean face, appeared. He looked to be about 40 years old, and was A. Several men dressed in black greeted him at the shore. The man in red had sharp eyes. With just one glance, he made everyone, villagers from Gujia village and nearby villages, bow and pay their respects. Gu Yingying didn't expect that in ancient times, even if the emperor didn't come, just could make people kneel so painfully. She hesitated to rub her knees, feeling a bit afraid. She heard the sharp, slightly weathered voice that was reading the imperial decree. His words were precise and detailed, but she understood them. The message was that Jinxia Prefecture had made great efforts this year by harvesting rice for the royal family, submitting tribute rice early, and gathering supplies for the soldiers. Gu's family, who improved farming tools for the villagers, deserved praise too. Because of this, the emperor specially sent some rouge rice as a reward for Gu's family. This was to encourage villagers to learn from Gu's family how to work more efficiently, saving time, effort, and worry. After the soldiers drove away the bandits from Lugua, the emperor would likely send officials from other regions to Jinxia Prefecture to observe and learn. Under everyone's watch, Gu Yingying raised her chin and stepped forward, receiving a small bag of rouge rice from the attendants. Although she knew this bag of rice was not very heavy, less than 30 jin, it was very precious to her because it was a gift from the emperor. After bowing to thank them, Gu Yingying followed Fan and the others to move the fruits and vegetables prepared by the villagers for the soldiers onto the boat. Since the leading soldiers didn't want too much to be given, they only moved 2 baskets of oranges and 2 baskets of water chestnuts onto the boat, covering them with straw before leaving. Standing on the shore, Gu Yingying saw her father and second brother helping Su Tai and others carry rice. She wanted to go help but couldn't. Su Tai had said before that the rice was too heavy and should be left to the men in the village. As for the fruits and vegetables, Fan's family could help carry some onto the boat. Even standing on the shore, watching the soldiers weigh the rice, no one dared to chat idly. When Gu Yingying and her father and second brother returned, they all stepped back a few paces to let them stand in front. This made the villagers naturally form 2 lines, watching the soldiers leave on a merchant ship. On the way home, Gu Yingying heard some women talking. Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Fan both said that this year, whether it was helping with the rice harvest in the royal fields or gathering rice for the villagers, they were very grateful for Gu Xiaoya's help. If it weren't for Gu Xiaoya's people making advanced tools, it would have taken much longer to harvest with old methods. Yes, just a few turns, the full grains stay on one side, the shriveled grains on the other, and the dry grass on another, Feng Mei said, sighing along with them. It's much faster than using a basket to separate, and much easier, she added. Yes, we all benefited from Gu Xiaoya's help and saved effort. Even Qian, who lived next to the Gu family, agreed. When they talked about the new tools, Jia couldn't help but shout, "You only know that the Gu family has windmills, but you forget that our Luo family also has some. We donated many windmills to the villagers, but no one remembers our kindness." People said those who benefited from the Gu family, but no one mentioned that the Luo family also contributed a lot. Jia was probably upset about this. After hearing Jia's words, Gu Yingying really wanted to go over and tell her, "Your family? Just stop. Everyone knows that this year, your family didn't help much with the harvest. They only came to work at the Gu family unwillingly, but they were eager to eat there. Luckily, the village officials were fair and gave Jia's in-laws some rice. Otherwise, Jia's family might have eaten at other people's homes too. Over the past month, they didn't need to burn their own firewood or eat their own rice. Your windmill wasn't used by us, so what are you arguing with us about?" A woman said angrily, glaring at Jia. Jia snorted coldly and asked her, "My windmill wasn't lent to you. But the Gu family's harvesting tools weren't used by you for just a few days, right? They lent them to you this year, but next year, or even in the following years, they might do the same. Can you guarantee that others will lend you things every year? But we're different. Our family's windmill is donated to the villagers. That's also donated to villagers in other villages, so it's none of my business." The woman became impatient. In front of everyone, Jia sure imitated Gu Yingying's tone when she refused to lend her anything and said to the woman, "The money I used to buy the windmill was earned from saving up to buy jewelry. I worked hard, walking many miles and wearing out several pairs of shoes, just to make it happen. I wouldn't lend it to you easily." After hearing this, the woman only replied with 2 words, but Dong Shi and Niu Shi both looked at Gu Yingying. Although Jia Shi was talking about that woman, everyone could tell she was clearly blaming Gu Yingying. She couldn't stay indifferent. "Oh, I think I heard someone say that Gu Yingying herself said she doesn't like our Luo family and doesn't want to lend the windmill to us," Dong Shi said, deliberately patting Niu Shi's shoulder to remind her she should help her own sister-in-law, Jia Shi. Otherwise, her life will be even harder when she goes back. Niu Shi thought about how she hadn't eaten any of Gu Yingying's cakes or drunk her red water for over a month. She remembered that Gu Yingying had been kind to her before, so she didn't want to say anything bad about her. She pretended not to hear. Dong Shi saw that Niu Shi wasn't helping and deliberately asked Jia Shi, "I heard that when the official was reading the imperial decree, he said that in the future, officials from other provinces would come here to learn." She then deliberately looked at Gu Yingying and continued, "Gu Yingying can set up a stall by the river to sell food, using the treasures given by young Master Zhao to make soup, and let those officials taste it. Not only can she earn silver, but she can also gain a good reputation." This matched Jia Shi's plan to donate the windmill and gain fame. Gu Yingying understood this well and immediately replied to Dong Shi, "I've already become famous. Otherwise, how could I have received the royal gift of rouge rice? The idea of setting up a stall to sell food is a good way to make money, but it's not enough. What I want to do is write a book about how to use advanced tools and techniques and donate it to the villagers who need to learn." Having only learned a few days' worth of characters, you want to write a book? Mrs. Dong let out a mocking laugh, haha, and said to Gu Yingying, "I hope your book is really about explaining tools for work, not about teaching people how to flirt with talented men." This time, besides Jia and Feng families, no one else mocked Gu Yingying. Instead, Fan, who was closer to Mrs. Dong, looked at the woman with a cold expression. Even without speaking, the woman was so frightened that she dared not say more. Thank you for reading. I wish everyone a happy weekend. When Gu Yingying returned home, she hurried to her room to get pills and medicinal wine to give to Gu Qingfeng and Gu Rongjie for their use. They didn't know when they would meet again after parting. Knowing that Qin was worried and that Ju was reluctant to leave, Gu Yingying tried to hide her sadness in front of her mother and second sister-in-law so they wouldn't feel upset. Until Su Xinlan came to the house and gave her a painting. She said, "This was my father's, entrusted to us by my older brother. We only brought it to you just before he was about to go to the imperial city. So I kept the painting at home for a while, and only today did I bring it to you." Gu Yingying wanted to say that she wished Su Xinlan would keep the painting so she could see it, since it was painted by Lord Zhao. But feeling the presence of her family around, she thought it might seem unpolished to say so. She could only smile and accept it, thanking her. "Please thank your older brother for me, and wish him all the best." Although she had never seen a painting by Zhao Sun, she had used a glass bottle made from his paintings, so she could imagine that his paintings must be vivid and lifelike. She thought it was best to accept it first, and when she found a chance, she would quietly send it to Xinlan. Su Xinlan leaned close to Gu Yingying's ear and sincerely suggested, "Why not write a note to him? I can ask my father to help you send it." Gu Yingying looked at Su Xinlan with doubt and said, "Right? If you're helping to send it, you should write." Although she had seen Zhao Sun before, he might not recognize her. Plus, Xinlan was secretly in love with him, so she wouldn't want to write a note for her. "It's not you who writes. Then who else could it be?" Su Xinlan poked her on the forehead. Gu Yingying's fair forehead, feeling that this girl was usually clever, but at critical moments, she was a bit silly. She couldn't help but smile secretly. Who else could it be? In Gu Yingying's view, Sister Xinlan was just pretending to be naive, as if she was afraid of revealing some secret. Actually, in her family, both her mother and second sister-in-law knew what Xinlan was thinking. There was no need for worry. While they were talking, a voice came from outside the house. "Xinlan, your father, and the others are waiting at the village entrance. Come over and see if you need any help, so you can lend a hand." Gu Yingying quickly shook her head at Su Xinlan, meaning to say that everything was already prepared, and they could leave now. Last night, her mother and second sister-in-law had already packed her father and second brother's luggage. Everything from blankets to belts and shoes was ready. Her father loved drinking tea, so her mother, worried that he might not find any after going north, had prepared 2 cans of green tea for him. Not only did the second sister-in-law pack clothes and blankets for second brother, but she also prepared 2 books for him. They were wrapped in red cloth and bought from a bookstore on West Street, but Gu Yingying was not allowed to see them. The more she was not allowed to look, the more curious Gu Yingying became. This morning, she secretly asked Zhu Shi what books she had bought for second brother. If she didn't tell the truth, Gu Yingying thought it must be love letters from the second sister-in-law to second brother. Unexpectedly, the second sister-in-law blushed and admitted, "You guessed right, little sister. I wouldn't spend money on books. I don't read much myself, but I used your second brother's calligraphy paper and ink to draw a few pictures, expressing my feelings. Then you should have told me earlier. I could have helped write it down for you. Wouldn't that be easier?" Gu Yingying felt that Zhu Shi was treating her like an outsider, which made her a little uncomfortable. On the way to the village entrance with her father and second brother, Gu Yingying also mentioned this to Su Xinlan, saying that the second sister-in-law didn't let her help write, as if she didn't consider her family. After hearing this, Su Xinlan slightly shook her head and softly said, "In my opinion, it's really not like that. No matter how close you are with your second sister-in-law or how good your relationship is, you are still her younger sister-in-law. And you're not married yet, so some things are hard to say to you." Gu Yingying replied perfunctorily, "That's true," but she didn't really think so. Back in the New World, she had watched countless movies and TV shows. Even if she hadn't experienced love herself, she could feel how romantic love was. She had also heard her friends share sweet stories. What is there to be shy about mentioning? Sigh, indeed, my thoughts are different from those of Sister Xinlan and the other pure ancient women. A large crowd quickly gathered at the village entrance, stretching from the Su family's gate all the way to old Zhu's ox cart. If you went a bit further, you could reach the nearby royal rice fields. Among the busy crowd, Gu Yingying immediately saw Jia's family. The woman and Feng's family stood together, smiling proudly. Most people at the village entrance were there to say goodbye to their loved ones. Young women came to see off their fathers or brothers, crying sadly and tearfully. Young wives, like second sister-in-law, also came to see off their husbands, feeling reluctant and unable to say goodbye. Older women like Mother and Aunt Su came to see off their family members, also sad but trying to hide their feelings. Few people, like Mrs. Fan, could send their loved ones to the roadside without showing any sadness, as if they were just sending them off on a normal day. But Jia's family, especially the mother and daughter-in-law, were exceptions. They looked happy and excited, as if they had found a precious treasure, almost jumping with joy. Gu Yingying coldly glared at Jia's family. That woman is always so annoying. Didn't her father and second brother go off to fight? Why is she so happy? It's not their family going to war, yet she's so cheerful. Actually, no one from the Luo family is going to fight. I asked Su Xinlan about this. She said, it's not that they don't want to go, but the men in their family are taking exams at the old place, and none of them passed. They're all so useless. Did Jia's family really have the nerve to say it was because her second brother was helping her sister avenge herself, which caused her family and the Niu family to get hurt and be imprisoned? Can she blame only her and her second brother? I heard Su Xinlan softly say, "Mother, the painting that Brother Sun gave her, she took it, but I didn't see her open it. Also, I asked her to write a note for Brother Sun and have Father take it, but she refused." Mrs. Zhou looked at Su Xinlan with a loving gaze and smiled helplessly. "You're getting anxious." After hearing this, Gu Yingying felt that Aunt Su's words were a bit hard to understand. But since it wasn't meant for her to hear and there were others around, she didn't ask any questions. When she returned home, Gu Yingying couldn't help but think of what Su Xinlan and her daughter had said. She felt that Xinlan's sister helping Zhao Sun deliver a painting might have caused some misunderstanding with Madame Su. Later that night, as she rested in her room, whether she opened her eyes or closed them, Zhao Sun's handsome face kept appearing in her mind, just like the painting he gave her, which resembled his own image. One look was enough to make her forget everything. Why did he give her such a painting? She had only secretly looked at it once, yet she found it hard to fall asleep. Gu Yingying silently scolded Zhao Sun. "Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Monday." Over the weekend, she worked on her homework, hoping everything would go smoothly. That night, Gu Yingying had a dream. She dreamed that as she approached the wardrobe, before she could reach out to open it, the painting hidden inside during the day suddenly pushed open the wardrobe door and flew into her hands. She was very happy and didn't care if the door was open or not. She quickly unrolled the painting. A gentle, elegant fragrance filled the whole room. She closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath of the fresh air. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a handsome man in white approaching gracefully, but the portrait of the man in white in her hand had turned into a blank sheet of paper. "Did you come out of the painting?" Gu Yingying found it hard to believe. Such a perfect, fair face, with delicate features like carved from stone, and an extraordinarily handsome young man. How could he have come out of a painting? And now he was standing right in front of her. The man's sharp eyebrows slightly lifted, and his warm eyes sparkled with kindness. His lips, neither too thick nor too thin, parted slightly, and he only answered with one word. Gu Ying didn't dare ask more, knowing he was a man of few words. She couldn't help but glance at his face again. So handsome, so charming. Suddenly, she had a selfish thought, to let him return to the painting and put it back in the cabinet for safekeeping. But this idea only lasted a few seconds before quickly fading. She would rather he be a living person, free to move around, able to go anywhere and live happily, rather than remain trapped in a painting. Gu Ying stepped forward to open the door, hoping the man could leave her house and go anywhere he wanted, to live the life he desired. But when she looked carefully, she realized the door was already wide open. Please leave here as soon as possible and go wherever you want to go. Before finishing a sentence, just saying the word, you. Gu Ying heard a gentle, deep male voice. Ying, I was saved by you, and I will stay by your side in this life. Even if you leave the door open, I won't leave you. What? Gu Ying blushed and shook her head. That won't do. She still needs to go home, to her house in the provincial city, to pick up her grandmother and take care of her, to be with her forever. Although she has been here before, this time without her grandmother, who raised her for many years, something still feels missing. Wait for me to come back. The man reached out and held Gu Ying's hand tightly, gazing at her with deep eyes. Although he didn't hold her very tightly, it gave her a sense of safety and warmth in her heart. Gu Ying's eyes showed a bit of helplessness. She smiled happily at the man and agreed. The next morning, Gu Ying woke up after hearing Zhu's voice. The image of the man in white still lingered clearly in her mind. She remembered his name, Zhao Sun. She also remembered the two small black characters in the lower right corner of the painting, Zimo. His name is Zhao Sun, also called Zimo. Gu Ying lazily yawned and looked at Zhu, who was standing by the bed with a bowl of rice porridge. Seeing that Zhu's eyes were red, she knew Zhu still couldn't bear to part with her second brother. Quickly, she took the bowl of porridge from Zhu's hand and placed it on the wooden table. She hurried to wash up and then sat at the table to eat. She didn't ask Zhu anything, just waited for Zhu to speak first. As she expected, when she didn't ask anything, Zhu actually took the initiative to talk to her. Little sister, actually mother, and I didn't sleep all night either. We got up before dawn and sat in the kitchen sighing. Is it useful? Gu Ying drank a bowl of porridge. The image of the handsome Zhao Sun in her mind quickly faded. Now, she focused on chatting with Zhu, but heard these negative words. If someone is unhappy in life and only sighs, what's the point? When food is scarce, you should find ways to buy more. Use what you have to exchange with others. As long as you get things done, that's enough. Getting up before dawn just to sigh in the kitchen only wastes energy. The villagers who are friends with us often send some rice. During times like this, everyone knows there is no fresh rice left, so it's not good to ask neighbors for more. As Zhu said, her eyes flashed with anger. Moreover, Uncle and the others came back this morning, saying they need money to go to the city for work. Gu Ying was so angry she ran out of the house to see those annoying relatives in the main hall. When they were harvesting rice at home, Uncle, who was educated, could have gone to the fields with the villagers to help with bookkeeping. But he, thinking himself a learned man, believed he shouldn't bother with such small chores, so he went to stay at an inn in the city. At first, Dad didn't oppose this. He knew Uncle had lost his job and couldn't be persuaded to stay, so he went back to stay with his wife's family, which made him unhappy. Dad thought Uncle just needed some time to relax and feel better, so he gave Uncle 60 silver coins, all for him. But Uncle's inn wasn't very fancy, and staying there cost a lot each night. Plus, the meals at the inn also cost money. Uncle stayed less than 10 days before feeling he couldn't stay any longer. He waited outside the Yulan Inn, hoping the village head would come with vegetables and fruits, and asked him to help pass a message to bring some silver for his family. The village head listened and said directly, "Brother Qingyu, don't take it the wrong way, but I have to speak honestly. You're experienced and have been out in the world. You know how hard farming is for us villagers. When neighbors harvest rice, they need help with bookkeeping, but you're just wandering around." Uncle felt ashamed and didn't say anything more. He didn't go home with the village head. Before leaving, Dad told the family that the grain at home was almost gone, Less than 60 Jin, and we should save it and eat carefully. Once he and his brothers returned victorious, they would find ways to exchange for more food. As for Uncle and the others, if they come back, we will welcome them. But I told Mom that she should advise Uncle to support himself, either learn to farm and take care of the family, or find a job in the city to support his wife and children. If he keeps doing nothing like before, eating and having others serve him at home, that won't do. Mom looked embarrassed, but agreed to this. However, Gu Yingying knew in her heart that the Qin family did not like to argue with others. Moreover, in front of Shenrui and the others, they always showed kindness, afraid that they might suffer losses. The Zhu family, who was close to the Qin family, also did not want to offend anyone. The matter of reasoning with that family could only be handled by her herself. As soon as Gu Yingying entered the main hall, she saw Gu Yao sitting in front of the tea table peeling raw fruit, Gu Qingyu holding a purple clay teacup and smiling at her, and Shenrui ignoring her as if she was invisible. Only her cousin hadn't arrived yet, but that didn't matter. Gu Yingying politely greeted them all. Even though she didn't hear Shenrui answer her a word, she moved a chair to sit by the tea table and said to them, "Second uncle, are you coming back for a short visit or to stay long?" Gu Qingyu was sweating nervously. Was there ever a niece who asked questions like this? Especially in front of the family? Your father and second brother are not at home anymore, but this family doesn't belong to you, you little brat, Shenrui said angrily, glaring at Gu Yingying. Today you came to my house and you call me a little brat. What does that make you? Gu Yingying responded without hesitation, not taking Shenrui seriously at all. Shenrui, being the daughter of Shinfuji, should have been influenced by reading poetry and books daily and should have a refined air. Why then was her speech so rude and unpleasant? Your father isn't home. Didn't your mother teach you to be polite to my mother, who is an elder? Gu Yao, since being hit by Gu Yingying last time, knew that this country girl was not easy to deal with. So, even when retaliating, she waited until her father was present. Gu Yingying guessed Gu Yao's intentions and looked at Shenrui with a sarcastic gaze, then glanced at Gu Qingyu and said, "Isn't it true that when your parents are around, you also speak harshly to your older cousin? If it weren't for uncle and aunt present, who knows how much harm my younger sister might have suffered?" Say that again. Gu Yao was furious. Just then, Gu Qingyu coughed softly, using her eyes to stop Gu Yao. Shenrui, with a cold face, said to Gu Yingying, "Your father and second brother are not at home. No one is here to protect you. We understand that you're upset. But as a younger person, you shouldn't look down on your elders. All right, Inger hasn't said anything, and as the aunt, you should also speak less," Gu Qingyu said, seeing Qin and Zhu enter the main hall. He reluctantly advised his wife a few words. "I just know you're always protecting the Gu family." Shenrui heard faint footsteps and didn't care which relative from her husband's family arrived. She only spoke about Gu Yingying's faults. Gu Yingying saw her mother and second sister-in-law come. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she had to hold back and not argue with Shun and her daughter. But she knew her mother came at this moment because she had a way to solve the problem. She gave her mother a chair to sit on, then brought 2 more chairs. She let her second sister-in-law sit next to her mother, and she sat beside her. Now, the person sitting opposite her mother was Shenrui. The person opposite her was Gu Yao. She had always disliked her cousin, and now, when Gu Yingying looked up, she saw Gu Yao giving her a sinister look. She immediately shot Gu Yao a glare. In this family, she wouldn't let her cousin compete with her.
Qin also saw this scene.
To keep peace, she handed some freshly cooked snacks to Shenrui and Gu Yao and invited them to eat. With a warm smile, Qin said to Gu Yingying, "Inger, go make a cup of tea for your second uncle." Gu Yingying wasn't happy inside. She saw her second uncle enjoying his tea and didn't need another. Was she really supposed to make him another cup? How annoying! But she had to listen to her mother. She smiled and quickly made a cup of tea, then handed it to her second uncle. She heard Qin say, "Second brother, sister-in-law, we're very happy you brought Yao back to stay. But you know the situation at home. The rice in the jar isn't enough for us to eat until the new year." It was clear there was no extra food at home. But Gu Yao spoke before Shenrui could, asking Qin, Isn't there still grain in the granary? Even if there's no new rice this year, there should be some old rice left. Before Qin could answer, Gu Yao added, I also heard from my grandparents that the villagers have sent a lot of grain to your family. If families with large fields like ours are short of food, then the tenant farmers must be starving too. Qin was so anxious she reached out and covered her chest, but she held back and didn't say a word to Gu Yao. Gu Ying couldn't stand it anymore. As a daughter, she must protect her mother. She coldly asked Gu Yao, Yes, the villagers have often sent us grain. But what about you? Over the years, you've eaten a lot of the grain, vegetables, and fruits we sent. Did you bring back even a single grain of rice? Ignoring how people without land survive, she focused on her own family's matters. Gu Ying didn't want to waste time arguing with Gu Yao. Earlier, when she was at Su Tai's house, cooking with sister Xinlan in the kitchen, Xinlan had said, That's because Aunt Gu is too kind and spoils second Aunt Gu and the others. If I were my eldest uncle's wife, I wouldn't let your second aunt do chores or let you carry food to her room. She'd have kicked everyone out within an hour. During the days when second uncle and his family returned home, many villagers visited. They saw what was happening without anyone needing to tell them. They could understand the situation clearly. The family wouldn't tell outsiders how poorly second uncle's family was doing. But the visitors might talk about it, and no one could guarantee what they'd say. During the rice harvest, Gu Ying heard several women ask Qin, Your family is so busy. Why didn't Shen's mother and daughter come to help? Even just to make tea or cook a meal, it would make things easier for Gu Xiaoya and her sister-in-law. Qin replied, You know my sister-in-law used to live in the city and had a good life. I can't let her do rough work. Feng Mei disagreed and shared her opinion. Old Li Zheng's wife is from the Fan family, a noble family that once had a prime minister. She shouldn't have to do rough work, right? But she farms, plants vegetables, raises silkworms, spins thread, and weaves cloth. All these tasks she's done. And she does them better than us. Exactly. Old Li Zheng's house doesn't have many new furniture pieces, but the house is very clean and tidy. Even though chopping firewood and cooking are rough jobs, they wouldn't make Shenrui uncomfortable. But cleaning the yard, she wouldn't mind doing that. Aunt Su always felt frustrated for her mother. She often helped her younger brother and sister-in-law, but when it mattered most, she received no support from them. So, when Gu Ying and Su Xinlan were working at Su Tai's house and had free time, they would also help clean the yard for the Su family. If they found slippers or hairbands on the ground, they would pick them up and give them directly to Madame Fan. Are you bringing rice back again? Your second brother caused my brother to get hurt, and he also caused my father to be expelled from the academy, losing his livelihood. How do you plan to compensate us for our losses? When Gu Ying heard this, she felt like her ears were about to go numb from Gu Yao's loud, roaring voice. Here we go again. Gu Ying held back her frustration and, after calming down, asked Gu Yao, Lost your livelihood, and you still blame us? You all came back in such a big group, watching us go to the fields every day to work. Do you ever help out? One by one, they were lazier than the second older brother, yet they still had the nerve to talk about livelihood. Living in the inn, does that mean they have a stable life? The second aunt and her cousin hiding in their mother's house, does that mean they are living a good life forever? Gu Yao and Shenrui were both angry, almost speaking in unison. Who does this stubborn girl think is supposed to farm? Should she, as an elder, farm the land? Or should second uncle Qinghua do it? He's well-educated and used to be a teacher at a famous academy. How could he be made to farm? As for Yaoer, she was so precious that they wouldn't even let her wash clothes. How could they let her farm? Shenrui was so angry she wanted to slap Gu Ying and make her cry and admit her mistake. Gu Yao immediately saw Shenrui's intention and raised her hand to slap Gu Ying's face, but Qin Shi grabbed her wrist. Feeling the pain, Gu Yao frowned and asked Qin Shi, Elder Madam, you usually are reasonable. Why are you confused today? Qin Shi, usually gentle, looked displeased when she heard Gu Yao and said in a deep voice, Inger's father told me before he left to protect Inger. Everyone knows we took Inger back from the underworld. As long as I am alive, no one is allowed to harm a single hair on Inger's head. Mrs. Zhu saw her mother-in-law arguing with her younger cousin. She immediately sided with her mother-in-law and said seriously to Gu Yao, "Besides you and a few others, who else is unreasonable? You say second uncle lost his job and your family has no income. But when our family is short of clothes and food, second uncle still stayed at a guest house, and my father-in-law gave him 60 taels of silver. My mother-in-law thought that you and second aunt went back to your family to live, and she also gave some silver to second aunt's parents. Farmers find it hard to earn a little silver, but our parents-in-law have already given second uncle and them quite a lot. What more do you want?" Gu Yao sneered at Mrs. Zhu and asked, "My father teaches at a school and earns 15 taels of silver a month. During festivals, he can also get some rice and oil from the school. Do you think that 60 taels of silver is very valuable and enough for our family to eat well and live comfortably?" Gu Yingying quickly gave Mrs. Zhu a look, meaning to say that there's no need to argue with someone like Gu Yao. It's just a waste of time. This kind of matter should be discussed with second uncle, the head of the family. Second uncle had been silent all along, which was an indirect way of allowing second aunt and her cousin to cause trouble here. Gu Yingying then clearly told Gu Qingyu, "Second uncle, what do you think we should do? Your cousin is your and second aunt's child." Gu Qingyu sighed with a bitter smile and said, "You are Yao's older cousin. Be more understanding." "I've been patient for a long time and don't want to hold back anymore," Gu Yingying said firmly. "Since second uncle also allows my cousin to make trouble at home, I have no choice but to ask the eldest uncle to come and settle this." The eldest uncle is the younger brother of their grandfather, Gu Zheng, the head of the Gu family. Everyone in the family knew that second uncle was very proud of his reputation. When the original owner was alive, if Gu Yao argued with her, even raising her voice slightly, second uncle would stop her. He said that living in the school, surrounded by scholars, such noisy behavior was not proper. When second uncle returned to the countryside and faced the parents of his former students' families, he wouldn't answer questions directly. He always avoided the topic, afraid they might ask about him being expelled from the school. For someone who cares about face, you can't always give him face. Gu Yingying decided in her heart, if second uncle doesn't discipline Gu Yao soon, she will go directly to the clan leader to complain. If even the clan leader can't solve it, she will have to ask the village elder for help. Anyway, over the years, this family has eaten a lot of grain, vegetables, and fruits from their home and received plenty of silver from family members, but they rarely gave anything back. Now they want to come back and ask for silver and food. If she gets annoyed, she will send Uncle Second and the others away. Gu Qingyu also saw the anger in Gu Yingying's eyes, but his wife was right. Over these years, they hadn't received anything from the family. He looked at Mrs. Qin with a curious gaze and asked. Mrs. Qin was feeling upset inside. When Gu Yao tried to hitting her earlier, Uncle Second acted as if nothing was happening and calmly sipped his tea. Now, hearing Inger mention serious matters, she asked her to persuade Inger. "Second brother, I don't understand those big principles as well as you do. You can handle these matters yourself." Seeing his second brother, he felt annoyed. They had been married for many years. His wife had gone back to her family, and he couldn't persuade her. His daughter was acting stubborn in front of him, and he didn't dare scold her. They say that raising a foster child isn't the father's fault, and he understood this principle well. Gu Yingying understood Mrs. Qin's thoughts from her words and signaled silently, "You're right not to indulge Uncle Second and the others this time." Gu Qingyu first looked at Shinryo for approval, but didn't get it, then softly said to Gu Yao, "Why don't you go back to your maternal grandfather's house first, and tell them we're still eating there? Qingyu, I married you to have children for the Gu family. I don't care about any family property. Why do I have to drag my parents into helping you support the family?" Shinryo said this with a provocative look at Gu Yingying. "You little brat trying to compete with us, there will be a time you cry your eyes out." Hearing Shinryo say this, Gu Yingying ran straight out of the main hall, really planning to find the clan leader. Mrs. Qin sighed and said, "Forget it, it's your own fault. It's better to find someone to settle this early." Zhu Shi also didn't plan to help bring her back and let her go find the clan leader of the Gu family. Next to her, Gu Yao sneered and said to Mrs. Qin, "Aunt, I have to say, your daughter daring to pursue Master Fu is partly your fault. Who asked you to teach her poorly?" When the clan leader arrives later, I'll tell him how Gu's little girl has been tricking people with those insulated bottles and paintings she's gotten recently. After Gu Yao finished speaking, she let out a cold laugh. Haha. Jean's heart sank suddenly, and she realized that Yaoer and the others had been asking around about the family affairs during these days, even though they weren't living at home. Otherwise, Yaoer wouldn't dare speak to her like that, especially using the word, you. It seemed they had a purpose for coming. Zhu's family couldn't stand Gu Yao's arrogance and started arguing with her. Just as they were fighting fiercely, Shenrui, an elder, was still defending Gu Yao. When Zhu's family called her a useless chicken, 2 quiet coughs came from outside the main hall door. Gu Qingyu looked up and saw that Uncle Gu Zheng had arrived. His eyes showed a hint of fear, and he quickly told Shenrui and Gu Yao, "Stop talking now." Gu Zheng, an elder with white hair, dressed in a white robe, looked serious as he entered the main hall, walking past Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying immediately brewed a cup of green tea for Gu Zheng and handed it to him with both hands. She was very grateful when she heard him criticizing her second uncle and others. When Gu Zheng asked Qin whether they should give money to let Gu Qingyu and the others go out to work or divide the land so they could stay at home, she waited quietly for her answer. Once the elders spoke, the children could then ask the clan leader for their opinions. Qin bowed slightly to Gu Zheng and said, "Uncle, whether it's me and Qingfeng or Inger and the others, we all hope the family can stay together and live happily. But since my second brother and his family have lived in the city for many years, returning to the countryside and living with us might be hard for them to get used to." Gu Yingying was already worried for Qin. The purpose of inviting the clan leader was to clearly express their stance and suggest that the second uncle and his family should just go out and live separately. There was no need to be so tactful. Gu Zheng nodded slightly and told Qin, "As farmers, we do our best to provide simple meals and a few clean rooms for our relatives. Living in the countryside offers rare peace, but living in the city means constant oversight, which can be frustrating. That's just how it is." Uncle's words are very true. Gu Qingyu noticed Shenrui giving her a subtle signal and quickly understood that she should clarify things with Qin. While Gu Zheng was present, she decided to speak a few words to the clan leader. "Everyone knows that our family owns the most land in Gujia village. Over the years, I've been living in the city with my wife and children, never asking my brothers for land, nor hiring anyone to farm. The rice, vegetables, fruits, and fish from the pond all belong to my older brothers." Shenrui took the opportunity to remind her, "Qingyu and I haven't asked our older brothers for anything. In fact, we've helped them a lot. Just think about our nephew Rongjie studying at the academy. Has he ever not eaten well at our house?" Hearing this, Gu Yao became more anxious, worried that they only talked about Gu Rongjie and forgot about the troublemaker, Gu Xiaoya. She looked at Gu Yingying with a sneering expression and said to Gu Zheng, "Think about how our cousin once helped our cousin avenge herself and even pulled my brother into it, causing him to get hurt. After he was injured, he was treated at a clinic in the city, and the medical bills were paid by our parents. Yet, our cousin recovered and didn't thank our parents at all." Gu Yao looked at Gu Yingying with a sad face and pouted. Even when our cousin made some food, she sent it to others, some to her own family, some to others. Even Niushi, who is a distant relative, and her daughter Xingya, have come to eat at our house many times. But for us, they wouldn't even spare a piece of soup. Such treatment from relatives really makes people feel cold. Gu Yingying pointed to her face and seemed to ask Gu Yao, "Your face is probably thicker than the city wall. You troublemaker. When you lived at home, weren't you eating food? Or was it just cow dung?" But she also understood why Gu Yao said this. She had heard from Sister Xinlan that on that day, Jia Shi went to the Lanjiang River to see off the returning soldiers and deliberately approached Shenrui to say some words. "Hey, second sister-in-law Gu, look at that Gu Xiaoya, so proud. Does she think she's about to fly high like a phoenix? Humph, she just got some rouge rice, not a bag of gold. What's so special about that?" Shenrui usually looked down on rural women and didn't bother to respond to Jia Shi. But Jia Shi didn't care about that and kept saying what she wanted to say. "Second sister-in-law Gu, it's been a few days since I saw you. I thought you had gone back to your uncle's house. Our villagers are all grateful to the old village chief for helping us sell our grain at a good price. Among the families, your Gu family owns the most land. I've heard that your eldest uncle plans to buy a house on East Street to give to you." When Shenrui heard Jia's words, her eyes lit up. She quickly moved to Gu Qingyu and gave him a subtle signal. Then, the couple hurriedly headed to Mr. Shen's house. Xinlan told her that she noticed Uncle Gu and the others walking away and sensed something unusual, so she took the chance to tell you. At that time, she was too busy to pay much attention. Now, thinking back, she realizes she was a bit careless. She should have been more cautious. Shenrui, being clever, would naturally come over and ask her mother for money after hearing what Jia said. Her mother is kind and generous. Whether it's neighbors, other villagers, or shopkeepers who bought grain from the Gu family, they all think highly of her. Second sister-in-law is always respectful and treats family and friends very well. There's really nothing to criticize about her. Even though she had a small argument with her mother and sister-in-law not long ago, it was all in front of her. Gu Yingying feels relieved that she stayed home these days and didn't go to help others with chores. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known in time when her mother and second sister-in-law were being bullied by the others, and she couldn't have come back early to protect them. Dad gave Uncle so much silver. Isn't that enough to cover the medical expenses for your cousin? When Zhu Shi said this, Gu Yingying looked up and saw Zhu Shi glaring at Gu Yao. It was clear she was unhappy that Gu Yao had interrupted the conversation to speak up. Gu Zheng stroked his beard and said to Qin Shi, "Although honest officials find it hard to settle family matters, I must speak about our Gu family's affairs." "Please, uncle," Qin Shi said gratefully with a smile. Gu Qingyu and the others didn't dare to speak up anymore. "You and Qing Feng have been managing the land all these years. Qingyu and the others haven't been involved. Instead, every harvest you send grain, vegetables, and fruits to Qingyu and the others, and after slaughtering pigs, you send some meat over."
"We've all seen this," he said.
Hearing this, Gu Qingyu and the others couldn't argue back. Gu Yingying appreciated leader Gu Zheng's fairness and kindness, feeling grateful with her eyes. Farmers care a lot about their land. If some fields are given to the second uncle and others, they might sell those fields soon after. That would be a big loss. Some of the Gu family's land is next to the royal rice fields, so watering and caring for them is easy. The villagers are very confident about those fields. Her parents worked hard to manage the land for many years and wouldn't want to sell it to others. Uncle, originally Qingwei was teaching at the academy. To help his brother and sister-in-law support the family, he let them farm the land. But now Qingwei lost his job and income, so we have to take back the land. Starting this year, we will find someone to farm it and pay some silver. Shenrui saw that Gu Qingwei hadn't spoken yet and knew he was hesitant, so she helped him speak. Farming doesn't cost much silver. The Gu land is very fertile, some fields are near the road, and close to Lanjiang. Whether harvesting rice or vegetables and fruits, they can be loaded onto boats or carts and sold for silver. In the past, they didn't plan to compete with anyone. Now that they're back, they won't let the eldest family's people take advantage anymore. Qingyue, what do you think? Gu Zheng didn't care what Shenrui said, only wanted to hear from Qingyue, the head of the family. In the old Gu family, it was rare to see someone like Qingyue who always agreed with his wife's wishes, whether right or wrong, and never dared to say no. Qingyue looked uncomfortable because his wife didn't want to offend anyone and didn't want to argue with his sister-in-law. Although it was because Rongjie and his sister were irresponsible, causing him to lose his job, Rongjie's wife was right. He had already accepted quite a bit of silver from his older brothers. He couldn't just ask for more openly. Qingyue quickly glanced at Yingying, noticing her displeasure in her eyes. He had to reluctantly say to Gu Zheng, "Uncle, since my brothers aren't home, we shouldn't talk too much about this. Whether it's land or house property, it's not right for my sister-in-law to decide alone." Mrs. Qin sighed in relief. At last, her second brother spoke fairly. When the family isn't home, letting her divide the land seems like she's being deliberately made difficult. Yingying looked at Qingyue cautiously, knowing that this second uncle wouldn't let this go easily. Even if he can choose not to compete or fight, his wife's daughter would not allow him to do so. He is worried that second uncle openly says he doesn't care about land or property, but when he finds an opportunity, he comes to ask his mother for money and grain, which makes things more annoying. He heard the clan leader say to second uncle, "You are very wise and understanding. You are talented and studied at the well-known Jinxia Academy. It's easy for you to find work anywhere. Qingyu, you are knowledgeable and resourceful, so you can find ways to ask around. You don't need to be a teacher anymore. Men should support their families, not stay unemployed at home all the time." After saying this, the clan leader gently patted Gu Qingyu's shoulder and signaled him to advise his wife and daughter well. Then he told Qin's family, "Qingfeng and his father are not at home. You and Inger are busy helping out, which is hard work. If anything happens, just come to me. We are all family, and we should help each other. Many hands make light work." Qin's wife gratefully said, "Thank you, uncle. Please also take care of your health. When helping your brothers with work, don't tire yourself out." Gu Zheng thanked him and turned to leave. Gu Ying wanted to see Gu Zheng off, but he gave her a look, meaning she should stay at home and keep company with second uncle and the others. On the way to the old master's house, she heard him say that among the men in the Gu family, second uncle was the most studious. When second uncle lost his teaching position at the academy, it wasn't just second uncle who felt sad. The rest of the family also felt sorry for him. But no matter who they are, life isn't always smooth sailing. As long as they give second uncle a little more time and help him a bit, he can get out of his difficulties and find a good job. She thought that her uncle's idea was good, but she wasn't sure if second uncle would be so eager to improve himself. Still, she agreed in front of her uncle. As she expected, after her uncle visited and gave second uncle some advice, as soon as her uncle left, second aunt started arguing with second uncle. She saw second aunt pull second uncle up roughly, point at his nose, and ask, "That old fool is favoring that troublemaker.
Can't you see?
But you know it clearly, yet you only protect your older brother's family, ignoring us and the children." After saying this, second aunt started crying, feeling wronged. Guyao took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped away Shin Rui's tears. With a strong and commanding tone, she said to Gu Ying, "Little Gu, don't think that just because you invited the clan leader to control my father, my mother, and I will be afraid of you. Listen carefully. Today we are here to settle accounts. Over the years, you have been farming our land, and you owe us a lot of grain and silver. We need to settle this clearly. Then I will go and invite the eldest uncle back, and we can settle this properly in front of him," Zhu Shi said angrily. "He always protects you all, so of course you want to invite him," Gu Yao said with disdain. "Trying to treat her like a fool? No way." She shouted loudly, "I want to find a fair place to settle this, and I will go to the county office to report you." She had long heard from her mother that her father worked hard at the academy, earning a little silver to support the family. But he also often helped her cousins, buying things for them many times. Because of this, they hadn't saved much silver over the years and couldn't buy a house in the city. Now that her father had lost his job, her uncles were living well, enjoying good food and drinks. Especially Gu Xiaoya, who used to be illiterate but after being kicked into Lanjiang by Yin's mother and waking up, she became capable. She was a man who got a strange illness at 17, sleepwalking, hitting people, or crashing into walls, which broke his legs and nearly killed him. He was cured. His mother traveled from the imperial city to Jinxia Prefecture to find a famous doctor, nearly spending all her family's money, but couldn't cure him. But this wild girl cured him, and the dying scholar was so grateful that he was willing to exchange a painting worth hundreds of taels of silver for a treasure she received. Thinking of how valuable that treasure was, Gu Yao's eyes lit up. She quickly glanced at Gu Ying. As long as she got the treasure from this wild girl, she wouldn't worry about not getting silver. Gu Ying saw the scheming in Gu Yao's eyes and, in front of Gu Qingyu and others, said, "You're just relying on the fact that my father and second brother aren't home, giving you many things without keeping track, so you dare to say this? Fine, let's go to the county office and have the magistrate judge for us." Arguing with these idle people was not only a waste of time and energy, but also delayed her important work. When her second uncle and others returned, Everyone in the family was very welcoming. Even though she and second sister-in-law acted like obedient maids, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and always thinking of others, they never received a kind word in return. In families, when relationships are like this, the fault isn't hers or second sister-in-law's, nor is it the parents' fault. Since uncle and the others want to report, let them do so. Gu Ying was just about to sit down when she saw Gu Yao pick up the teapot and throw it at her. She quickly dodged, but some hot tea spilled on her embroidered shoes, almost scalding her foot. Although the broken porcelain shards didn't hurt anyone, Gu Yao's behavior of throwing things around in someone else's house completely angered Gu Ying. Gu Ying kicked her in the stomach to show her some color and teach her a lesson. From the moment this troublemaker entered the house, she had noticed her pale face and unstable emotions, which made her quick to anger. Based on her understanding of this troublemaker, she knew she was a relative visiting. In the memories left by the original owner, Gu Yao had experienced menstrual pain before. Shen Rui had spent a lot of money to invite doctors and buy medicine to help her, but she never fully recovered. Taking this opportunity to kick her again would make her remember her lesson. Would she dare to cause trouble in others' homes again? Shen Rui was so angry she jumped up, even though Gu Qingyu held her tightly. She still yelled hysterically, "Let go of me! Let go! I will fight that shameless girl." Yao was already in so much pain and she still kicked me. Second aunt, if today is like this, why not back then? Back then, she and second sister-in-law endured everything, afraid that Shenrui and others wouldn't be well taken care of. But Shenrui and her family were very picky and didn't see them as family at all. Gu Ying said every word clearly. "I am a living person. Why should I let your Yaoer bully me?" Earlier, second brother had gone with some villagers to settle scores with Ian Butcher and others to avenge the original owner. He was injured in multiple places and almost had his face torn by Ian Butcher's wicked wife. Although the medical expenses were paid by second uncle, he didn't look kindly on second brother, and the family still treated him coldly. Especially second aunt. After her cousin was hurt, she blamed everything on second brother and said hurtful things to him. Second brother couldn't stand the anger, but had to endure because of his injuries and couldn't move freely. After returning home, second brother never mentioned this matter to the family, including his own sister. However, once, Sister Xinlan said that after second aunt went back to her parents' house, her parents also advised her many times. Second aunt's mother told her to be nicer to the people in the main family. After all, they are all family, and everyone should help each other. Over the years, the main family members have often sent them gifts and help. As an elder, second aunt should forgive her nephew's mistakes and not scold him. But second aunt said that uncle lost his job because of the people in the main family. People from the academy said that uncle, as a teacher, allowed his son and nephew to go out and cause trouble with some students, which was unprofessional. That's why uncle was expelled from the academy. Your second aunt said that because you and your second brother caused her son and some other students to be unable to continue studying at Jinxia Academy. She said both of you should be struck by lightning. Gu Ying remembered what Su Xinlan had once said and hated Shenrui even more in her heart. "How dare you, you shameless girl, ask that? If it weren't for you and your brother, we wouldn't be homeless or worried about our next meal." Shenrui pushed Gu Qingyu away forcefully. Seeing this useless person, she felt so angry inside. Today, if she doesn't get rid of Gu Xiaoya, she feels frustrated for her Yaoer. Shenrui's face was full of anger, and her eyes seemed to shoot fire. She kicked towards Gu Ying's stomach, shouting, "Go see King Yan." Mrs. Qin and Mrs. Zhu both hurried to protect Gu Ying, but they were blocked by Gu Yao. Gu Ying quickly dodged and pushed Gu Yao away hard, taking a kick herself. Seeing Shenrui kick Gu Yao's leg, she felt very satisfied and smiled happily. She heard the insults from Gu Yao and Shenrui, but chose to ignore them. Suddenly, a dog barked loudly, frightening Gu Qingyu, who hurriedly advised, "Stop talking about this. Someone is coming." If familiar people were coming, the big dog at home wouldn't bark so unfriendly. Gu Ying didn't care much. She had already fought and argued. Why worry about who might find out? Mrs. Qin and Mrs. Zhu exchanged glances, feeling that it was strange for someone to come to their house at this time. They couldn't both go to open the door, so one of them had to stay and protect Gu Ying. The two mothers were too strong-willed, and neither of them felt safe leaving her alone. Still, the wise Mrs. Zhen stepped forward and gently held Gu Ying's hand, intending to send her back inside. Mrs. Qin saw this and confidently went to open the door. Unexpectedly, Shen Rui grabbed Gu Yao's hand and ran out together. Gu Yao, an unmarried young woman, ran out without even wearing a veil. Gu Ying deliberately took out a silk handkerchief to cover her face and quickly moved behind the main gate of the yard. She wanted to see whether the visitors, who came while her father and second brother were away, were here to cause trouble or to propose marriage. Usually, when Gu Yao and her mother returned to the Shin family, no matchmakers came to visit. But today, someone was here to propose marriage for Gu Yao. She was eager to see what kind of brave man would dare to marry Gu Yao. Through the closed wooden gate of the yard, Gu Ying heard the cheerful laughter of women. Haha. When Mrs. Qin opened the door, Gu Ying saw that outside the main gate stood a matchmaker dressed in red, with a red flower on her head. The woman was heavily made up, with a smiling face full of flattery, and her smile made the fine lines around her eyes more noticeable. Following the matchmaker's gaze, Gu Ying realized she was smiling at Mrs. Qin. She couldn't help but feel curious. Look at this matchmaker. Even though she was dressed up carefully, it was obvious she was not young anymore. She must have been proposed to many times. Logically, she should recognize that the mother of the girl being proposed for is Shen Rui. Is this the Lady Gu? I heard Lady Gu mention you before, saying you are a lucky woman with children. Seeing you today, you look familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Mrs. Qin froze in place, not expecting anyone to come to propose marriage for her daughter, let alone that the matchmaker knew Shen Rui. Hearing the matchmaker mention Lady Gu Gu Ying glared angrily at Shen Rui. This selfish woman had secretly received money from someone and done some inappropriate things. Otherwise, why would the matchmaker bring 2 bags of pastries to their home? Come, follow me inside to sit. Shen Rui saw Mrs. Qin stunned and couldn't help but smile proudly. She took the lead and welcomed the matchmaker inside. A man following the matchmaker adjusted his icy blue robe and looked at Gu Ying, who was wearing a veil. From her clear eyes, he caught a flash of anger. She felt embarrassed inside, but still sincerely smiled at Gu Ying. Her lips slightly parted, just saying the character, Gu, but when she saw Gu Ying's cold stare, she had to stop speaking. Gu Ying had never seen this tall man, who looked scholarly. Even in the memories left by the original owner, there was no information about him. He came with a matchmaker, someone Shen Rui knew. Since this person was smiling at her, she naturally couldn't show him a good face. Shen Rui's voice came from the main room. I heard magpies singing early this morning, so I knew there would be good news.
I was right. About this teapot.
A guest came to our house before and accidentally knocked it over, so it broke, Shen Rui explained somewhat unconvincingly. Hearing this, a trace of disdain crossed Gu Ying's eyes. No matter what the matchmaker said, she walked into the main room, coldly refusing when the matchmaker looked her over again. I'm really just a girl from the countryside, but I can support myself and take care of my family. If you're talking about marrying into a good family to make life better, I suggest you tell someone else. The matchmaker, after hearing this, gave Shen Rui a meaningful look. She had seen many such women. Often, people came to matchmake, proposing a well-off young man, but they didn't cherish what they had. They thought they could find a perfect husband on their own. But women, once they reach adulthood, grow a year older each year. And if they don't marry by a certain age, the government will force them to marry. By then, who they marry depends entirely on luck. Shen Rui understood and openly told Gu Ying what the matchmaker meant. She's talking about the eldest son of the Yen family, who runs a bookstore on West Street. His name is Yen Gongzi. And Yen Gongzi even came in person. You've seen him yourself. What more do you want? Shen Rui originally wanted to say that this marriage could help her get assistance from the Yen family later, making things easier. But today, She just wanted to fight with Gu Yingying, the troublemaker, and didn't want the matchmaker to tie this red thread so neatly. Seeing Shen Rui's sneering and cold look, Gu Yingying despised her and said, "If Second Aunt thinks so highly of Yan Gongzi, why bother talking to me? Wouldn't it be better to just tell him directly?" Prince Yan looked embarrassed, feeling unsure whether to stand or sit. He wanted to urge the matchmaker to leave quickly, but then he heard her say, "I already knew that Madame Gu has a beautiful daughter, but she's much more obedient than you. If you weren't so young and close to marriage, I would have helped you find someone already. So, you think I care if you bring it up?" Gu Yingying glared at the matchmaker and asked back. A sneer came from her, spoken by the matchmaker herself. Gu Yingying was so angry she ran out of the main hall into the yard, looking for a broom to chase everyone away. But before she could find one, the matchmaker and others were driven off by Madame Qin and her daughter-in-law. Without those annoying people nearby, Gu Yingying packed the shampoo, body wash, and other items she had prepared late at night into a basket. After dinner, she carried the basket with the shampoo and other things to Su Tai's house. The person opening the door for Gu Yingying was Madame Fan. Madame Fan took the basket from her and invited her to sit in a small room to have tea, saying she had something to discuss. Gu Yingying followed Madame Fan into the room. They drank tea and chatted, and then Madame Fan asked about the matchmaker visiting Gu's family to propose marriage. "You second aunt really is something. She didn't even discuss it with you first and just brought the matchmaker. That matchmaker has no manners. She's been talking badly about you the whole way." Madame Fan didn't want to say directly that the matchmaker had left Gu's house cursing and insulting, saying things that probably everyone in the village heard. "I just need to be at peace with myself," Gu Yingying said calmly. No matter what others said, she remained composed. On the way home, she heard people discussing the matter. If she didn't want to hear it, she wouldn't have come out. The matchmaker must have received some benefit from Prince Yan or money from Shenrui, which is why she helped with the proposal. Otherwise, why travel all the way from the city to the countryside, exhausted and busy? If the match didn't go through, the matchmaker would be upset and probably curse a few words. She might say, "If Prince Yan didn't dislike you, your second aunt wouldn't have asked me to help with the proposal. I wouldn't have come otherwise." Madame Fan handed Gu Yingying some roasted chestnuts and said, "These chestnuts were harvested and roasted at home by us. Try some first. If you think the taste is good, I will bring some back for your mother and second sister-in-law." "Okay." I was just thinking about this when I happened to hear Grandma Su talking to me, as if she knew my thoughts. Gu Yingying enjoyed the sweet, soft roasted chestnuts, which reminded her of her grandmother and her past life. In her memory, no matter where she bought roasted chestnuts, none were as crispy and easy to peel as her grandmother's, and they were always sweet and tasty. Since arriving in this time, she has eaten the chestnuts given by Fan family. Although thinking of her grandmother made her feel a bit sad, it also brought some warmth. She sincerely praised Madame Fan. "You and Xinlan have helped me a lot with chores. I understand some of your thoughts. For example, even though you came here, you are still worried about food and supplies, and I can see that." Madame Fan skipped the rest of her words. Gu Yingying looked pale and tired, knowing she had been working hard at home these days. Today, she was also upset by Madame Shen and her daughter, so she must be feeling bad inside. "Your second aunt cried and made a fuss about going to the city. Let them go if they want. We farmers have little free time all year round. Who lives like them? Used to a pampered life, taking naps every noon. When villagers visit your home, they don't dare to say much, afraid of disturbing them." Gu Yingying didn't hide anything from Madame Fan. "They went out and we won't oppose it. But they want land and grain, and they're trying to cheat us. That's too much." Madame Fan knew about the Gu family's situation. Even today, she heard some villagers talking about what happened to the Gu family. When she told Gu Yingying, "If Madame Shen wants to find someone to judge, let her do it. Our countryside can't compare to Jinxia City in food and lodging. But one thing we have that the city folks don't. We are very reserved. We don't boast about marriage proposals or shout about them to the whole village." Gu Yingying felt angry and shy, her cheeks suddenly warm. She lowered her head, pretending to look at the chestnuts in her hand. When her father was still at home, her second aunt told her mother, "A girl should cherish her reputation." At first, she didn't know that the unfaithful man surnamed Fu was not capable, so she was deceived. But later, it was clear she could refuse Su Xinlan and help the poor scholar Zhao seek medical treatment. But Inger still helped. This caused the unaware villagers to gossip behind their backs after learning about the matter. "You're already 18, Gu Xiaoya. If you don't get married soon, second aunt is worried for you," Shenrui said sarcastically. Gu Qingfeng coldly glanced at Shenrui. That Shenrui, who never remembers things, had only recently happened, yet she already had a matchmaker come to propose marriage. Gu Yingying also couldn't understand Shenrui's strange way of thinking. She heard Fan's voice softly speaking nearby. "Your second uncle is a good man with talent, and there's nothing to criticize. But when it comes to choosing a wife, he's very stubborn, and that has caused trouble for your whole family. I think Shenrui is spoiled by her parents. Don't worry. No matter where she goes to find trouble, I will testify for you." Gu Yingying was very grateful, saying, "Thank you, Grandma Su." Second aunt was cold and strong-willed, and if she decided to complain, she would definitely do so. With Fan's words, Gu Yingying felt warm inside, like a gentle spring breeze. They talked privately in a small room. Gu Yingying took out 2 bottles of shampoo from her basket and gave them to Fan. They were the kind Fan had used before, with benefits for black hair and preventing hair loss. They had a light, fresh scent. After using it, Fan kept saying, "Gu Xiaoya's shampoo is so good. I didn't even know she had this skill." Fan was nearly 70, but she and Su Tai's couple had very little gray hair. They looked much younger than many people in the village who were around 50. After using the shampoo Gu Yingying gave her, Fan's hair became even darker and shinier, and it didn't get greasy easily. It was like free advertising for the shampoo. So this time, no matter what, Gu Yingying wouldn't accept any more face powder or silver from Fan. Fan pretended to be angry and tried to put the shampoo back into Gu Yingying's basket. Seeing her dodge, she said, "I'll write to my friends in the city and tell them not to exchange gifts with you anymore. Why are you still so polite to me?" Reluctantly, Gu Yingying accepted a small bag of flour that Fan gave her. "Thank you for reading, and I wish everyone a happy Monday." Mrs. Fan promised her, "The shampoo I sent will be delivered to Grandpa Su in the city as soon as possible, so he can exchange it for rice, and then bring it back for you." "Thank you, Grandma Su," Gu Yingying replied, but this time she didn't thank Mrs. Fan again. Back home, Gu Yingying poured out some flour given by Mrs. Fan, mixed in a calming herbal powder, and made some orange cakes for Zhao Sun's mother. She remembered her sister Xinlan saying that after her brother Sun went off to fight, Aunt Xiao was very worried and couldn't sleep well. Knowing that Xinlan also cared about Zhao Sun, Gu Yingying comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, with me here. Trust me, once I make some orange cakes for Aunt Xiao to eat, she will feel at ease and rest peacefully. But unfortunately, we don't have any flour." Xinlan still looked worried. "There will always be a way," Gu Yingying thought. "Don't rush." She couldn't be sure who might lend her flour, but to keep Xinlan from worrying, she pretended everything was fine. In the end, she had to make some shampoo and body wash, then asked Mrs. Fan for help to exchange for some flour from her friends. Unexpectedly, she also received some flour sent by Mrs. Fan. She wanted to finish the cakes early and have Grandpa Su help deliver them to Aunt Xiao, so Xinlan wouldn't worry. After breakfast, Gu Yingying took some roasted rice, a pot of water, and a small medicine basket, then headed to the bamboo forest at the village entrance to gather herbs. If she hadn't gone through some hardships, the Gu family, which owned the most land in the village, wouldn't be short of food. Before going to war, her father had told her to take good care of her mother and second sister. She promised to do what her father asked. The most important thing was to find a way to stock enough food for the family and guests for the new year before it snowed. Otherwise, when relatives came to visit during the new year, they would worry about not having rice to cook. Recently, the villagers had harvested their grains and had extra time to raise more livestock. Some large farmers slaughtered a few sheep and goats and caught over 100 pounds of fish to exchange for rice and flour. Neighbors like the Qian family had stored a lot of old grain at home, But they still caught dozens of chickens and geese, and caught over 100 pounds of fish to exchange for rice and flour. The villagers asked the Qian family, why did they need to exchange so much grain if they already had plenty stored? Mrs. Qian said, if we have food at home, we won't worry during the new year. Coincidentally, her second sister-in-law, who was feeding chickens in the yard, overheard her. She also wanted to take the family's chickens, ducks, fish, and geese to the old master's house, hoping he could help find someone to exchange for some grain. But Mother refused. She said the old master had already sent quite a bit of grain and had also helped the family by exchanging shampoo and other items for some grain. She didn't want to bother them again. The second sister-in-law couldn't bring herself to ask again. However, she saw that her sister-in-law was worried about the lack of grain. Privately, she advised her, second sister-in-law, isn't there still some grain at home? Once I make more shampoo and body wash, I can exchange them for more grain. Most of the herbs I use are gathered from the mountains, so it doesn't cost anything. She planned to make more shampoo and body wash to trade with people in the city for rice. She needed to exchange at least 5 or 600 jin of rice to feel secure. Actually, the villagers had already brought over more than 300 jin of grain. But father asked mother to give some silver to Mr. Shun and others, since second sister-in-law was married into the Gu family but was still living with her cousin at her parents' house, which made her feel a bit guilty. Unexpectedly, her cousin, who was nearby, said that giving rice was more practical. So mother had to discuss with father and give Mr. Shun and his group nearly 200 jin of rice. Whenever Gu Yingying thought about this, she was so angry she wanted to ask Gu Yao for money. She was raising such a selfish person, who only came back to harm them. She left the big door with her medicine basket and heard Mrs. Zhu softly say, little sister, if you don't want to wait a bit longer, I'll feed the pigs first, then go picking herbs with you. You see, if you go to pick herbs over there, you might run into those people. Those people referred to Shinrui and the others. Shinrui often went to the village entrance to wait for the ox cart, hoping to bring back the things she had someone buy. But she had to pass through the village entrance when she went to pick herbs in the bamboo forest, so she was bound to meet those people. I'm not a child, it's fine, Gu Yingying said calmly. We haven't gone out of our way to bother them. Yesterday, they even came to our house and said they wanted to report us. If we meet them and cause trouble at the road, it will just make others laugh. Mrs. Zhu knew that Qin's family didn't want to argue with Shinrui and her group. Besides not wanting to cause trouble, it was also about saving face. But once her little sister-in-law threw a fit, she didn't care about harmony or reputation anymore. Even my second uncle isn't afraid of being laughed at, so why should we care? Gu Yingying said with a hint of sarcasm. She wondered, can face really fill your stomach? She looked up at the sky and said to the Zhu family, all right, second sister-in-law, I'll go ahead now. I'll come to see when I return. After walking a few steps, Gu Yingying met Mrs. Qian. The old woman was carrying a bamboo basket filled with carrots that had some dirt on them. Mrs. Qian, you're out working so early, Gu Yingying greeted with a smile. Since the weather's good lately, I picked some carrots, washed and cut them. We can also dry some to make carrot chips for winter, Mrs. Qian said. She picked a clean carrot from the basket and placed it into Gu Yingying's small basket. Knowing that the girl was going into the woods to gather herbs, she brought some for her to eat on the way. Gu Yingying looked grateful and said, thank you so much. Girl, why are you being so polite to me? We haven't known each other for just a day or two, Mrs. Qian said, glancing around carefully to make sure no one else was nearby, then asked kindly, I heard from a relative in the city that the shopkeeper on West Street wants to hire a teacher to give lessons to his son. The young master is still quite young and eager to learn. The shopkeeper is willing to pay well, so he won't be stingy. Maybe you could talk to your second uncle about it. Since her second uncle had caused trouble at home and her second aunt had mentioned reporting them, everyone in the village knew about it. Gu Yingying replied straightforwardly, you're trying to find a good job for my second uncle? Thank you on his behalf. But honestly, I don't think he'll agree. You see, even though our village doesn't have famous schools like Jinxia Academy, there are a few private schools. My second uncle hasn't even visited a private school since he returned. A proud man like him wouldn't easily go to someone's house to teach their son, would he? Even if he was willing, the shopkeeper wouldn't help him move his family there or take care of their food and lodging. Over the years, her second uncle had always taken his wife with him wherever he went. He wouldn't easily part from her. Her second sister-in-law had also mentioned this idea privately, but later, she felt helpless too. I used to tell you that if my second uncle lost his job, he could find work at a private school. But now, I think I was just hoping for too much. Second uncle stayed in the city for a month. First, he lived in an inn until he ran out of money. Then, he went to stay at a relative of Mr. Su. He still had the nerve to say that living in the city was convenient for finding a job. But in the end, he didn't find a job, and instead, second aunt and the cousin took advantage of us. I can imagine what second sister-in-law's words were, even if she didn't say them out loud. Thank you for reading. I wish everyone a happy Tuesday. Yesterday was very busy. I got home close to 8:40 p.m. and forgot to call an elder to wish them a happy birthday.
I feel bad about that.
So, I want to wish that elder a happy birthday, good health, safety, all the best, and happiness for their family. Orange Summer Little Words, April 19th, 2022. Mrs. Chen nodded slightly. Among neighbors, can anyone truly be unaware of others' difficulties? She also hopes that the Gu family members are all doing well, whether they are from the main household or the second household. So, during this time, she secretly asked acquaintances to help find out if there was any work suitable for Gu Qingyu. Living in the countryside for a long time isn't because she's afraid her relatives will suffer, but because she cares about Qingyu, who is talented. Finally, she heard about a job that needed people, but Qingyu didn't want to go. Mrs. Qian gave Gu Yingying a few instructions, telling her to go to the woods and be careful on the way, so she wouldn't fall. She also asked her to return home early and not worry the family. Gu Yingying obediently replied, "Okay, Granny Qian." Carrying a small medicine basket, Gu Yingying arrived at the crossroads. She saw Feng Mei waiting there, along with a large bag of items placed in front of her. "Inger, going to pick herbs in the woods again?" Just as Gu Yingying was about to greet Feng Mei, she heard her speak. Gu Yingying smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, Aunt Feng. Are you waiting for the ox cart? Are you going to the city? Not long ago, my niece sent me some clothes and a pair of boots. I pulled some carrots, chopped some greens, cut some chives, spun some thread, and brought a little for her," Feng Mei said warmly when mentioning her niece. Her eyes were full of affection, and a contented smile appeared on her lips. Although she wasn't her biological niece, she was treated so well that it was rare. Gu Yingying stood beside Feng Mei, waiting for the ox cart to arrive so she could help carry the bag of vegetables onto the cart. She only knew that Feng Mei's niece was named Peng Lan, but she didn't know how the original owner used to address her. "I have heard from the villagers that Peng Lan is very beautiful and graceful. Through a relative of the Qian family, she was introduced and married the eldest son of a silk shop owner in the city. After Peng Lan got married, her husband taught her to read and do calculations. In less than a year, she was helping manage the accounts. When some young women and wives visited the silk shop, Peng Lan would talk with them. By the end of the day, she often made good business deals. Because of this, Peng Lan's family was very happy with her. Sometimes, she didn't even need to prepare anything. Her mother-in-law or her husband would help her get gifts, which they would send to her family. Every time, they sent a gift to Peng Lan's parents and also one for Aunt Feng. Many women in the village, who had daughters, admired Aunt Feng because she was treated so well. However, Qin's family was more relaxed about it. No matter what others said about marrying a wealthy man, Qin's family didn't complain. Qin's mother told her privately, "Inger, don't mind what they say. Just ignore it. Your parents raised you not for you to marry a noble or bring back wealth. As long as you are happy and healthy, that's enough. Your parents will be happy too. Aunt Feng, next time you visit Sister Lan, please tell me in advance. I want to see her and bring her some gifts." They had already eaten the sesame snacks Sister Lan gave Aunt Feng, but hadn't given anything to them. Gu Yingying felt a bit regretful, thinking she should have kept some shampoo to give to Sister Lan. Unfortunately, she had already given everything to Aunt Fan and didn't keep anything for herself. Gu's family situation was well known to Aunt Feng, especially the trouble caused by the second branch. When outsiders found out, They felt sorry for Gu Yingying's parents.
You all have a hard time. Don't spend too much.
But if you're free someday, just tell me. I can take you out to have fun. Your sister Lan's mother-in-law is very hospitable. While Aunt Phone was talking, she heard the sound of a cartwheel on the road. She knew a bullock cart was coming and urged Gu Yingying to go pick herbs. She only had a bag of vegetables, which she could carry herself onto the cart. Gu Yingying was pushed aside and felt a little embarrassed. She waved goodbye to Aunt Phone and continued walking. Thinking about Sister Lan's family running a silk shop over on East Street, many noble ladies, young ladies, and wealthy women like to visit there. Not only local people from Jinxia Prefecture go, but also people from other countries like Yun. Gu Yingying is thinking about going with Aunt Phone to Sister Lan's house someday to visit the silk shop and also to promote her homemade shampoo. She doesn't want to trouble the Fan family all the time. Just as Gu Yingying is lost in thought, she hears a loud mooing behind her. Before she can turn around, a rushing water buffalo crashes into her, knocking her into the air and making her fall hard to the ground. Her small medicine basket is also thrown far away. She feels dizzy and her ankle hurts badly. She tries to reach out and rub it, but even moving her fingers feels impossible. She struggles to get up, but everything goes black and her vision blurs. When she wakes up, she still feels dizzy and confused. She slowly opens her eyes to see a carved wooden bed, pink gauze curtains, and faint shadows behind the curtains. Thank heavens, you're finally awake. Inger, your mother is sorry for not taking better care of your father and for not looking after you well. As Qin's trembling voice falls, she gently lifts the gauze. Gu Yingying sees her mother's red, swollen eyes full of worry and care, and her second sister-in-law holding a bowl of soup nearby. Mother, second sister-in-law, I am fine now. Don't worry. Gu Yingying wants to comfort Qin and the others, knowing they've worked hard to take care of her and should rest now. But as soon as she speaks, Qin tightly holds her right hand, as if afraid to let go. Her heart aches, and she almost tears up in front of Qin. Luckily, she holds back her tears. Zhuz comes forward, and after Qin helps Gu Yingying sit up, she feeds her the soup. Little sister, you've been unconscious for a whole day and night. Mother called 2 doctors, but they couldn't cure you. This soup is made from good herbs I found in your room, just like the ones used for Uncle Gua's relative who was injured and unconscious. After taking these, they recovered. This batch of Chinese medicine was actually prepared last time for Uncle Gua's relative, who recovered after just 1 dose. So it was kept in the cabinet and used. Unexpectedly, it ended up being used for her. Gu Yingying smiled bitterly, unsure if it was a good thing or not. Please find some sanchi powder and add it to this herbal soup. My ankle feels like it's broken and hurts badly. I need to promote blood flow and remove blood stasis. Zhu Shi hurried out and went to the storage room. She found 2 small packets of sanchi powder from the cabinet and added some to the soup. Worried that the medicine might taste bitter, she prepared some red water and placed it on the wooden table in the bedroom. Gu Yingying was not afraid of bitter medicine. She took the bowl herself and drank the soup. She handed the bowl back to Zhu Shi, not wanting to drink the red water, but hearing Zhu Shi keep urging her, she had no choice but to drink it. This made her worry about going to the bathroom. The last time she traveled here, she wasn't fully recovered but could still take care of herself. Now, her situation. Gu Yingying lifted the quilt and saw that her right ankle was fixed with willow branches. She couldn't help but sigh. They really thought of everything. I was unconscious at the time and didn't even feel the pain. You may not have felt pain, but it broke my heart to see you. I cried so much I fainted a few times, Zhu Shi said as she wiped tears when mentioning this. Then, Gu Yingying thought, Mother cried and my second sister-in-law didn't mention herself. So, was it her who set my bone? Several times at night, when she went to treat villagers, her second sister-in-law was worried and insisted on helping carry the medicine box and went along. At the patients' homes, she helped set bones, clean wounds, or apply medicine, always watching from the side. After seeing it a few times, she also started helping. Her second sister-in-law was very careful. When applying ointment, she was gentle. Not only did she do a good job, but several patients also said that both her and her sister-in-law were kind and honest healers. The injured ankle was fixed with willow branches drilled into a bone cavity shape. Even though it still hurt, she could feel a slight warmth at the wound. She knew her second sister-in-law had helped apply medicine, which promoted bone and muscle growth and helped healing. The powder was made from herbs like poria, white atractylodes, Codonopsis, angelica, and salvia. She was very touched and looked at Zhu Shi with gratitude. "It was your second sister-in-law who helped set it." Mrs. Qin wiped away her tears with a silk cloth and also cleaned Mr. Zhu's face. She mentioned what had happened to Gu Yingying after she fainted. "If it weren't for Xinlan cutting chives in the garden and hearing the screams, calling some neighbors to stop the ox, we might not have known in time that you were hurt." It's strange how the Luo family's troublemakers, while fighting among themselves, let their ox run loose and end up harming others. Whenever she mentioned this, Mrs. Qin trembled with anger, almost wanting to scold the Luo family to death. Gu Yingying now understood that the ox that injured her was from the Luo family. She shared her thoughts. "I was walking nicely on the road when their ox suddenly went crazy and ran out, hitting me. I'm lucky to have survived. If I were just a little girl like Anxi, so weak and thin, I might not have made it," Gu Yingying said firmly. "We must make the Luo family pay for our losses." She demanded compensation for medical bills, lost wages, food expenses, and the money her mother and second aunt spent caring for her. First, they would ask the village elder for help to settle this. If that didn't work, they would take the case to the county office or even the prefecture court. When Mrs. Zhu heard this, she curled her lips and said, "Before you woke up, your great-uncle and great-aunt came with their family to visit you often." She pointed toward the living room and continued, "Great-aunt knew you liked cakes, so she sent some flour to have your mother make red date cakes for you." They also went to Shin's family to persuade second-uncle to bring second-aunt and the others back, so second-aunt could take care of you and settle things peacefully. But Gu Yingying snorted coldly. She didn't trust second-aunt, who was cunning and as ruthless as a snake. Did she dare to take care of her? Was she afraid she'd poison her soup or food? Although she didn't say these words aloud, she saw Qin and Zhu exchange glances. Qin said, "I'll go cook some porridge for you, so your second sister-in-law can massage your legs." Honestly, when you used to go to see patients, she either helped carry your medicine box or ground your medicine powder. She learned quite a bit from you. If she hadn't learned some skills, your ankle might be worse. Qin was heartbroken and fought back tears. She carried a bowl of herbal soup and left the bedroom. Gu Yingying gently patted the edge of the bed and said to Sister Zhu, "Second sister-in-law, you can lie down beside me and rest for a while." Seeing that second sister-in-law looked tired and pale, she didn't want her to suffer more. Sister Zhu took off her outer garment and placed it on the back of a chair, then truly lay down next to Gu Yingying. The room was filled with the smell of medicine. Even the pillow had a medicinal scent. Sister Zhu knew that her younger sister-in-law always liked cleanliness, and even though she often collected herbs and ground medicine powder, she probably didn't want the pillow to smell like medicine. Softly, she comforted her. "Today it's drizzling. When the weather clears tomorrow, I'll take the pillow outside to sun it." Heu Jinjin advised, "Norus." I often wash my pillowcase and sun the pillow too. In the past, second sister-in-law saw a woman injured and told her that when muscles and bones are hurt, one needs to rest in bed for a few days before walking around. Otherwise, it might cause long-term problems. It seemed that second sister-in-law planned to take care of her for 2 months. Gu Yingying thought to herself, that won't do. Soon after lying down, Sister Zhu got up and left the room. When she returned, she carried a basin and placed it in front of the bed. Gu Yingying felt grateful in her heart. This second sister-in-law truly understood her. She had drunk the herbal soup and the red water, feeling quite uncomfortable. But since she arrived in this time and space, she had never been comfortable in this bedroom before. Especially not in front of Sister Zhu. Even among close sisters-in-law, she didn't want to do this. Feeling shy and anxious, her face turned red. Sister Zhu reached out to hold her, but Gu Yingying quickly said, "No, second sister-in-law, I can do it myself. We all have urgent needs. We're family, so why are you shy?" Sister Zhu didn't expect herself to be helping her younger sister-in-law with such a delicate matter and made her feel embarrassed. Her younger sister-in-law was injured. She wouldn't let her handle it alone. "You're too frail. You definitely can't lift me," Gu Yingying said with an excuse. Sister Zhu took a piece of silk cloth, blindfolded herself, and then carefully lifted Gu Yingying off the bed. Gu Yingying was surprised by how strong her second sister-in-law was. She truly admired Sister Zhu from the bottom of her heart. Feeling helpless, she had to resolve the issue in the bedroom. Sister Zhu told Gu Yingying to close her eyes. Soon after, she untied the silk cloth and carried the basin out. "I saw Mrs. Qin standing at the door of the house, looking worried." Mrs. Zhu softly asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" "This kind of thing, let me handle it. You just help feed the pigs and chickens and boil some water," Mrs. Qin said, not wanting her daughter-in-law to get tired. Although Shan Rui said her daughter-in-law hadn't had children, she didn't think less of her because of that. "Taking care of my sister is my duty. Don't be so polite, mother," Mrs. Zhu said, then walked away. Guan Yingying, lying on the bed, heard her mother and second sister-in-law talking. When Mrs. Qin came in, added some incense to the incense burner, filling the room with a gentle fragrance, she said, "Mother, later, bring me a small stool. I want to handle something important myself." Mrs. Qin immediately shook her head. "No, I'd rather hold you and help you," she said. Her daughter was like a part of her, so she wanted to take good care of her. After saying that, Mrs. Qin went back to the kitchen to bring a bowl of lean meat porridge for Guan Yingying, insisting on feeding her. Guan Yingying had to go along with her mother-in-law's wishes. "When I went to cook porridge in the kitchen, Guan Yao's grandparents sent us 2 crucian carp through old Li Zheng's wife, saying it was to help you recover. I couldn't refuse old Li Zheng and his wife, so I accepted. Everyone understands the principle. You don't hit a smiling face." Guan Yingying understood and said, "If I saw it, I would accept it too." Mrs. Qin hesitated for a moment before speaking to Guan Yingying. "Actually, yesterday, your second aunt went to the county office to report us. I heard her parents couldn't stop her. Later, the county magistrate sent some officers to ask about it, and they came to me, your eldest uncle and old Li Zheng. They said they would talk after your father and the others return. Sure enough, your second aunt did as she promised and reported us." Guan Yingying immediately understood what the crucian carp sent by Mr. Shin meant. It meant they weren't encouraging their daughter to return to the main household or supporting their son-in-law to find a job to earn money and support the family. Instead, they wanted the main household to give silver and grain. Qin's eyes showed embarrassment. Even if she didn't say it herself, the villagers would understand. But knowing her daughter hadn't fully recovered and feeling upset inside, she simply replied, "All right." Gu Yingying knew that Qin had been taking care of her without eating or drinking much. She gently advised Qin to rest for a while, saying that she had discussed with second sister-in-law, who would take care of her tonight, and in the morning, her mother would come to take over. "Just sleep in this room." Qin pointed to the armchair, intending to lie down and rest. "That won't do. If you're here, I can't speak freely with second sister-in-law," Gu Yingying said with a playful smile. Since her second son was away, his wife must be missing him. She couldn't say this directly to her mother-in-law, but she could tell her younger sister. Qin understood this well. Though reluctant, she opened the door and left the room. The room instantly became quiet. Gu Yingying lay down for a while and soon fell asleep. In her dream, she followed Sister Xinlan to the gate of a house in Mo Alley. The gate was quickly opened. Gu Yingying looked up and saw a woman in elegant black clothes, with a warm smile on her face. Opening the door, she was Auntie Xiao. "Auntie Xiao, I heard Brother Sun is returning from his campaign, so I brought Yingying to see him," Xinlan said as she handed a box of pastries to Auntie Xiao. Shy, Gu Yingying shook her head and said to Auntie Xiao, "Not exactly, Auntie Xiao. I came with Sister Xinlan to see you, to see how you are." She wanted to see Auntie Xiao, but was it Xinlan's son, Zhao Sun, or Xinlan herself? Auntie Xiao squinted and smiled, holding Xinlan's hand with one hand and Gu Yingying's with the other, inviting them into the house. The room was separated by a sky-blue curtain. As Gu Yingying entered, she saw only one armchair placed by the wooden table near the window. It was the only chair in the room. She decided to let Xinlan sit there. Auntie Xiao placed the box of pastries on the table and said to them, "We couldn't rent a bigger house before because Sun was sick, so we only rented this one. So, you can sit on the bed over there, a bit crowded." "Don't say that, Auntie Xiao. I wanted to rent a place here to sell food, but I haven't been able to find one," Gu Yingying said sincerely. Seeing that the room had few pieces of furniture, but was very clean was quite nice. After taking the cup of green tea from Aunt Xiao, Gu Yingying heard her say, "Not long ago, I also received a letter from Xuanair. He said that if it weren't for Lady Gu helping him with his illness, he probably wouldn't have recovered so quickly, and he wouldn't dare to think that he could go north with the soldiers to fight the enemies of the Lu country. She told me to take good care of Lady Gu." "That's right. If Sister Yingying hadn't helped in time, Brother Xuan might still be here seeking medical help," Su Xinlan signaled to Aunt Xiao and said, "Lady Gu, in a few days, my Xuan heir will return from his campaign. If you don't mind our poor family and that my Xuan heir isn't yet a scholar, please come and be my daughter-in-law." While speaking, Aunt Xiao took a piece of cake from the plate and fed it to Gu Yingying. "I heard Xinlan say you love to eat one-bite crisps, so I tried to make some. I just want to make them often for you in the future. Gu Yingying was so anxious, she didn't know how to explain. She clearly knew that the girl who liked Aunt Xiao's son was Xinlan. But whether it was Xinlan or Aunt Xiao, it seemed like they were testing her. In her panic, she fainted suddenly. She heard Jia's scolding voice. "Good job, little Gu girl, even the legitimate daughter's sweetheart. You want him too? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're such a broken shoe. How can you compare to a well-educated and polite girl like Xinlan? That poor scholar probably wouldn't even bother to look at you." Feng's mocking laughter sounded. "Ha ha." Gu Yingying felt a surge of anger but couldn't speak at all, almost spitting blood from her frustration. Still, she could hear Jia's sarcastic words. "So you, who don't do any farm work, try to work hard when harvesting rice in the fields. Too bad the crown prince can't see your eager face. Maybe he'd be moved and marry you as his crown princess." "Ha ha." In Yue Jiao's cold laughter came through. Gu Yingying only heard that seductive's voice say, "Falong, I mean, that rustic girl named Gu. How come she's so sensible now, no longer bothering you? Turns out she wants to marry into the palace and become the crown princess for the crown prince. She is so easily distracted by handsome men that she probably can't walk straight when she sees one. Maybe she would even be dismissed if she went to the palace to serve the crown prince." Fu Xian looked at her with disdain. "Go away," Gu Yingying shouted angrily, feeling furious. She felt her right hand being held. When she opened her eyes, she saw her second sister-in-law holding her hand, sitting beside the bed. A hint of awkwardness flashed in her eyes. Gu Yingying whispered, "Maybe I am hurt and can't get out of bed. I feel frustrated and had a bad dream. I don't know why, but everything I wanted to see and everything I didn't want to see appeared in my dream." Hearing this, Madame Zhu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did the person you wanted to see talk to you in the dream?" As for the little sister-in-law she didn't want to see, she didn't need to ask. Gu Yingying shyly glared at Madame Zhu.
"Don't ask."
It was just a dream. She then blamed herself inwardly for not thinking more carefully before speaking. The person she wanted to see was clearly in that painting. She could only look at her in the painting now. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Madame Zhu gently released Gu Yingying's hand, giving her a comforting look. "It's okay." She quickly went to open the door and said to Qin Shi and Zhou Shi outside, "Madam, Aunt Su, what a coincidence. My sister just woke up. My Xinlan said she would come to take care of Sister Yingying tonight, so I brought some pork rib soup for Inger in advance," Zhou Shi said, carrying a food box and following Qin Shi into the room. Thinking about the scene in her dream, Gu Yingying felt an inexplicable sense of guilt when facing Zhou Shi. But she tried to hide her feelings and greeted her with a smile. "Madame Su, you are so kind to me." After Zhou Shi entered the room, Gu Yingying smelled a fragrant aroma of meat and felt a little hungry. The food box in Zhou Shi's hand was antique-looking, not new but still very beautiful. It showed that Zhou Shi was quite thoughtful. "Huh, someone cares for you even more than I do and treats you well," Zhou Shi said with a gentle smile. She opened the food box, took a porcelain bowl from Madame Zhu, poured some pork rib soup, and personally fed Gu Ying. Gu Ying took a sip of the soup, feeling it was light and flavorful, just the taste she liked. She also ate some tender meat, which was very delicious. She immediately gave Zhou Shi a thumbs up in satisfaction. Thank you for reading. Wishing everyone a happy Thursday. Thank you, friends, for your ongoing support and companionship. The story, Beautiful Countryside, The Medical Girl is a Little Sweet is about to be officially published. I appreciate the patience and guidance from the editors and thank everyone for your encouragement. Orange will work hard. Little words from Orange Summer, April 21st, 2022. The pork rib soup cooked by Aunt Sue is still so delicious. In the memories left by the original owner, Aunt Sue is already a good cook. The original owner also liked to eat it. The jujube, pork rib, and goji berry soup is good for nourishing the lungs, enriching the blood, and beautifying the skin. Gu Ying drank 2 bowls in a row because it was so tasty. After drinking, she wanted to have more. She was also hoping that within an hour or so, Zhou and the others could return to the room to sit. Otherwise, it would be hard to handle an urgent matter. I just helped cook a little. Actually, the pork ribs, red dates, and goji berries in the soup were all bought by Sun's mother, Zhou said, giving Qin a meaningful look. Gu Ying felt a bit guilty inside. Mainly because Zhao Sun had gone off to fight, and only Aunt Xiao was in the city. She was a woman from out of town trying to make a living here, with no one to help her. She also gave her many nice things, but she wondered if she had saved any pocket money for herself. Zhou only sat in the bedroom for a while, then told Gu Ying to rest well and not worry about the pigs or the herbs. No one was helping to feed or gather them. Your sister Xinlan will come to keep you company soon. No need, Aunt Sue, I'm fine, Gu Ying said, not wanting to bother her good sister anymore. But after dinner, she saw Xinlan walking into the bedroom with a small basket on her back. She asked in confusion, Xinlan, shouldn't I tell Aunt Sue? My second sister-in-law is taking care of me. Xinlan put down the small basket, took out some pastries, and placed them on the wooden table. She said to Gu Ying, I don't care what you said to my mother. I just want to come and keep you company and stay here for the night. I also brought a quilt, which I left in the side room. Thinking that her second sister-in-law was going to boil water and take a bath, she told Xinlan, That's fine. With you here, we can chat for a while. When my second sister-in-law brings hot water, you can soak your feet first. After the rain, second sister-in-law opened the window to let in some fresh air, making her feel a bit cold while lying on the bed. She also suggested bringing a basin of hot charcoal to warm her up. The family had plenty of charcoal, but she felt it wasn't necessary to use it for warmth, so she said, No need. Unexpectedly, Sister Xinlan really came over. When Mrs. Zhu brought a bucket of hot water, she said to her, Second sister-in-law, maybe you should get a basin of hot charcoal. Tonight, Xinlan and I will rest together. If you're thirsty, you can also warm some tea with the charcoal. Mrs. Zhu happily agreed. All right, I'll go to the kitchen now and bring the charcoal later. Originally, Qin was still saying that with the cold weather, it wasn't good to go without a basin of hot charcoal. She also mentioned that her sister didn't want it herself and was worried her mother-in-law might mind. Now, her sister was willing to warm herself. After Mrs. Zhu left the room, Gu Ying suddenly remembered something and asked Su Xinlan, Did Aunt Sue say that you took a cart into the city to buy fresh ribs to make soup for me? Did you meet the mother of your brother you're looking for? Did she help pay the bill? Exactly. Su Xinlan didn't expect Gu Ying to ask about this first. She had been planning to mention it herself. Thinking about how worried they all were before Ying was hit by the ox and fell into a coma, especially Aunt Xiao, who cried when she heard that the girl who saved her brother was hurt. Not only did she help pay for the ribs, but she also gave a soup cloth to bring back, so Gu Ying could warm her hands. When Mrs. Zhu brought in a basin of hot charcoal, she also helped Su Xinlan bring in the quilt and the soup cloth. Even though she was worried about letting Su Xinlan take care of her younger sister-in-law, her mother said that the two young women had private things to talk about, so they should stay together. Xinlan, if you feel cold tonight, you can sleep in my room. I'll come over. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Su Xinlan smiled and nodded at Mrs. Zhu. She took the soup cloth and handed it to Gu Yingying to hold. Su Xinlan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Xiao Aunt said that this soup cloth was bought with the silver from selling paintings, which your brother used before. He also used it himself. Keep it close." Gu Yingying shyly rolled her eyes at Su Xinlan. "Do you talk like that?" Actually, there were several soup cloths at home. One of the newer items is a small bed that second brother bought for the main character after he started studying at the academy. But for some reason, she just wanted to hold this little bed a little longer and didn't want to return it to Su Xinlan. She also didn't want to explain much, since Zhao Sun wasn't around, and it wouldn't help. Su Xinlan left the room with Zhu Shi, carrying a soft bed into the bedroom. She moved the wooden table to the corner of the wall, placed the soft bed opposite Gu Yingying's wooden bed, then covered it with a deer fur blanket, added a bed embroidered with lotus patterns, and placed a brocade quilt on top. "Didn't expect you to bring a soft bed too," Gu Yingying said gratefully, looking at Su Xinlan. Her good friend was there to keep her company when she needed care most, which was very helpful. Worried that Su Xinlan might not be warm enough lying on the soft bed, she asked her to rest on the bed. "Sometimes I rest at home on a soft bed too. It's very comfortable," Su Xinlan said, not wanting to squeeze into Gu Yingying's space. So, she found an excuse. She brought medicine for Gu Yingying to take, helped wipe her face, and took the changed clothes outside, placing them in a wooden basin. While Gu Yingying was resting, Su Xinlan went to wash herself, but Zhu Shi saw her and took away the basin, washing the dirty clothes. When Su Xinlan returned to the room, she saw that the oil lamp, which had been extinguished earlier, was now lit again. She looked closer and saw that Gu Yingying had woken up. "Did you wake up because you were hungry?" "No, I woke up because I was afraid you'd get lost in the middle of the night," Gu Yingying joked with Su Xinlan. "Haha. In this village, I could walk around with my eyes closed and not get lost," Su Xinlan chuckled secretly, teasing Gu Yingying. Maybe Yingying's sister, after seeing the portrait, often looks at the painting and dreams of the person in it. When she can't see him, she wakes up feeling anxious, right? Gu Yingying looked embarrassed and said, "It's obvious that the person who often talks about brother's son is you. And now you're laughing at me. Ha, he's my brother's son, not yours." Su Xinlan remembered what Sister Xiaohua had said. Sister Xiaohua had offered to help pay the bill, and she wanted to give Sister Xiaohua silver later, but was refused. Sister Xiaohua said, "Your brother's son is very grateful to Miss Gu. He thinks he owes his life to her care, and he should thank me for taking care of him, and also thank Miss Gu for healing him. I've never seen him paint a portrait of himself or give it to a woman. That was the first time. So, do you think that brother's son might have feelings for Gu Xiaonyangzi, and that's why he asked my father to help bring her a portrait?" Su Xinlan was anxious and didn't know how to express herself properly. She hasn't married yet, so she can't just tell Sister Xiao that Brother Sun was moved and fell for the unseen Sister Yingying. Most likely, yes, Sister Xiao nodded warmly and begged, "Xinlan, please don't tell her about Brother Sun's feelings for Gu Xiaonyangzi. Also, she's injured now and has a lot of chores at home. Since you're nearby, for my sake and for your brother's son, please help take care of her." "Don't worry, I will," Su Xinlan replied happily. Actually, even if Sister Xiao didn't ask, she would do it herself. When Gu Yingying realized that Xinlan was thinking deeply, she quickly explained to avoid any misunderstanding. "Nobody will fight over your brother's son." Su Xinlan understood the hidden meaning in her words and knew she was misunderstood by Sister Yingying. But remembering what Sister Xiao told her, she didn't defend herself. On the third morning after Gu Yingying was injured, as soon as she woke up, she heard Su Xinlan say, "Sister Yingying, I need to go home and visit my mother in the city to buy some flour and other things. I'll come back to see you after I return. Bundle up so you don't catch a cold." Gu Yingying pointed to the pastries Sister Zhu had placed on the wooden table earlier, asking Xinlan to take them to the car to eat. But Su Xinlan refused. Soon after, Sister Zhu brought a basin of hot water into the room to wash Gu Yingying's face and help her wash up. When Sister Zhu reached out to massage Gu Yingying's leg, she gently moved her hand away and asked with concern, "Second sister-in-law, sit and rest for a while. I can do the massage myself." Thinking back to the day after she was injured, her mother's second sister-in-law and Fanshur all came to talk to her. The people from Luo's family said they would compensate with grain. But a day had passed, and no one from Luo's family had come, nor had they sent any rice. Gu Yingying was worried that the Jia family kept delaying. Today, tomorrow, then a few days later. They kept postponing, and since it was almost the end of the year, she and her mother were the most anxious. Little sister, they made a promise in front of the elders and signed a contract. They will definitely send the grain. Don't worry. When I go out to graze the cattle later, I'll also stop by to ask Mrs. Feng. Zhu Shi also expected this. Mrs. Feng was known to be very stingy, so she wouldn't easily send the grain without some urging. If they didn't push a few times, the Feng family probably wouldn't think about it. Gu Yingying waved her hand and told Zhu Shi, since it's been raining for several days, the roads are wet and hard to walk. You and mother shouldn't go out to graze the cattle. We still have some hay and a little corn. If we add some water, the cattle can manage to eat. Knowing Zhu Shi was honest and straightforward and worried she might suffer if she went to the Jia family, Gu Yingying quickly advised her. In the past, the Niu family even asked the Jia family whether to buy or borrow grain. She had tried buying, but later, because of conflicts between the Gu and Luo families, she stopped buying from Luo's people. Unexpectedly, now, after all this back and forth, the Luo family even demanded compensation with grain. Little sister, mother previously suggested that the Luo family make a promise. They must deliver the grain within 5 days. If they delay even 1 day, they have to give us an extra gene of rice. Given the situation this year, they probably wouldn't want to give us much more rice. Zhu Shi was worried Gu Yingying might be anxious, so she softly explained. Gu Yingying sneered and smiled mockingly. When her mother returned, she told her, Mrs. Feng said they will dry the rice when the weather clears, then send it over once it's stored properly. Don't listen to that. Just tell them to send the rice. We can remove some water and dry it ourselves. She had dealt with the Luo family before and knew what kind of people Mrs. Feng and the Jias were. Gu Yingying just wanted to get the grain quickly and didn't want to give the Luo family any chance to delay. About half an hour later, Gu Yingying heard a woman's voice coming from the main hall, so she asked Zhu Shi to go and check. After a short while, Mrs. Zhu came in and said to her, Mrs. Feng brought Nyang and Xingya here, and they sent 10 eggs and a bowl of bean pulp. Gu Yingying was so angry, she clenched her teeth. Doesn't that mean the family still hasn't brought the grain? Sending bean pulp? Just let them carry it back as they brought it. Don't accept the eggs either. Gu Yingying refused to back down. She asked Mrs. Zhu to tell Mrs. Feng to hurry and bring the grain. Otherwise, after today, they would stop accepting grain and only take money. Mrs. Zhu looked uncomfortable and said, Mrs. Feng is talking with Nyang. She wants Nyang and Xingya to stay here and help take care of you. That way, they won't have to pay much for labor or wages. As farmers, where can we get so much silver? Remember when the Luo family members got hurt, and Mrs. Feng and Mrs. Jia came to cause trouble?
They didn't say it like that then.
Gu Yingying told Mrs. Zhu to open the door and loudly shouted, Mother, I only want silver, not their grain.
These words don't count.
We can't be fooled again. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps could be heard from the main room. Soon, Gu Yingying saw Qin at the door, followed by Mrs. Feng and others.
Good.
Gu Yingying was about to talk to Mrs. Feng about how much silver she should give, but she saw Mrs. Feng reach out and pat Nyang's hand. It seemed she wanted Nyang to speak. Gu Xiaoya no, sister. Nyang, seeing her mother-in-law Mrs. Feng, was so anxious she didn't know what to say. After calling Gu Yingying sister, she started to complain about their hardships. She said the Luo family didn't have much land, but many people were waiting to eat. She asked Gu Yingying to understand. She also said the eggs sent to Gu Yingying were borrowed from Mrs. Dong. 2 of the eggs were even picked up this morning, still warm. Gu Yingying didn't wait for Nyang to finish and asked Mrs. Feng coldly, Stop talking nonsense. Just send me the silver. Your family has many people to feed. My father and second brother are not home, but the 3 of us, mother and I, still need to fill our stomachs. Even if you send me 10 eggs or 100 eggs, it won't matter. She still had the nerve to mention eggs. She remembered when Nyang and Xingya came to their house to eat. She didn't know how many eggs they ate. When Nyosha heard this, she was very anxious and quickly defended her family. Our two families have all listened to the old village chief and paid you with grain, right? Why now are you asking us for money? This year's new grain harvest at home was barely enough for 2 meals, even though they secretly saved some. The rest was sold to the village chief. Big sister-in-law wanted to make windmill toys to sell for money, but in the end, she lost quite a bit. That's a good question, Gu Yingying said with a hint of sarcasm. She asked Nyosha, after you agreed with the village chief, did you send us a handful of grain? We are all farmers. Why make things difficult for us? Feng's wife thought her second daughter-in-law was useless. When she came to the Gu family, she didn't dare argue with Gu Xiao. She just spoke for herself. Gu Yingying lifted the blanket and pointed at her ankle, telling Feng's wife to look carefully. Did they not close the water buffalo pen properly, letting it out and hurting her? Seeing the willow branch on her ankle, Feng's wife asked Gu Yingying, I heard your mother went to get a doctor for you, and your second sister-in-law stayed home to help set your bones? Oh, I tell you, even though your brother is good, your sister-in-law is better. Look, your second brother isn't home, but your sister-in-law takes good care of you, thanks to QD website, and thank you to the editor for patient guidance. Thanks to friends for encouragement and support. Thank you to all family and friends for their companionship, making Chong Chong feel warm. Beautiful countryside, the medical girl is a little sweet, is about to go live. Chong Chong will keep working hard. Chung Xia Xiao Yu April 21st, 2022, you crazy woman, stop talking nonsense. Gu Yingying suddenly got angry and scolded Feng's wife harshly. Can't control your family, letting the water buffalo out and hurting someone. Now you don't want to compensate for our loss and still have the nerve to complain? If it weren't for the crazy women from the Luo family arguing and not caring that the water buffalo pen wasn't closed properly, the buffalo would have already run out. She wouldn't have been hurt by the buffalo and suffered so much, making it impossible for her to take care of herself these days. Feng's wife only heard Gu Yingying say she wanted money. Now she took a superior tone and made her point clear. Yes, it was my family's water buffalo that hurt you. But you originally lived here. Why keep running over to our place? If you stayed at home properly, even if my water buffalo ran away, it wouldn't hurt you. Furthermore, our water buffalo ran from our home to the crossroads. Along the way, it only encountered you, a living person. How could it have just hit you alone? Auntie Xingyao is not very clever. She remembered how her grandparents talked about this matter at home. She decided to tell Gu Yingying the answer. On the day our water buffalo injured you, my grandfather and the others went to see a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that the water buffalo didn't hit anyone else, only you. The fault isn't with the water buffalo or the person raising it. Instead, there's some grudge between you and the water buffalo, so it came to take revenge on you. Nonsense. Gu Yingying was so angry she hit her pillow. She wished she could get out of bed and tear apart Mrs. Feng. That wicked woman, letting her family's water buffalo out to hurt someone, and then blaming the injured person. How could she say such things? Auntie Xingyao was frightened and curled up in Feng's arms, crying loudly. When Gu's mother heard the crying, she spoke up for Auntie Xingyao. Girl, look how scared you've made our little Xingyao. She's naturally timid. She came here kindly to see you, but you scared her into tears. Gu Yingying sneered, ha. Although Xingyao was just a child and not very wise and spoke without thinking, just a child saying this shows that Feng and her family must have said such things at home. Since that's the case, you should leave early to avoid causing me trouble and also to prevent your child from being scared again, Gu Yingying said. Seeing Feng still didn't leave, she gave Zhuang a meaningful look. If you're not bringing silver, then don't stay here, or you'll just cause trouble. Zhuang understood immediately and sternly told Feng, my little sister is already hurt and upset. I don't want you to stay here. Leave quickly, or I'll let the dogs out. No, we'll leave ourselves, Feng replied. Feng carried Xingyao on her back and left with Niu. On the way back, she told Niu, when we get home, tell your sister-in-law and the others that Gu's family said no more grain supplies. But Gu Xiaoya said she wants silver. Niu dared not look at Feng and whispered a reminder. You simpleton, they didn't go with us, so how would they know? Stop talking so much. If Mrs. Feng hadn't thought that the great immortal once said that the child in the Nyo family's belly would grow up to be a successful grandson, she might have slapped Nyo's wife. She is not as clever as Mrs. Jia. Su Xinlan returned from the city and brought a carp bought by Aunt Xiao. She cooked the fish into soup at home and brought it to Gu Yingying's room. She also told Gu Yingying some things she heard at home. My eldest aunt-in-law scolded Mrs. Feng after hearing what she said. She told Mrs. Feng to do more good deeds so that she can enjoy her old age peacefully and for the sake of the baby in Yo's belly. When the baby is born, it would be good to have a wise grandmother.
Who cares about them?
I told my mother that even if they carry me away, I will be taken to the county office. I want to report those people from the Luo family. Gu Yingying handed the bowl of carp soup to Su Xinlan and said. When the water buffalo bumped into her, she said it was because she owed the water buffalo in her past life that she was hurt. Imagine if the water buffalo had bumped into someone from the Luo family. Would Mrs. Feng still say such things? Mrs. Qin entered the bedroom with Feng Mei, smiling as she looked at Gu Yingying and said, Your Aunt Feng came back from the city and brought many things to see you. Please sit, Aunt Feng. Gu Yingying saw the regret in Feng Mei's eyes when she looked at her. She knew that Feng Mei came to talk to her about something. Mrs. Qin was holding a wooden box with a bamboo pattern, which she knew was brought by Feng Mei. Mrs. Qin placed the wooden box on the wooden table. Su Xinlan helped Feng Mei brew a cup of tea, then followed behind Mrs. Zhu and left the room. Mrs. Qin closed the door, sat down at the tea table opposite Feng Mei and softly said, Feng girl, I believe you heard some things about your cousin's family in the city. Look, our Ingo was hurt by their water buffalo, and when they came, they still blamed my girl. Feng Mei didn't want to say much about the Luo family. She only knew about the Gu family and understood how difficult Gu Yingying's situation was. Because of this, she didn't stay long at her niece's house and hurried back. They were afraid that my older cousin might act stubborn, so they didn't dare to believe it. They truly will send grain to you on time. Gu Yingying didn't expect that the problem she considered was also thought of by the elders. It turns out that early this morning, the elders went to the county office and showed the magistrate the testimonies provided by several witnesses from the village. After reading the testimonies, the magistrate promised the elders that within 2 days, he would send some officers to find the people from the Luo family. They would deliver the grain to the Gu family before the snow fell. Gu Yingying changed her mind and told Feng Mei, I don't want the grain anymore, I only want money. These days, grain is more useful than money, Feng Mei said, puzzled. Didn't Gu Xiaoya use pills and shampoo to exchange for grain? Why is she now saying she doesn't want the Luo family's grain? Gu Yingying also didn't want to tell Feng Mei the full truth. She knew how stingy and mean the wicked woman from the Luo family was. Receiving grain sent by the Luo family, even if it was from 2 years ago, was already a blessing. Chen's grain is acceptable, but very old grain is better not to take. Feng Mei looked at her with a helpless expression and said, I understand why you all hate my older cousin so much. She is indeed cold and indifferent, not easy to get along with. But honestly, I sometimes can understand her difficulties. Think about it, if she were a little weaker, what would Mrs. Jia do to her? Gu Yingying sneered inwardly and thought, they are both equally bad. The women of the Luo family are either too sharp and mean or too timid and indecisive, with little sense of their own. Even Xingya, who never received her mother's love, is different from children in a normal family. At least children from normal families dare to fight back after being bullied. Even the shy ones will tell their parents. But Xingya, when faced with provocation or even being hit, only knows how to cry. Thanks to everyone for your support and encouragement. Beautiful Countryside, The Medical Girl is a Little Sweet, is now available. Orange here thanks everyone for your company. Please subscribe and vote. Wishing everyone all the best. Orange Summer Little Words, April 22nd, 2022. It's clear that when Mrs. Feng was not at home, Xingye often suffered from her eldest aunt, Jia Shi. Mrs. Neo is not very opinionated but would not mistreat Xingye. Feng Mei awkwardly smiled at Gu Yingying, and it really was like that. After breakfast, Qin took a bowl of pork rib soup to Gu Yingying and fed her. Mother and daughter talked for a while, Then Qin heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from the village entrance. She thought maybe officials from the county government had arrived, so she told Gu Yingying to rest for a bit. She quickly ran out of the bedroom, entered the courtyard, and opened the wooden gate. When she looked outside, she saw two men in black riding white horses, along with Su Tai, who was also on horseback, leading them. So it's the old village chief bringing a few officials. Please come in, Qin said respectfully to Su Tai and the others. The man in black looked serious and said to Qin, Madam Gu, we are here on the orders of the county magistrate to ask you to go to the county office on behalf of the Gu family. Her second daughter-in-law had gone to the garden to pick vegetables, and Ex-in-law had left early in the morning with her mother to the city in an ox cart. If she left, only Inger would be at home. Qin was naturally worried. She looked at Su Tai for help, planning to ask him to speak for her, but the leader in black said, Feng's family from Luo's side has already arrived at the village entrance. Don't delay any longer. Qin looked troubled and begged, Official, our family only has the three of us. My second daughter-in-law hasn't returned yet. Please allow me to tell her before I go to the county office. Su Tai also helped Qin ask the man in black, Madame Gu's father has gone north twice to defend against the enemies from the Lu country. This year, he's raising grain for the soldiers. The Gu family is one of the biggest grain providers in our village. Please be considerate. The man in black was reluctant, but didn't want to offend the Su family, so he agreed. The magistrate has been quite busy lately. First, he needs to station people along the Lan River. If any cargo ships or passenger boats stop by, they must be checked promptly. This is to prevent spies from Lu country from sneaking in and harming the people of Jinxia Prefecture. That would be troublesome. However, they couldn't forcibly prevent ships from docking, mainly because the emperor still cared a lot about the people of Jinxia Prefecture. After buying some new grains, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard were sent with some flour to this area. The magistrate received a letter from Lord Su, and entrusted with Lord Su's message, he secretly assigned people to watch over the situation. This was to prevent anyone close to the magistrate from stealing the flour when the ships arrived. So, they really had no time to get involved in the matters between the Gu family and the Luo family. However, the magistrate told him, Lord Su is from Gu village and that young girl Gu, who was injured by the water buffalo, has also been rewarded by the emperor. No matter how busy we are, we must seek justice for her. This is why they hurried over. Mrs. Qin gratefully thanked Su Tai and his group, then turned and hurried out of the yard in the rain to find Mrs. Zhu in the vegetable garden. I am going to the county office. You will take care of your sister, Mrs. Qin said, taking 5 taels of silver from her sleeve and handing it to Mrs. Zhu. She was worried that Xinlan might bring back some delicious food for Inger, so she gave some silver to Xinlan. Recently, most of the items Xinlan brought back were gifts from Zhao Sun's mother. Since she was just a person trying to make a living in Jinxia Prefecture, earning money was not easy, and she shouldn't take gifts for nothing. Mrs. Zhu understood and said to Mrs. Qin, Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of my sister. But she was uneasy about Mrs. Qin going alone, so she suggested, maybe I should talk to Grandma Qian and ask her to go with you. Grandma Qian had been their neighbor for many years, and she had always gotten along well with Mrs. Qin. That was why she said this. Mother is just going to talk to Mrs. Feng. She will be back soon. Don't worry. Mrs. Qin knew that Mrs. Feng could be unreasonable, but for her daughter, she had no other choice. Mrs. Zhu hurried back home with Mrs. Qin, quickly found an umbrella, and saw Mrs. Qin off at the village entrance. When she saw Mrs. Qin riding away in the ox cart, she returned home. Without Mrs. Qin at home for dinner, Mrs. Zhu prepared a meal and brought it to Gu Yingying's room so she could eat a little, like a little sister. Yingying was worried about Mrs. Qin in her heart, knowing that her mother rarely went to places like the county office, and when facing the strong Mrs. Feng, she was bound to suffer some losses. Inside my heart, I was holding something back. Even when faced with a table full of delicious food, I had no appetite. But to avoid worrying my second sister-in-law, I forced myself to drink a bowl of pork rib soup. Mrs. Zhu saw that Gu Yingying only drank the soup and didn't eat anything else, not even a piece of fish to nourish herself. She quickly helped Gu Yingying serve a piece of fish. Eat some fish. This was sent by our neighbor, Granny Qian. It was just cooked this morning, so it's very fresh. Second sister-in-law, I really can't eat anymore, Gu Yingying said, feeling guilty seeing how tired Mrs. Zhu looked. Since she was lying in bed, it was inconvenient for her to serve food, so she just urged her sister-in-law to eat more. Mrs. Zhu sighed softly. During the days when her husband was away, whether it was her mother-in-law or her younger sister-in-law, everyone was tired. She felt guilty for promising her husband to take good care of the family, but not being able to do so properly. Seeing Mrs. Zhu unable to eat, Gu Yingying felt a pang of sadness. She held her bowl and said, "How about I drink another bowl of Crucian carp soup? Second sister-in-law, you should also drink some soup and eat some meat. At least, keep me company." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhu picked up her bowl and started serving herself food. Gu Yingying felt a little relieved inside. That evening, Qin returned and brought news. She said Su Xinlan had been staying in the city for the past 2 days and couldn't come to visit. She also mentioned how she argued with Madame Feng after going to the county office. Inger, just as you predicted, that wicked Madame Feng started crying as soon as she saw the county magistrate. She said she had a pregnant daughter-in-law to take care of, a young granddaughter to raise, and dozens of pigs waiting for her at home, Qin said angrily, grinding her teeth. She didn't just lack silver. She also claimed she was too busy. Gu Yingying told Qin to calm down. She thought that arguing with someone like Madame Feng was pointless. She just wanted to know what the magistrate said to her, so she asked, what did the county magistrate say to Madame Feng? Normally, her mother and Madame Feng would go to the county office, and the local officials would also go there. There shouldn't be much problem. No matter what, the county magistrate wouldn't embarrass the Su family, especially since the villagers in the village were lucky to get such a good opportunity to harvest rice for the royal family. The Su family, including Su Xinlan's father, had made great contributions on the battlefield. Furthermore, Su Tai and his friends did many good deeds when they were young. Before this year, villagers who went to the royal rice fields to harvest rice not only had the county magistrate and officials taking care of their meals and providing tea, but they also received wages. Hardworking villagers could earn nearly 20 taels of silver a day in wages and rewards. For ordinary people, this was a significant amount. The county magistrate had been serving in Xianning County for several years, so he should have known about these matters. Thank you very much for your patience and guidance, dear editor, and thanks to friends and family for their encouragement and support. I also received votes from friends, and I am very happy. I will keep working hard. I wish everyone all the best and happiness for their families. Normally, I update around 9 a.m., and I hope everyone will enjoy it. Orange Summer Little Words, April 22nd, 2022. The county magistrate said that you were injured because of the water buffalo from the Feng family. So, during your 2 months of rest at home, Feng's family should pay wages to me and your second sister to help take care of you, and they should also cover your meals. After hearing this, Gu Yingying felt secretly happy. Fortunately, the magistrate was not biased toward the Feng family. Although she thought the amount of silver the magistrate asked the Luo family to pay was a bit too little, it was still better than letting them cheat and refuse to pay at all. The magistrate said that although she was young, she had the ability to support her family. Even if the Luo family paid her 20 taels of silver a month, it wouldn't compensate for her loss. Moreover, her mother and second sister could still do some work to earn some silver. When she was injured, her mother and second sister had to take care of her, so they couldn't do other work. Feng's family shamelessly said that some members of the Luo family were willing to take care of her, so they didn't need to trouble Gu's wife and daughter-in-law. Everyone can see that Feng's family just wants to pay less for the work and told the magistrate that, Qin said, not wanting to mention the Luo family, especially the treacherous Feng family. But since her daughter asked, she had to say something. The magistrate definitely won't listen to Feng's family, Gu Yingying said confidently. Even if the magistrate didn't visit often, he could imagine that a pregnant woman like Miao and a 6-year-old girl like Xingyao would come to Gu's house. What help could they possibly offer? It's almost like they're just there to eat. The magistrate is still fair and just. He said that because the Luo family also has difficulties, he would give Feng a few extra days. She can return home and within 2 days, send 60 taels of silver to our house. If she doesn't, she will be punished. Feng cried loudly, begging the magistrate to help talk to the Gu family and ask for a few more days. Farmers work hard all year and rarely save any silver. How could she gather so much money so quickly? The magistrate sharply struck the wooden block and told Feng, "You either give the silver or go to jail with your family." Hearing this, Feng almost fainted from shock. Although Gu Yingying cannot get out of bed, she can hear Zhu often talking about things. She knows that the people of the Luo family are trying to borrow money from others to repay their debts early. This made her feel a little relieved. After dinner, Zhu came to add more charcoal. She softly asked, "Xinlan went to the city and hasn't come back. Do you think she met some trouble there? If that's the case, we should help her." Zhu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sister, you're sick, so I shouldn't tell you everything. But I overheard Fan and the others talking at the old Li's house. I'll tell you what I heard." Hearing Zhu's words, Gu Yingying was surprised. She never expected that the officials at the government office would be so dishonest. They even charge an extra 500 coins for sending a few letters to the villagers. Many villagers near Lanjiang River have family members fighting elsewhere. They hope to receive letters from their loved ones. But after the officials get the letters, they come and ask for money. If any villager refuses to pay, that's fine. The officials just wait for a convenient time to send the letters back. As for when that might be, no one knows for sure. Second brother and dad probably also wrote letters. Even if we have to pay a little more silver, we should go and get the letters back. Gu Yingying knew that her second sister-in-law had been worried about her second brother in the north these days. 2 letters will cost quite a bit of coins, Zhu said. She was thinking about her younger sister's hard work and how she had saved some silver for New Year's shopping. But how could she go out and pay? "My sister-in-law was injured and needs to rest at home for 2 months, so she can't go out to gather herbs and earn money." Gu Yingying pointed to the cabinet and half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "Our family still has a treasure worth a few hundred taels of silver. Aren't we worried about having more silver? But you need to go to the government office to pick up a letter, and you should bring someone with you. That way, you can prove how much silver you spent to get the letter and have a witness." Mrs. Zhu smiled bitterly. When such things happen, she could only endure silently. Who could she argue with? But she didn't want her sister-in-law to worry, so she smiled and replied, "All right, sister." Mrs. Zhu took a cart and went to the city with Mrs. Fan to get the letter from the government office. As soon as they arrived home, she handed the letter to Gu Yingying to read. Of course, there was also a letter from Zhao Sun, brought back by Aunt Xiaoying, written by Zhao Sun to Gu Yingying. First, she set Zhao Sun's letter aside. Then Gu Yingying took out the letter her second brother wrote and read it to Mrs. Zhu. Since her mother was here, it might not be convenient for her to listen, so she asked Qin to sit in the side room for a while. Qin, who could read a little, took the letter written by Gu Qingfeng and went back to her bedroom to read it alone. After reading her second brother's letter, Gu Yingying looked embarrassed. She didn't expect that her brother's letter to the family only had 4 paragraphs. 2 of these were for her mother, 1 was for her, and the last was for her second sister-in-law. The words for her second sister-in-law mostly asked her to help with chores at home and to ease the burden on their mother and sister. Seeing Mrs. Zhu tearful, Gu Yingying gently wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief and said, "Second brother isn't very good at sweet talk. You've been married to him for years, so you know this. He doesn't mean not to care for you. He just considers you the closest person. That's why he wants you to help with chores and get along well with his mother and sister." Having heard many love stories in TV dramas, Gu Yingying now felt helpless. She didn't know how to comfort Mrs. Zhu properly. "Sister," Mrs. Zhu suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Yingying's hand, trembling as she said, "I'm happy to take care of my mother and you really, without any complaints. I'm just angry at your second brother. He's a cursed man. After he returns, he stays in the same room with me every day, but we're not together." At this point, Mrs. Zhu suddenly realized that her sister-in-law was still a young woman, and she quickly stopped. Gu Yingying guessed Zhu's thoughts. She was probably worried that her second brother, who went to the battlefield, might die like Feng Mei's husband, which would leave the Gu family without a successor. Her mother had only given birth to her after having two older brothers. Her eldest brother was weak from a young age and died during their father's military campaigns. According to her mother, the eldest brother passed away before he was 3 years old, which was very sad. Every time she thought of her brother's death, her mother felt guilty for not being able to do more for him. So when it came to her second brother, her mother didn't want to be too strict and just wanted him to be happy. But her father didn't agree. Her father not only didn't favor the second brother, but also would hit him when he was displeased. Despite this, her father didn't raise the second brother to be a pillar of the family. When her father agreed to her second brother fighting alongside him to defend against the enemies from the Lu kingdom, she was relieved. Her mother was reluctant because she only had this one son, and her second brother and sister-in-law hadn't yet given her grandchildren. Zhu, as the second sister-in-law, felt even more reluctant. Second sister-in-law, you look like a lucky woman. In the future, you will have several children with second brother, and our family will be happy. Don't worry too much. Just tell me what you want to say to second brother. You can say it to me, and I will help you write a letter so he can rest assured. Gu Yingying looked at Zhu with warm eyes. Seeing her sister-in-law still crying, she felt a pang of sympathy and comforted her. Just write back to your second brother that our family is doing well, and tell him and Dad not to worry. Also, see if you can ask someone to bring some medicinal powders like gold and silver, huangbai, cushion, dandelion, and sanqi, which help with blood circulation and removing blood stasis. It would be good to prepare some for your second brother and others. Zhu thought about her husband fighting abroad and not bringing much medicine with him, which made her a little worried. She had many things she wanted to tell him, but since she needed her younger sister to help write the letter, she didn't want to say too much in front of her. Soon, she stood up, took some ink, paper, and a brush, and placed a hard wooden board on the bed to write. It was also convenient for her younger sister-in-law to sit on the bed and help write the letter for her father and husband. Gu Yingying saw Zhu's worried face and, putting herself in her sister-in-law's shoes, helped her write some loving words and omitted some family matters. In total, they wrote 4 pages. Just about to put away my brush, I wanted to encourage second sister-in-law to be happier. But unexpectedly, I first heard her ask, "Little sister, you've written so many words. Did you also write down what you want to tell father in your letter?" "Well, mother hasn't come yet. Read it to me." "Okay, second sister-in-law," I replied honestly. Since I had already written it, I wasn't worried that Mother Zhu would feel embarrassed after hearing it. That line, "If love lasts long, why worry about day and night?" Who did you hear it from? Mother Zhu secretly felt happy, thinking that my sweet words must be related to young Master Zhao. It seemed that the young man was right before. My sister is very clever and many people probably want to pursue her. She trusted me and hoped that the person young Master Zhao liked was not Sister Xinlan, but me. Sister Xinlan is also nice, but she isn't young Master Zhao's real sister. Today, when she heard me reading my letter, Mother Zhu imagined that young Master Zhao might have left a note along with the portrait he sent, with a few sweet words. He's talented. He could write a few romantic lines or even a poem easily. Seeing Mother Zhu's eyes shining with happiness and hope, I knew she was imagining more. I waved my hand in front of her and said, "Stop it, second sister-in-law. The line I just read to you is written by Qin Guan, a poet from the Song dynasty, from Magpie Bridge Fairy. Clever clouds playfully." While the aunt and niece were talking about this, outside the bedroom door, Qin's voice was heard. "Inge, Xinger, Aunt Feng has brought turtle and chicken soup. Please open the door." When I heard that Aunt Feng had arrived, Mother Zhu quickly hid the letter to avoid her seeing it. Usually my husband is quite learned, but he has never mentioned Qinguan before. And I don't even know exactly which years of the Song dynasty she's talking about. In my memory, I have no information related to the Song era. Mother Zhu also felt confused inside. When Aunt Feng came in and saw me lying on the bed, smiling at her, she felt sorry for Qin. She honestly said, "It's all your mother's fault. She's afraid I might hear you talking about Magpie Bridge Fairy, so she made you open the door. I couldn't help but laugh a little. The Song Dynasty I mentioned, people from this time probably don't even know about it. I wonder if Aunt Foam is thinking of that poem, because she also remembers some romantic moments from her youth. After accepting the bowl of chicken soup from Foam Mei, Gu Yingying first tasted the turtle and chicken, feeling it was especially delicious, and then finished the soup. Actually, she didn't want to eat it all. Foam Mei is alone at home, which is not easy. Buying turtles to make soup also costs quite a bit of money. Aunt Foam, I am already very happy that you came to see me. There's no need to spend so much, Gu Yingying sincerely said, feeling reluctant to take Foam Mei's money. She didn't say much about poetry and literature. Foam Mei understood the thoughts of young women and thought Gu Yingying was feeling shy, so she didn't reply and simply went along with Gu Yingying's words. It's not a waste. These were brought back from your sister Lan's house last time. Thinking about it, Lan is married into a wealthy family and is generous with gifts for Aunt Foam. She should have realized that the turtle was a gift from Lan. She also remembered that last time Aunt Foam came, she brought a wooden box filled with ginseng and other valuable herbs. Gu Yingying sincerely thanked her, saying, Aunt Foam, please thank Sister Lan for me. She thought that once she recovered in a few days, she would make some shampoo to give to Lan and her family. Foam Mei chuckled softly. Haha, you girl. Why are you being so polite with us? Just then, Qin brought over a bowl and was about to leave the bedroom, but Foam Mei stood up and said, Sister Gu, let me do it. Honestly, today I also met my cousin on the way here. She told me to take good care of Yingying. Gu Yingying listened and asked directly, Aunt Foam, so that means the Foam family has other plans? She suspected that Foam Mei was helping to take care of her to reduce the labor costs. Foam Mei sighed with a bitter smile. Yingying, it's because my cousins and relatives didn't take good care of their water buffalo and ended up hurting you so badly. I won't speak for them, and I won't force you to forgive her. Of course, I won't listen to them either. I will take care of you and advise you to accept less money from them. You worry too much, Gu Yingying said with a hint of embarrassment, wanting to tell Foam Mei, no matter what, you are you, and your cousin is your cousin. Even though you are all from the Foam family, you are kind-hearted and helpful, but your cousin-in-law is a ruthless and cruel woman. They are not the same kind of people. Before Foam Mei was invited over, someone had already come to see her. She understands this logic well. Foam Mei also shared her thoughts, saying, I was thinking that since Xinlan didn't come tonight, I would help take care of your second sister-in-law. But since you have concerns about my cousin-in-law, I can't stay either. Still, please rest assured, I will talk to my cousin-in-law and ask her to gather the money early and send it to you. Gu Yingying smiled slightly. Even if no one urged her, Foam would not delay paying. My cousin-in-law's second cousin, the one from the Niu family, went alone to hunt in the distant mountains to earn some silver. Xingyao's father stayed at an old man's house in Qifeng village at night to do some work and earn extra money. As for the Niu and Jia families, they were kept at home by my cousin-in-law to help spin thread and earn money. To reassure the Gu family, Foam Mei honestly shared everything she knew. Since her husband died in battle, she has been supporting the family alone, taking good care of her mother and in-laws. She knows how hard it is for women to manage daily life without a man at home. Moreover, she still remembers how Jia hurt Gu Yingying, making a wounded woman go to the fields to harvest rice, where she was cut and bleeding by the rice leaves. The villagers say that Lan'er is pretty, smart, filial to elders, and has a good reputation, so she can marry a good man. Such good things are something Gu Shower, a reckless girl, will never experience in her life. But Foam Mei believes that now, Gu Shower is more beautiful and clever than Lan'er and Xinlan. Just look at Gu Shower's captivating eyes. When she smiles at you, her eyes hide a smile. When she argues with Jia and others by the river, she hides her true feelings. It's hard to guess what she's really thinking.